stage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show. You're down on the floor. Came in for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus four. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Put us to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and sound. We are in the zone. Now you're gonna have to get through me. Be one with all my strength, it ain't easy. An arm ain't nowhere to hide. You're under my gun. When I drown you down in flames, all that you can do is run. My dogs out looking for you town to town. I know where you are. You can take my crown. About to be owned. Use your bones for my throne. Landed back attack. Got your track. Boy, you act. When stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, so what is some more? Destined for war, all versus four. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we'll show you how. Runs around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Put us to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and sound. We are in the zone.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
プレゼン行くぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年。あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is COD M. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their 6 skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at COD.
Mission live or die, watch a bullet flying by, go and play your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, 3 coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind, yeah, you know that I can win it. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for actions, still wanted some more. Destined for war, all versus 4. When we're beginning, it's thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and soul. We are in the zone. Now you're gonna have to get through me. Be one with all my strength, it ain't easy. An arm ain't nowhere to hide you under my gun. When I drown you down in flames, all that you can do is run. My dog's out looking for you town to town. I know where you are, you can take my crown. About to be owned, use your bones from my throne. Land the back attack, got your track, boy you act rookie. When stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, so wanted some more. Destined for war, over oh, we want it all. Oh, legacy and sound, we are in the zone.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
プレゼン行くぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is COD N. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their sick skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at COD.
Mission live or die, watch a bullet flying by, go and play your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, three coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind, yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus fall. When we're beginning, it's thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Runs around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
これでいくぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年。あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is COD N. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their 6 skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy.
Well, it's great to be back here on the Call of Duty Summer Invitational 2024. My name's Warden, and alongside with me is going to be JD, and we're definitely going to be the commentators here for today. Now, JD, I think we're approaching towards the last and final day here for the Wildlands. And how do you feel about the teams that are still left to fight for a spot here?
Definitely excited to watch some of these squads back in action again. Although there were some really sad moments for some of these guys yesterday, but they have to brush it off today, get back into the head zone, and of course make sure to secure their slots. But of course, for two squads, they're kind of sitting pretty already, waiting who will they finish off to make sure they secure themselves for the knockout.
Oh yeah, most
so
definitely.
I'm so excited. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, I'm really excited myself as well. I mean, all eyes here for the set of Vitality. I mean, these boys has been wrecking the whole competition. I mean, first of all, I mean, they did struggle a bit in search and destroy against Freesaw on the first day of the Wildlands. On the second day, they were able to come out like 3-0 against all gamers, if I'm not mistaken. So they have a bit more to offer than the rest of the competition here so far. But obviously, in this last and final day, things might still change.
Yeah, definitely for Vitality, it was honestly insane, especially for the rest of the crew, especially that 9-0 lead in for that SN, absolutely unheard of. They basically dominated the entire matchup. But of course, it can still probably change. But given the possible opponents, definitely the opportunity to probably sweep this one more time. Now for Kagendra, they had a bit of a struggle initially, but of course that can happen one more time. So hoping that whatever issues they experienced yesterday and the day before won't happen as they approach now for the finals. So of course, we have our prize pool for this CDSI. Take a look at that numbers right there. Absolutely 200,000 yuan for our champs, 80, 60, and 35 for the runner-up, third, fourth place. Definitely huge pile for these squads, and I'm sure we're all excited to get a bite of that one as well. And of course, as always, our rules, you know the thing. We don't need to explain to you guys.
Yeah, even in the map pool as well. I mean, everybody knows in Search and Destroy, you get to play Corona, Metropolis, Fire and Rage Express, Takeoff, Tunisia. On Hardpoint, it always has been the same old staple as well. But the biggest difference here in this competition for CDSI is that we're not going to be seeing no first to 7 in Search and Destroy. We're going to be racing to 9. Same goes for Control. Instead of 3, we're going to be going for 4. So it is quite imaginative adjustments that they have to put up, and same goes as well for the restrictions that we have here. I mean, I think the biggest difference that we completely have for CDSI compared to the World Championship rule set is that we have a lot more banned skins here for the characters.
For sure, it's actually, well, if you're really focused on your game, you just the ban for the skins doesn't really matter for you. But if you have some of those weapons that were banned earlier, that is something that you might need to really readjust your mindset. Anyway, for our group stage, of course, that is our lineup for this afternoon. But definitely we will have to start off with our group A, particularly with KZ and Absolute Zero on the Redemption Tour, hoping to get one more chance at the finals. But of course, for group B, we're gonna be having All Gamers and Free Slot, and they might have the chance to face off Vitality later on today. Of course, there's definitely a lot in stake for the first 2 games here, Warden, because it's gonna be a go home moment for any of these teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, so far we do have the King Zone up against Absolute Zero here on the bottom side of the board, and you know they have to try to come out here. I mean, Absolute Zero was able to sweep Mighty Tiger Gaming as well on the first round of the bottom bracket, moving over here up against the King Zone, which obviously is going to be a much more harder threat for the side of Absolute Zero. And on the other side of the bracket as well, we got the Group B here, which all gamers in Free Slot will have to try to fight for. And in regards to like the power rankings here, I must say, I think Free Slot has this one better.
Definitely against All Gamers, they definitely have the advantage since they basically locked this one in 3-0 against E-Star. For All Gamers, of course, they lost to Vitality yesterday. Now, when it comes to our first match, it's gonna be Kingzone against Absolute Zero. Mind you, Absolute Zero actually struggled. I have to say that the term, it struggled definitely during the S&D match against MTG, pushing it to basically 10-12 for them to win that matchup. So if they're gonna face up KZ, who won that S&D match against Kagendra, if they did not make any improvements, KZ will definitely take this one home.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Absolute Zero, they don't really have that roster that you'd want to eye out for in a game mode of Search and Destroy. It might just be the way for respawn. So, I mean, the keys to victory here for the side of Kingzone is possibly just take one respawn away and win the rest of the Search and Destroy. So, take a look at the roster here. It's going to be XT-Man, Pepe, Snai, Bao Bao, and Viking.
I definitely love Pepe's and XT-Man's performance yesterday, particularly during S&D. Now for Absolute Zero, of course, we have Rage, Idra, Yato, Josh, and Tokyo. Surprisingly, for their matchup yesterday, it was Josh, Tokyo, and I believe Yato stood out the most during those matches. So if they can do that performance one more time, definitely improve during S&D, they have the opportunity to push themselves into the next level of the competition.
I generally have to agree with you there. I mean, you know, Rage and Hydra really struggled on the first day of the Wild Ends, but as we transition now here towards the ban, for the first map here on Hardpoint, Hackney is going to get taken away. Same goes for the set of Ashanda, and transition to Search and Destroy, it's going to be Takeoff out, Express as well. Raid is going to be the first map banned here for Control, and the last one is going to be Seaside, so we're going to get forced into Arsenal.
Yep. So now, I think for map selections, these are some of the most comfortable ones that we've had for these guys. So it's, I guess, but definitely for the hard point against KZ and Absolute Zero, this is a must win. If they lose this one, this will definitely end up a 2-0. Control, I have to say, KZ is not that much of a strong team with Control.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably the holy saving grace that Absolute Zero can rely on. But a must if they gave up, end up giving up search and destroy, that's fine. Get back to Control and then finish off at hardpoint. So it can end up in the 3-1, but if KZ pulls a 3-0 against Absolute Zero, I would be shocked.
Yeah, I'm definitely shocked, man. I think Hardpoint is leaning towards Absolute Zero here, but we don't want to neglect the CDM region and Hardpoint as well. I mean, all throughout the last few years where they were able to go up against the Garena region, they have been trying to adapt to the system of Garena. So, I mean, Hardpoint here might just be 50-50, might be 60-40. We don't exactly know, not unless we get to see the game start off soon enough. But guys, I mean, this is the last and final day for the Wild Ends, and if you guys are enjoying the show, better make sure you guys are following the page of Garena here, because we are the English broadcast for this very event, and this is just the Wild Ends. We still have the group station knockouts to go.
For sure, and I'm sure if yesterday was a preview of how intense the action will be for today, well, you can definitely expect a little bit more, because a lot of things are definitely at stake for today. And now, of course, our operator lineup for both KZ and AZ. I guess lineup-wise, there's basically the same selections that we have yesterday, and not a bit of much changes here. So all that is left for us is to see the action, hope for the best for both of these teams, hoping that they learned anything from yesterday and the fixes will be there. But if not, let's see whose predictions will come up for today in just a bit. Yep, let's go. KZ versus AZ, right? Starting off at Hardpoint in just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, may the better Z win here. Is it Kingzone or is it Absolute Zero? Let's come and find out soon enough, as we are now in transition to Hardpoint Summit. Come again, operators are pretty much identical. It's just the difference between the Purifier and the Annihilator. But as soon as we move over towards the game, it's not really going to matter at most. It's just all going to come down to that execution.
For sure. I guess definitely for AZ, they did a better performance compared to KZ here at Hardpoint. So that is something that they can definitely rely on. But if KZ made the adjustment yesterday from how they fought off, they could definitely turn this right off the bat. So here we go, Arden. Oh, there we go. The first blood coming in from AZ's lineup right in the first control with the boys here. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, let's come and find out here, as Absolute Zero is going to be able to claim the first 7 points here instead of his hard point. But come again, consistency is what for instead of this game. So far, the Kingzone has put the stale here. A lot of great gunfights, and you got to hand it down to Hydra here, claiming 4 points already instead of this game.
For sure. Now, this is where the struggle from KZ really comes into play. That ability to take over that hard point, to take those steals. If they're not able to do that one more time again in the season, this is going to be their road to failure. Unfortunately, they still have about a few more seconds to go before the next hill comes alive. So if they're just focused on the gunfights, this is not really going to do the job. They need to step in ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to move in quick, fast as possible. come and find out if ever King Zone can find a reset here. I mean, the last point off this hard point. Trying to take in, but looking like it is still gonna be the same old way as the spawns gets flipped and held on by the side of Absolute Zero.
And now, of course, the second zone is live already. But of course, I set already with AZ here. They already have control in that one and still unable to take any points from the side of KZ. This is a 60-4. This is not really looking good with the Predator missile dropping in. And of course, somebody eats that one up. Josh coming from the backstab. A bit of control right now, finally, on the side of KZ. But it's a quick setup, almost like a 2 seconds takeover. And they're back in the game. Oh. Brother, are you there? Alright, so I think we're having some issues on the side of Warden here. So I'm still here with the rest of the crew. Yep. Alright, now Idra and the rest of the team still has full control of AD here still has full control of the hard point here. Scrap points coming in already on the side of KZ, but they cannot definitely rely on that. Domi A is live and kicking. Pepe coming into the push here, but definitely will be greeted by Rage's Purifier as well as the Idra's War Machine, dropping everyone right there from the distance, but unfortunately he goes down. And now Rage coming in hot for the defense. Pepe eating that one up. Unfortunately, Rage all here to go. And now we're breaching 109 mark against 16 from KZ. They definitely need to find a response for AG right now. Brother,
right, I think we are now back inside of this game, and clearly I hope everything is much more cleared out this time around, but it's not going to stop the momentum here for the set of Absolute Zero. It's going to be Rage finding a tree spree, making a 4-spree for him. He does get taken out, but it does buy enough time for Yato to hop inside of the hill. Spawn's not given, but it doesn't matter. They play this one very scrappy, and at the same time they get that early rotation for the next hill.
This is getting insane right now. You could definitely see the level of discrepancy when it comes to the skill set for both AZ and KZ right now. Kingzone, unfortunately, still could not have an opportunity to control any hill throughout the matchup. It's 135-22. That discrepancy is so obvious right now. They could not even touch it for at least 10 seconds. They're barely able to go in, and then about after a few seconds, the entire AZ team gets to clear them out, and it's back to 0 for these boys. And they're gonna be breaching 150 mark already, with KZ still under 50.
Yeah, I mean, we had a question earlier, whether can King Zone actually put up a fight up against Absolute Zero here in Hardpoint, and clearly it's not really in that direction right now. I mean, so far, spawns given for the set of King Zone. Rage's gonna try to wrap around here, tries to find one more kill from the back, and they're gonna be able to flip the spawns here to try to get the scrap time. Rage still on a roll, and he tries to get it done. He's not gonna be able to get the last and final kill, but fortunately his teammates is there to get the trade.
And now the reset coming in already for the hard point. We're back where we started, and still you have already the team from KZ a little bit have that access already to that spot, but I'm not really sure if they're ready for that takeover, as that gunfight and the level of skills from the boys from AZ is definitely making that objective very hard on them. Finally managing to a bit of control. 38-175 is our score, but the boys ready for the takeover, and just a bit Pepe eats that one up. And now it is back to, I think it's almost back to where we started. The clear is good, and now AZ has the opportunity to take it over one more time.
Yeah, big step up here for the side of Hydra. And now it's gonna be Josh here with a claw. Tries to get one more, but he does get traded away. Vikey hops in, King Zone putting a lot more pressure. And Absolute Zero here just circling around the map with the lack of pressure instead of that hard point. But it's not doing too bad at all as well. I mean, they're just trying to play this one cautiously. They don't want to feed off the points to the side of the King Zone. And quickly, just like that, simultaneously, they do get the break to try to get the contestment here for the scrap time. But it's still going to be 50-50.
For sure. Now, there were some good moments for KZ when they managed to basically take over the reset initially, although they lost it a bit. Now, of course, the second hill is back up and running. If they're able to do that one more time, lock it in against AZ, they might still have a chance to at least get that lead a little bit smaller, but that I think that's the case right now. Well and good for them that they now just have to really find those spots where KZ might come in, because if not, this is what's gonna happen again. We're almost at the breach of 200 mark for AZ, and KZ still way below.
Yeah, way below here. Absolute Zero just racking up the points, and clearly this hard point number 2 hasn't been the best here for the side of the King Zone. I mean, if they're longing to take this win away from the side of Absolute Zero, they gotta hop in right now, play this one dire scrappy. Pepe tries to make the play, but he does get taken down. Bao from the flank tries to get the trade, but he does get traded as well. Snai hops in, gets the scrap time. They have the formation here to claim the last 10 seconds, but at the same time, they do lose that rotation as well for the next hard point.
And now, of course, the boys from AZ ready to claim Domi A basically, as that zone will be live in just a bit. This is where the challenge that we can see for KZ here. They are basically too focused on scrap time that they're not anticipating the next kill already. As you can see, KZ already has full control. They cannot get in anymore. That's going to be a full locked up, and we're going to probably get that next few minutes with them. A bit with KZ there for just for a few seconds. Again, it happens all the time.
Yep, all the time here, man. But so far, lovely hustle here for the side of the King Zone. They do have 2 players here trying to go for the flank and trying to get the cutoff as well for the spawns, and they're successful with it. But no one contesting inside of the hill. Player 2, the closest there is, but it does get taken down as well. Trades after trades, Absolute Zero just outclassing King Zone in regards to the gunfights inside of the hard point. And that has been truly the biggest storyline here. Absolute Zero changing up their system, trying to solidify more of the hard point.
And now, of course, they're just basically 1 hill away for that finish, as we're about to clock in at 2:45 here. Next hill will be where everything is ending. This is now a do or die situation for KZ. They have to be there. I believe XT Man is already up and running. He just has to defend this all the way. Even for Viking, anybody, do something here, because if anyone from AZ lock this one in, it is gonna be over.
It should be it. Yeah, it should be it. It should be over here already. Spawns, formation, coordination. The build-up is there. All they gotta do is hold the fort down for the last 2 seconds, and the first map will be given to the side of Absolute Zero. Filipinos we go.
Oh boy. It's again a sad day for KZ. They never learn. Unfortunately, they still need more practice when it comes to hard point. It is so obvious how that level of aggression from Absolute Zero was showcased right now. That means their eyes now have to focus on S&D. But if Absolute Zero rides in this momentum, we could probably end up with the 3-0 here.
Could be, but I'm not buying Absolute Zero's Search and Destroy. I think it's still going to go to the way of the CDM region. King Zone, they have one of the best S&Ds out there, and completely on the previous season for CDSI, weren't really able to win a lot of those respawn game modes, but in regards to Search and Destroy, you don't want to mess with them.
For sure. I mean, Pepe was an absolute monster yesterday, especially with all those wall banks. But the key here is probably one of the things that they need to understand when it comes to Absolute Zero's style is sometimes they have these moments of unpredictability, and then for KZ really likes to stick to their roles perfectly well. So if Absolute Zero might manage to find that formula, they might have the chance to lock this one, but it's gonna be a hard it's gonna be a tall order for these kids. But nevertheless, KZ, unfortunately, as you can see here from our highlights, just not able to do anything against the power of Tokyo. Josh and the rest of the boys here from AZ, as they took over Hardpoint throughout the day, there were only certain moments that KZ was able to take control, but it was just more or less about 10-20 seconds, scrap points here and there, but most of the time it's just AZ getting full domination throughout that few rounds that we had.
Yeah, surely, man. I mean, Annihilation, Domination, Abomination, they can absolutely offer it, especially in the map of Hardpoint Summit. Hardpoint Summit, Rage, Yato, Hydra has been able to make one of the biggest plays out there. Smart Omega Esports during the run for Green Masters 2, winning moment right there in that very map. Same goes as well for Rage on Arena Masters 3. A lot of history line has been involved with these teams, especially, you know, Absolute Zero in the composition and Summit Hardpoint. But now Search and Destroy is going to be up next. And we got to see earlier, Takeoff and Express was taken away. So we have Tunisia alongside Corona Metropolis, if I'm not mistaken, to be possibly be the map that we could play for here.
Now that's gonna be a bit of a challenge for sure for these boys, but nevertheless, we're gonna check in, of course, quickly our stats here from our game 250.95. There's really nothing much to say about how well AZ performed during Hardpoint for this round. Definitely, if they lose S&D for game number 2, they still definitely can bring this home to the very end. And of course, that number right there from Yato, 2.39 with the 43 kills, really says a lot. On the side of KZ, not one even reaching plus 90 or at least 1.0 KD.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hell show here for the side of the King Zone. I can't even point out XT Man being at the bottom of the feed here. It was just really the team effort from the side of Absolute Zero that was able to shut them down. And your MVP is going to be MVP here with a rating of 1.25, averaging 43 kills and an average scoreline as well of 4,000. I mean, the guy did it all. And I'm pretty happy as well for Yato to being back here to the way that we are so used to seeing him back in the old days. Yato was able to get those MVPs always in Hardpoint. So, hey, maybe see the primal form of Yato back in action here for CDSI just in time. We'll find out soon enough.
Definitely. This is all vintage Yato. This is the Yato that we knew from way back then. It's actually showing off right now. This is really why this composition of team is here in CDSI. They know how to play this one really well. Now, on the side of S&D here, right here at Tunisia, this is actually where they had a very interesting matchup for AZ that basically pushed 10 to 12. But again, KZ here, a master of search and destroy. But question two for me is, how much do they know Tunisia? That's one. Number two, how well could they adapt with the unpredictability of certain moments for AZ? Can Pepe really carry this one so that they can push this to a 1-1 lead? So let's see if that is going to be the case.
Oh, wow. What a shot. Pepe taking down Tokyo. Only one more player here for that A-bomb site, and that is going to be IJ here holding Shadows down with an Odin. Still though, King Zone looking to make the push here. Still commitment coming in, and the trades are going to be back and forth. But Pepe finds a triple, and now all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it's going to be Yato and Rage here. The sub-duos left alone to clutch it up now. 2v4 bombs planted.
This is where Pepe really definitely shines. That's already answered my question earlier. How much does he know this map? Very well. How much the team knows this? Absolutely good. 1-0 leading in the charge for KZ. If we end up in a 9-0 here against AZ, I will not be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, lovely hold as well from Snai from the back. Ensuring no flanks will come in whatsoever. Massive spray down to connect. And now, King Zone. We're going to try to go for a default El Clasico formation here for them to start off the round. Just looking to get those pickoffs. And Pepe is on the march here on this mid-map, looking to get the first player out, and that is going to be Rage with an MG42. Not really the best weapon of choice.
Yeah, this is interesting for KZ. Sorry, for AZ rather, because I've seen this setup way before. That A Bravo lineup that they've done yesterday, it kind of worked against MTG, but for KZ, I don't think this is gonna work. Right now, Pepe with a wall pack. Good night. What? See, this is where Pepe definitely is absolutely dangerous.
Oh, here we go. Massive plays coming in. Connector contested. Vikey finds Hydra. Josh holds that angle on Weiner perfectly, but the trade is much more better. Vikey pushing up. Bow Bow going for the double chow as well. And Yato is now going to be here, coming from the back.
And Yato gets
Bow
it.
Out. No way. Missing the shot. Double challenge comes in the King Zone. Goes 2 in a row.
Good effort from Yato there, but unfortunately, that was two of the best snipers that we have for KZ. He's not going to be able to make that anyway. There was some moments of good setup for AZ, but unfortunately, those straight kills was not really working well on their side. But Pepe just really knows the spot so well That is why he's able to lock this one in. And looks like they're going to be going full aggression here for KZ to at least get 1 point. Let's see if this works this time.
Yeah, I mean, play aggressively, KZ will play more aggressively. That's the story of the game of your boy Josh. XT man out already. What a lovely shot from the side of Josh. Now, Bao is questioning, where's my teammates at? It's a complete wipe of 4 with no casualties drop here for the side of Absolute Zero. 1v5, still very doable. I mean, Bao hasn't been able to get a lot of the spotlight, but if he is longing to get some here, it should be the perfect time. You don't want to count him out, not just yet.
Definitely. But unfortunately, this is a 5v1 situation. Tokyo may have an idea already of where Bao is. If that comms is there, all he needs to do is just be patient. Trigger discipline. Gets it. Not just yet, but a bit of breaks there on the plates. Tokyo pushing this one for the finish. And there you go. Live coming in for AZ with a beautiful execution right there. All team up and running. What a way. Now this is a fight.
Yeah, great fight here. Lovely response, man. Now, will the same type of nature of aggression would work out once more? Something about the CDM region is that they know exactly how to counter your counters. And there's still a lot more aggression here being shown by Cedric Joshua on this mid-map. The flick comes in. Unfortunately, though, hit marker prevails. But he's still going to go for the reach-out as well on towards the mid-map. Pepe still not going to back down as well. A battle of pick-offs here, JD.
For sure. Now, they're kind of changing a bit their lineup. So you have 2 on Bravo, 3 on Alpha for KZ. They, on the side of AZ rather. For the side of KZ, they're still sticking to their moments here. Pepe just trying to make sure that he knows those wall banks. He's just trying to pick this one up. So this is where really map knowledge comes in, especially for those moments. But the rest, it's really about your patience and your trigger disciplines on certain situations. Still, it's a 5v4 situation. Snay is still alive and kicking rather. So we're still alive here and quiet. Yato may have seen someone, not yet sure, but the rest of the boys coming in for the surprise!
Oh, wow.
Hello from XT Man! And another
XT Man! Woo! 2 spree for him. Shutting them down. B is open. Absolute Zero is just going to try to get the respondent as well to try to go for the flank as well from the back. But player 3 is holding that angle down from the front. Tokyo finds 2. Josh finds the last. What a way to end off the round. Just back and forth fights there. Absolute Zero finding the equalizer now. 2 for 2 we go.
This is really what Absolute Zero needs to do. If you're able to move the map on the map really, really well, get those backstabs, win your sniper fights, and then when Babao and the rest of the crew are down, get them out of it. But unfortunately, that's gonna be the reverse situation here as Pepe going all crazy here and managing to lock some people here already. It's all about rage. And Yato left. Nope, sorry, make that just Yato all alone. For this one, can he survive? But he barely have a life in him. Boom! Yato with a revenge there, but unfortunately the backstab kicks in. We're back to 3-2, but it's still a match. AZ still has opportunity to get it into 3-3.
Yeah, mad opportunities here. I mean, after all, the CDSI format is race to 9. We're not even halfway there, not just yet, no. And take a look at this. Here we go. Rematch of the play. Come on now. Entries over entry. Snipers over sniper. It was XT Man and Josh taking the spotlight. But on the present, Josh will take this one first. First step for him. Now, Pepe is out. They can have more aggression towards the long map, and they shouldn't have any problem at all, as Pepe was truly the biggest threat. Already 8 kills towards his name, but won't be able to put up any impact anymore for this round.
Bang! Ooh! Wait, what happened? Unfortunately, I was supposed to say XT Man is still another person that you need to look out to. Unfortunately, he's gone. Now it's down to Vikey, Babao, and Snay. So it's definitely going into the favor one more time for AZ. All they have to do is find those spots, probably go for the rotate and the backstab, as they're not really positioned quite well, I guess, on the side of KZ. AZ here has to be really smart, but unfortunately, Vikey missing that one. Not really good, my boy.
Not so good so far. Josh now here, sniper in hand. Crosses. Vikey down. And from the back as well, reads Bao on top of Winery. Josh, what are you on now? All of a sudden, Snai is going to be here. 1v5, chases them down. Tokyo gets the kill. And Absolute Zero finds the round to get an equalizer now. And for the most of it, King Zone has been able to one-up Absolute Zero. Can we finally see the lead change and go to AZ?
There's definitely a chance right now. The way that AZ is playing this is very smart. If they need to slow things down, shut down Pepe, go for the rotation, take those kills. That's basically the goal. If not, take out XT Man and then basically do the same thing. The rest of the crew are not that strong when it comes to their gunfights. But now, of course, Bao coming in with the plant. Let's see if this one works this time.
Snap it down. Yato, God nade. Bao out. Vikey with a cheeky angle to take down Rage. Now Yato is gonna go down as well. It's just all gonna come down to Josh, Mr. MVP on the snipes. Coming in a 1v5, put it down to a 1v4. Time is ticking by. Holds it angle towards Winery. Spots one player, misses the shot. And this should be another round for the side of the King Zone, not unless Josh can find a miracle in like 10 seconds here. But nope, Pepe with the read, shuts him down. King Zone on the roll.
Again, not an opportunity for AZ to take the lead. They have one more time to basically tie this one up if they can. But the challenge here is this. If KZ manages to have at least a 3-point lead or at least a 2-point advantage, they might have that opportunity to finish this already. So AZ's goal here is definitely to tie this game right off the bat. And let's see if what's gonna happen right here. As Rage managing to do for the backstab, going for the double right there. And unfortunately, Pepe is still too good with that sniper. 3v3 situation. Pepe.
No.
All alone. Oh boy. Ward.
Well, here we go. Pepe. Now here. I mean, more than enough time to go for the clutch, but the formation that Absolute Zero is holding on to right now is leaning towards to just play off the trades. Really great discipline here for the side of Absolute Zero. Pepe doesn't really have any option aside from to go to the direction where the bomb is at. And now you just got to take your time, Pepe. I mean, he does have that angle if ever he does peek out towards the main entrance, up against Josh on the top side, but has to be worried about Rage as well, holding that close left corner. And it's just steps by steps, baby steps perhaps. And now the nade's gonna get cooked up. Rage throwing it to the direction where Pepe is at, but it doesn't connect at all. And now it's gonna be Pepe here out in the open. Doesn't really have any information where they are at. He's gonna pick up the bomb, tries to draw away. Absolute Zero reacts. Rage hops up, spots Pepe. Shouldn't have a problem at all. And Absolute Zero once more getting that equalizer.
Patience is a virtue. Really good equalizer right there for AZ. This is the way to go. If you want to neutralize KZ, play like this. Smart, splits, shut down their members, make sure that they end up in at least a 3v1 situation, and you will definitely win that one right there. As we have some of the highlights here from AZ with those shutdowns and of course the takedown of Pepe. If they can pull it off one more time, they finally may have the lead. Let's see if that's gonna work for them.
Oh, here we go. Big opener here on the A-bomb side. Players to be found for King Zone. Just outside on Con. And now the bomb's going to get planted as well. It's going to be a 5v3. This should be a round now here finally for the set of Absolute Zero to take the lead now away from the King Zone. One player's going to get isolated here from spawn. Tokyo peeks out, spots Pepe. Pepe missing his first shot. Tries to reach out. But Vikey is there to go for the bait and switch. Lovely play for them. A step closer now to get in the break. But XT Man loses the gunfight up against Yato. Opening a crossfire now here for the set of Absolute Zero. And finally, bam to the bam. We are about to see the lead given to Absolute Zero. Pepe, what can you do? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing indeed. For the first time, AZ managing to lock in the lead. Now they have to do is, of course, widen that lead right now. Round number, this round and the next. Get those wins immediately. If they can play this one out really well, this will be the opportunity for them to really, of course, really something crazy against one of the best S&D teams here.
Truly one of the best. XT Man looking to get some vengeance. But Josh pulls away. He knows for a fact, just gonna play this one. Concise and compact with the squad. Go for those challenges together. And they're gonna be able to pick off the players of the King Zones one by one. XT Man, Bao on the top side, getting overwhelmed from left, right, back, front, center. It's your boys from the side of Absolute Zero, wrecking havoc in Tunisia now.
Jaws could be dropping right now as we have a 6-4 a match in lead of AZ. This is KZ's game. If they could see, this is what I was referring to earlier. If Absolute Zero can find a way to neutralize the attack on KZ, they might have the chance to lock this into a 3-0 and pull off an amazing a matchup here. And now Tokyo coming in for the plant. Will this be the setup that will give them that win? Let's see.
Should be, man. One player though is going to go for the flank. That is going to be Viking. Snai on the mid map. Getting his shots to connect up against Josh. XT man, perfect angle for him to hold on to. They're going to try to go for the double challenge to just lower the numbers down here for the set of Kingzone. And they do it one by one. Viking from the back gets caught. And now it's Snai here with an Odin. With a BP50 actually. All alone to get one. But Yato is quick to get the trade. 7-4 now. One more round for match point.
Now it becomes absolutely dangerous for KZ here. Everyone knows that they are the best sniping team, the best S&D teams here. But from how they're showing off right now, something is definitely off. The question is, what? And I think the answer is, it's the aggression that AZ is showing.
Hell yeah, man.
That is a big example right there. And let's see if this one gets to push to an 8-4 matchup. It looks like gonna be the case, Warden.
Yeah, man. Snai, though, wants to deny that statement away. He does find a double spray down onto Yato and Raid. Tokyo is there to get the trade, but it's gonna be back and forth from the flank. Bao. Easy shot for him. Finally stopping the momentum here up against Absolute Zero. They still have a long way to go.
For sure. Now, there were some mistakes on the side of AZ. It's mostly basically not really checking your corners there. So if they were able to check it properly, they might have won that gunfight. Unfortunately, for that last kill, it was an obvious backstab already. So now, Josh and the rest of the team has to be a little bit smarter here. Do the same thing. Go for those aggressions. They have the attacker setup. Don't go in just yet on Bravo. If they can clear out Alpha, I think that's going to be the weaker point for the team, right? No, rather, Bravo would be the weaker point because Pepe is guarding Alpha right now. So that would be the best play here. Let's see if this is going to be the case for these boys.
Hold on to the side, Kingzone. Absolute Zero here. It's about to rock the boat. One player. Bottom cons. And at the same time, they do have Slopes as well covered up. Same goes for the set connector. And Pepe spots Yato out in the open. Crazy shot. Looking to change some more, but Absolute Zero is not biting it, not just yet. It's a 4-man formation here for the set of Kingzone inside of the site. And if ever Absolute Zero commits for this, I'm not so certain about the odds of them taking this one away. But much more props here for Kingzone as he could finally find a proper rhythm to stop the momentum here up against Absolute Zero.
And now that is most likely going to be the case here as we're down to a 2-5 setup. Rage and Tokyo all alone. Bao has the idea that someone is up there. Tokyo probably trying to go in for a backstab, but Pepe spots it and that finish. And one more right there. 7-6 is our score. KZ crawling back to the lead. AZ has to stop the bleeding right now.
7-6. A round away from the equalizer. Kingzone, they're on the verge for it. They're on the march for it. The Absolute Zero's respondent here on this round could be the answer for them to stop the bleeding now. Yato pushes up towards Khan aggressively. Play it all down aggressively, Yato. It has been working out for your successful rounds. Tokyo exactly does the same thing as well. Finds Bao out. And it's now going to be a 5v3 situation here. Bomb's going to get planted. Should be match point now here for the set of Absolute Zero.
Now this is where things goes really well. XT Man eating almost that nade. He's basically broken in half right now. But Viking right up in the corner. They need to be smart right here, and XT Man down. It's Viking and Pepe. Pepe has already a history of not doing well when this situation. He falls. Match point coming in for AZ. This is gonna be an interesting story, my friend. I mean, this is not something we predicted. Come on.
Exactly, man. I mean, you can give off respawns for the side of Absolute Zero, but on Search and Destroy, up against a CDM team, no way. Kingzone, are you gonna accept this? Or are you finally gonna step up to the way that we expected you to be? Absolute Zero putting up a march on the mid map. Split push might just happen. XT man, I feel so sorry for you, but Rage and Yado is already here to push up. They clear out, bombs out in the open for the plant, and it's now going to be an early 5v4. King Zone, lack of rotations, but at the same time, Josh, what are you doing from the back? Should have displayed for your team. Now it's all equalized. The bomb's planted here. Time of the essence is on the way for the side of Absolute Zero. Yado still not stopping down. Idra from the back holds one. Can he find a double? Pepe missing his shot for the first, but the second connects. Still not over, but they need to move in quick. Vikey, Pepe, Vikey finds one. Tokyo gets the trade. They know for a fact Pepe is from the back. Absolute Zero here. Hold the fort. Play for the trade. Pepe finds one. Rage, play for the time. 10 seconds left on the clock. Should this be it? The ender, the runner. The game is
gonna
on.
go to defuse?
Absolute Zero. Search and destroy has
What?
been won over by them.
What on earth? The ultimate upset has happened. AZ won an S&D. Why? How? Well, it doesn't matter. Just ask Josh. He nerfed Pepe. That's it. We nerfed Pepe.
Hands down, hands down.
Oh
Pepe was
my.
able to start off the game for Search and Destroy on King Zone pretty strongly, but Josh came around on the middle stage of the game, and he was able to destruct, just take down the biggest factor there for King Zone, Pepe. Man, that was such a lovely game, but you saying as well that, you know, Control is just one of the best out there for Absolute Zero. I think this might just be a running for a 3-0, and the last and final game for Absolute Zero to claim to have a match up against Kagendra on the upper bracket.
Now definitely AEG has Absolute Zero has an opportunity to regain that spot by shutting down KZ here at Control, because the way they executed here at S&D was an absolute masterpiece. This is how you nerf one of the best in CD in S&D. Come on, this was really smart. Fine, I have to give our props to XT Man and Pepe for doing an excellent job, but unfortunately those rotations was not really working well for them. For Rage and the rest of the crew, all they had to do was really hit their shots, do their rotations, be aggressive. Those short range matchups were insane, and that was the key to victory for their team.
You know, I just want to know who's the mind behind the system here for Absolute Zero, because you can clearly tell that they went back to the drawing board and tried to find a system here to counteract the plays of the King Zone. I mean, yes, for sure, it wasn't really as dominating as I would say on paper, but it was still them showing really great control, comparing it to how many teams that has played up against a team like King Zone here in Search and Destroy.
For sure. I mean, for Kagendra even, they had a bit of a trouble dealing with KZ during their matchup at S&D. So now that we're seeing Absolute Zero dominating KZ in their own game, Kagendra might need to recheck their stats and their strategies to see if they can really pull off something better against Absolute Zero. But for now, we have to disregard anything of those moments first. Absolute Zero needs to focus on finishing this once and for all, shutting down KZ at Control.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Control up against Yado, Rage, and all. I mean, it's just not, you know, very likely to happen. And I don't mean to be biased to the side of Absolute Zero, but I'm a Garena caster myself, and I gotta admit it, I got a lot of love for these boys. But I am open for the change for King Zone here. I mean, yes, for sure, we have been able to see Absolute Zero working on the Search and Destroy. But we don't know. Maybe King Zone is working on something as well for Control. After all, they're a match away to have another chance on that upper bracket to go up against Kagendra and try to make it to the next stage of the competition, aka the group stage.
For sure. So they just need to be a little bit smarter here. Speaking of smart numbers definitely on the side of AZ here. Josh Yato leading the charge with 16 there, that 1.78, and Josh with that 1.63. As you can see, Pepe is only the only one almost leading that setup for that 1.36, 15 frags. Vikey was doing quite well, definitely with the short range takedowns, but XT Man not that well, I guess. Definitely on the side as a secondary support for Pepe here with those long range shots. It was basically Yato and Josh's game all the way, and Yato the man, 1.48 on the rating, MVP for today. Well deserved, well deserved.
I mean, congratulations to Yato here, but much more congratulations to the man that was the mind of NRX, Jeremiah 2911 in the OG days. Are you guys telling me Jay-Z is the coach? I mean, I need to put more research into this squad because if Jay-Z is back into the competitive scene, my days, I don't know how much more hole the future has to put up here in the Philippine region, especially for the set of Absolute Zero.
I mean, if this is vintage Yato, the vintage Rage, vintage Josh, plus the coaching staff like this, I mean, you better get your lines checked, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly, man.
You need to check every single shot you had from way back and watch all their performances back then, because you know that this is the aggressive, smart, tactical team that we know from way back. So if this is the one that they're gonna bring into CDSI, I will not be surprised if they can give Kagenda a run for their money.
I think it's a perfect phase here for Absolute Zero. If ever Jay-Z is going to be the one coaching this squad, we all know NRX Jeremiah 2911 back then to be very aggressive. And the only time that really why Jay-Z stopped the competitive scene because he wasn't really performing mechanically well, but the guy has the mind. The guy is a brainiac. Let's come and find out if he can rise to the top alongside Absolute Zero here. But for now, let's take a chill pill. It's going to be King Zone here now on the trail. 2-0 down for them as we head straight to the map of Arsenal Control. Absolute Zero, can they finally finish it off?
If they pull off a win here for KZ, this would be an ultimate shocker as well. But nevertheless, this is as we've mentioned, AZ's game. Respawns, takedowns, aggressive fights, but of course Yato making sure that they have control already initially here from Alpha. First take almost to their side here. 26-30 is our lineup for lineup advantage. They're also securing Bravo already.
Wow.
So both objective and takedowns. But of course, that's still gonna be not a good situation if you're losing lives immediately. But the 2 clicks, 1 clicks on both zones, definitely advantage on the side of AZ.
Yeah, good for sure here. I mean, they have the life advantage, and at the same time, the progression on towards A is already done. Time extension granted. And I haven't seen such a well-coordinated positioning coming from the side of any control Arsenal map aside from this. 3 players on A, pushing up towards B as well too. And they get the clearance now, and look at the 4-man positioning here towards the hallways. They're gonna have this clearance here. It should be a fast capture towards Bravo as well. King Zone shouldn't even have to go down to a high killing game. It's just all played down to the objective. Wow.
This is normally not an objective setup. Objective is almost treated as the secondary for most control players, but the way KZ is doing it, objective all the way, just almost a few more ticks. 17-23 is our lifespan. All they have to do is secure it one more time. The rest of the crew here coming in hot already. The nades popping in for that zone. Vikey trying to stop the bleeding right now, but still it's a 16-24 life lead on the side of AZ here. Idra just trying to spot KZ right there. Vikey eating one right there. One more, 2 more, but unfortunately the trade kicks in. It's almost done to a lifeline, but of course KZ still has the disadvantage in this case.
Disadvantage, King Zone can't make the most out of it. Spawns not gonna be going to their flow, and Absolute Zero gets it opener as well to go for the capture. It is a striking, clean wipe on that first round. Absolute Zero, aggression is on. Now, can we find the rhythm for them as well on the defense?
That's gonna be a big challenge right now, because from the way they're playing this, AZ is playing this. Too many Z's for today's video. Now, they're still doing the execution. 1-man to so basically a 1-3 split. That's what they initially did. So they're still going in with that mindset. Objective and then kills. This is how you do it, Idra. Ladies and gentlemen, this is textbook setup for control right now. So they're trying to control zones and of course making sure that they win their gunfights every now and then, just like how Idra is doing. But of course, for the rest of the crew, Pepe is still trying his best to make sure that this is not the case. But that it's not gonna be enough. If the rest of the crew is falling, you cannot carry this one up.
There's just a lot of things that the King Zone is trying to put up, but at the same time, it's just not working out quite well because of the aggression coming in from the side of Absolute Zero. Yato holding the fort down there towards T5 just doesn't seem to work at the second gunfight. And now this is what the breakthrough is. Something that King Zone is trying to work on. Trying to get more map control here, relying on Snipe to try to possibly go for the flank. But we need to see more progression on any control points here. Time is in the essence. 15 seconds left on the clock. Still, no extension whatsoever. And this might just be the last and final wave that the King Zone can hope for. But Absolute Zero is there to wipe them off. Last two players here on B. Player 3, Pepe is gonna go down. Time is ticking away and they don't have enough to go for the objective. It's gonna be 2 in a row here for the side of Absolute Zero.
And that is definitely it. I mean, 17-12, even for the life here. Even though AZ was not able to lock in the objectives that easily, especially for B, it was okay. They were still winning their gunfights. That is a key here. Win your gunfights, KZ. If you're not winning your gunfight, if you're gonna be ending up in a spawn trap, it's gonna be over for you. 2-0 is our score. They need to be smart here. But from the looks of it, for AZ, they're gonna push Bravo all the way and lock this one objective.
Go.
And that's the same thing that KZ has in their mind. Let's
The
see.
barrage. Here we go. Nade's gonna fly in. Pepe out. Bravo is gonna go for the long-term investment off that equalizer, but it doesn't go anywhere at all. And this Bravo point is on the verge of getting captured. Gotta worry about the player from the back, but they deal with them cleanly. Vikey is gone. Rage gets the cut. What a beautiful play from the side of Rage. But unfortunately, the players inside of the control point gets taken down, but they quickly divert their attention towards an A control point. Such quick rotations from the side of Absolute Zero, leaving King Zone. And a lot of questions.
A lot of questions, a lot of doubts in their system, in their play style. Tokyo has that Sparrow welcoming the team right now, and he's gonna eat it all right there. And A is with AZ. Bravo almost at the secure of Absolute Zero here. KC still unable to do any response. They are tied up when it comes to the lives available here, but it's still not connecting really well. If they lose this one, whether with the few minutes that we have here at 1:45, they're still gonna lose this. KZ needs to do something really drastic. At least take down their opponents or perhaps secure Bravo right now.
Securement is not going to happen at all as soon as you have Josh here pushing up, being such a nuisance. And if it's not going to be Josh anymore, it might just be Rage here, haggling down, lurking in the corner. Tokyo is there for the cavalry. He spots one from the front, spots one from the back. It doesn't matter for him. Rage's turn here to go on a private take well, but the trades are so evident. Absolute Zero so much better at it. Contestment on Bravo happening as well. A lot of takes, a lot of factors just handled well by the side of Absolute Zero. 9 more lives to reap away. Could it be the objective? Could it be the kill? It doesn't matter. Regardless, Absolute Zero are your winners.
It's an absolute wipeout. They just need one more to go and it will be over. KZ, the way they're performing right now, either this is absolute desperation, that they're not really thinking well, or this is just really how weak they are when it comes to control and spawn matches. Because it's very obvious. The way they're falling out their gunfights, yes, Pepe can still knock it out with those snipers, but it's not gonna matter. When it comes to control, this is close gunfights. This is definitely those moments, and especially objective setup. So now, of course, Bravo is almost at the hands of one of the teams here. But nevertheless, it's a 26-27. Looks like they're going to be holding off here for KZ. But if Absolute Zero pushes this one through, this is going to be all over. Fred coming in hot, finding a target. And who will it be? Probably just someone from the side. And that is it right there. 25-23 is our score. Let's see if this one works finally for KZ.
So great map control here for the side of Absolute Zero. Player 5 gonna go for the flank, counteracting that possible surge that could on the B control point. But there's not a lot of opportunities. King Zone residing towards an A control point now, and Tokyo has to hold on to it for dear life. Finally, Yato hops in as well into the action. Should it be enough for them to get the break? Yes, it will be for the side of the King Zone.
And now, of course, they're trying to play objective here at Alpha for Kingzone. But again, 19-19 the score with a few seconds more to go. This could be a Hail Mary for them, but we're trying, of course, for the side of AZ, they want to make sure that they would still be locking in with their opponents. But looks like XT Man's War Machine is doing a good hell of a damage here. But nevertheless, the numbers are still there. 7 more seconds to go. 15-16 is our lineup. If one from AZ can lock this one in and survive, it's 16-13. It doesn't matter. It's over.
Game
They
on!
managed to pull this from the very end and win it. AZ, absolute dominance, absolute perfection, absolute
Now I know.
shocker.
Now I know why their name is Absolute Zero. They just give Kingzone 0 points in every... I mean, in control at least, and at the same time, all throughout the series here, it's a 3-0, and now Absolute Zero has this opportunity to go back on top, to go up against Kagendra.
Now, Absolute Zero riding in that coattails of that win against one of the best in Search and Destroy. So this is definitely gonna boost their confidence for sure. But Kagendra is definitely one tough act to defeat. So it's gonna be a long route for them for sure. Most likely we're gonna push it to at least a game 5 perhaps, if they play this aggressive, this smart here for Absolute Zero. Unfortunately for Pepe and the rest of the team, thank you. It's GG, well played for you guys. It's just sad, but I'm sure we're gonna be seeing more of these teams in the future. But for now, it is Absolute Zero's day, and we are definitely gonna look forward to that matchup with Kagendra later on today. As we look at the highlights of how Absolute Zero definitely and absolutely won this one against KZ right here. Look at Yato and the rest of the team really finding their spots, trigger discipline. Those takedowns are always going to be good, and of course, proper investment and usage of your operator skills. Very evident throughout the match.
Yeah, I mean, the operators, mechanical gunfights, aggression was really on. And like, with the thing that Absolute Zero was able to put up is that CDM regions, they love to play aggressively, and there's no way out of it aside from to play aggressively as well. Go for those pinches, go for those trades. Until then, you are able to shut them down. Although for the side of the Kingzone, there was a lot of fundamental mistakes as well. Checking corners, checking corridors should have been a much more needed factor for them, because there was a lot of opportunities where Absolute Zero was just able to go for those lurk and flanks, and it completely dismantled the situation down.
Yeah, that's definitely right. Plus, during the last match, basically, they had the opportunity to just hold this one off and win it by the number of lives that they still have. But unfortunately, they got found out. They got shut down. That lead dropped immediately during the last few seconds. Absolute Zero definitely had that mindset and, of course, that awareness of the clock. Found those last few kills. Got that lead. And, of course, got that W for them. So definitely a big congratulations to Absolute Zero for that absolutely amazing performance. We'll be using that word throughout the day for sure. No pun intended, but it's just absolutely good. I mean, it's there.
I mean, everyone is so here. I mean, that's what you get when you have a bracket like this, where it really filters out the best out of the competition, and only one will reign supreme here, coming from each bracket that we have for Group A and Group B. And after Group B, I mean, we take a look at the bracket that we have here so far. Granted, it is going to be all gamers up against Free Slot, and that match right there is something that I kind of want to eye out for as well. But whoever is going to be winning on that match has to go up against Vitality, so I know for a fact it's not going to be too easy for them.
Definitely. I mean, for all gamers, if they win against Free Slot, they're gonna face Vitality, who basically wiped them off throughout their matchup earlier yesterday. For Free Slot, fine, they got the 3-0 against E-Star yesterday, but there were still a lot of moments for Free Slot that they need to definitely improve, especially find a way to nerf the team. Solo, Sam, and the rest of Vitality here. So if they haven't, particularly, oh my goodness, and sorry, I'm missing someone. I'm sorry, my dude.
Tectonic, bro.
Tectonic, come on,
exactly.
Tectonic. There you go.
The silent killer.
Oh yeah. Tectonic was absolutely insane yesterday. So they need to find a way to nerf Sammy, because this guy definitely has to ability to finish off any matches. Solo, we acknowledge him all the way. And of course, Tectonic himself was an absolute god yesterday for sure, during especially at Hardpoint. But for now, we're gonna pause that situation with Group B. We're gonna focus back here with AZ's win, keys to victory for Absolute Zero right there and then. Indra leading the charge for the team here at Absolute Zero here at Control at 2.56 on the side of KZ. Pepe, as much as he did with that 15 frags, it was still not enough for the rest of the team to really pull their weight, so to speak here. Indra just leading this one all the way to the very end, 9 deaths only. So that's really something for this man right here. Most likely gonna be our MVP for sure. And yep, that is indeed
Hell yeah, man.
the case for the man. Congratulations to Absolute Zero and of course Indra himself. Welcome back to 4, my dude.
Yeah, OG Hydra, could he be back? We don't know. I mean, on the rating side, it's only 0.92, but he did put up the impact where it's much more needed the most. Yato remained consistent until the very end, though. I mean, this guy is on a different level right now. Josh as well, especially on Search and Destroy, he was pretty spot on. And a lot of those impacts actually went down to S&D. I mean, Pepe also on the number 3 spot, 4th for the side of Tokyo, and the rest will live on.
For sure. So I guess the way that Josh and Yato are definitely performing, this is, as we mentioned earlier, this is more of their vintage form. And at the same time, I think I'm seeing a little bit more of maturity, a little bit more of a smarter play. Definitely that coaching staff behind AZ is doing one heck of a job. Whatever you're doing, it's working. They just have to find out a formula that will work against Kagendra, and they will pull an absolute upset for today. But that's gonna be a different story. We're gonna tackle that later because we have our eye set, of course, against All Gamers and Free Slot in just a bit. Who will be the one to face Vitality? We will find out in just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Game 2 Merchants up against the all-arounder All Gamers here, and I mean, there's really no other topics aside from the fact that can Free Slot actually work on the respawns? If they can work on one respawns and just force it to a game number 5, then give it up to them. And I think that will be happening after we get the short break. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
It was truly explosive, and we hope you,
Okay,
the COD
kasi
community,
feedback lang
enjoyed
konti.
your time.
Analytics wise,
welcome back, of course, to day 3 of our group stage for the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational. You still have me, JD the Caster Dad, with the one and only Warden here, your casters, for this afternoon. If you just joined us today, you just missed one of the most shocking plot twists we've had for this season. AG managing to shut down KZ in their fight. It's a 3-0 setup. They beat them at S&D. What a way to start off the afternoon. But of course, now our eyes set against All Gamers versus Free Slot. Who will be the one to face one of the best in this tournament right now? Vitality.
I mean, All Gamers here is looking to be just much more promising in some way here, no, but in some way. I still have to keep my eyes out for Free Slot. I mean, they are the Game 2 merchants after all, but, you know, I think we have come to the point of this event where a lot of these teams are trying to long for some drastic improvements, just exactly how Absolute Zero was able to put up. So, odds are not really so favored for me for the side of Free Slot, but at the same time, All Gamers are, you know, just that squad that needs to elevate just a little bit more to really solidify their spot for the matchup against Vitality.
For sure. I mean, they have a lot of things to improve from their playstyle, particularly for hardpoint and control. This is where they were, I guess, really struggling. But their S&D, if they're gonna face Vitality one more time, I mean, they have to redeem themselves so bad, because the way they performed yesterday was absolutely horrendous, honestly. But of course, for Free Slot, yes, there are definitely some things that they need to tweak. But against All Gamers right now, I believe they still have a significant advantage. So whether or not AG found something from last night to fix whatever troubles that they had to make sure that they regain their slots here, that's going to be the big question for them. For Free Slot, well, improve on what you already have, and then you'll be probably ready for Vitality.
All right, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to be the factor that they can hold on to here for this entire series. Come again, All Gamers and you know, Free Slot, they still have to go up against each other if ever they want to go up against Vitality. But as soon as we move over to the next stage, well, obviously, hey, we'll see how this one's going to go. But for this time being, JD, I mean, I don't mean to be this type of guy here. Typically, I do this with every caster that I work with here. So I'm going to throw you this question bluntly. Give me an answer. Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be All Gamers or is it going to be Free Slot?
Easy for this one, Free Slot. I mean, compared to the level of intensity and smart plays that they've executed, I would have to say S&D would definitely go to Free Slot. No questions asked. I don't
You're
think
a wise man.
I don't think AG has something in them, unless something miraculous happened last night, which the probability is very low. So that's gonna be an easy choice there. S&D has to go for Free Slot. Hardpoint, honestly, it's still gonna be Free Slot, even for control. I mean, they did quite well. Definitely Free Slot. Man, they're very smart when it comes to spawn traps. That is one thing that we need to think about Free Slot, because that is something that AG, I think, is definitely weak on. So if that's gonna be the case, it's gonna be a short day for all gamers as well, and for us perhaps. But you definitely don't know until we actually see the game for today.
Well, we'll see. We'll see about it. But yeah, I mean, for this time though, we are just here chilling at the back, waiting for the action to pan out. But I mean, I don't know. I don't want to put on any bets here. I mean, I know for a fact I asked you to give up an answer, and it's kind of unfair for me. But just to have a wild card pick here, I think. Tell my prediction wise, I think this one's gonna go to like 3-1. I still think it might just be All Gamers that can stand strong here. Search and Destroy is just not so promising for them, especially against Free Slot. But if ever we do get to see a bit more of a better take for Free Slot, maybe not even taking the win, just have that better approach on hardpoint. Maybe till then we could see the tides turn around.
For sure. So now for AG here, must win definitely is at least hardpoint and control. If you get to push that one, you may end up giving up S&D to Free Slot. That's fine, and then take that W again at hardpoint. So that's gonna be probably the best strategy that they can come up with, because I don't really think that they have managed to patch up the issues that they experienced at S&D yesterday. So that's the best option for All Gamers right now. It's a 3-1 win, but if Free Slot locks this one from the very start, locks in S&D as well, it's gonna be 3-0 for sure, for sure. Because I don't really see all gamers managing to take that W immediately.
I don't know if it's carrying is the answer, or could it just be the whole quad? Please, for the love of CDM, step up here, because you have King Zone already out. There's no more CDM teams left here on this Wild Ends, and they gotta go up against the Free Slot with this the competition and the composition of Happy and now in Sugus and C1 and Kato. I mean, if your wildcard pick is gonna be Cloud, my boy is gonna be C1 Hercules. C130.
The man with the plan indeed. I mean, C1 was really doing really well yesterday. Same thing even with Anawin and Sugus, really doing great yesterday. But one of the key things here is on the side of AG, Yang One has to step up significantly. If he can't, I am so gonna be questioning the future for this boy right here. But as we of course check in the bans, Warden, this one's on you, my friend.
Alright, I mean, advance is going to be Apocalypse and Acting Guard for the set of Hardpoint. Search and Destroy is going to be leaning towards Express and Takeoff. It looks like we are basically seeing the same type of bans here coming in from the previous matchup. As Seaside and Raid is going to be banned, Arsenal is going to get forced once more.
Looks like we're going to be visiting the same spots one more time for these teams here. So, interestingly, they're definitely going to go in for their comfort zones for sure. So nope, we're not changing faces. We're still who we are. Don't worry about that. All right. So for Hardpoint here, game number 1 basically for this team here. What could probably be the key to victory for AG here?
I mean, take Hardpoint, take control, take another Hardpoint. That's it. Just put it down 3-1. But for the side of Free Slot, if they can claim one Hardpoint or one response overall, then things will get turned around. But whatever the outcome is, whatever the series may become, for sure it's going to be a long one, because these teams doesn't really have that distinction to really dominate all across the series. Come again now, it is the CDM region, all gamers up against Free Slot from Garena, Thailand. We go. Here we go now. Matches start to rack up. Time ticking down. Free Slot, all gamers about to have a tussle.
CDM all relying on the power of AG right now, particularly for Cloud and the rest of the team. If they can secure this one, hopefully they represent. But unfortunately, Free Slot just pushing this one through already. The contest is a bit there for AG. Good start off, but it might not be enough because of course we know how Free Slot really operates in these situations, and the takedown is almost there already.
Oh wow, Kato is going to be on a TRM. Same goes for the set of Cloud. And so far, it hasn't been the best here for the set of Free Slot. All gamers starting off pretty dominantly. And gotta talk about Sumo here, was able to get the first 2 kills and now racking up the points here as they have the full control of the hard point. Cloud Sumo, the tandem ship is on and it's able to dominate Free Slot on the first 30.
This is actually surprising. Yang One and Cloud are playing a different level for sure. And even Zumo here. This is something really good. If they can keep this up for the next few minutes, they can definitely lock this one in. Probably get themselves a 2-0 lead when it comes to the setup. So this is how they should play this. This was not the way they were playing yesterday for sure.
Capture the objective.
Yeah, well damn for sure. It's such a game-changing play here for set of all gamers. You don't really get to expect a lot of these teams rather in the competition where they can rack up a lot of those points on hardpoint number 1, and how much more as well once we get to see a very defined hill on P2. All gamers lack the spawns at the start of this hill, but they quickly divert, put 2 players from the back, go for the break now, and they should be able to solidify themselves to have a running to another money hill.
Unfortunately, nothing is working so far for Free Slot for some weird reason. Looks like this is gonna be the case here. Defense on the side of AG is really doing absolutely well, and that Sparrow doing its job right then and there. Unfortunately, still no takedown, a bit from the side of Freeslot. It is still all in the hands of AG here. Anawin trying to go in for the defense. Finally, the takeover is good, but it's just gonna be only 10 seconds. They need to put their eyes on the next hill immediately.
Now y'all can sell for scraps, but we'll get the big old money hills away from you guys. Freeslot gets the call. Early rotation already granted for the side of all gamers, but a big shot come in from the side of C1. But it quickly gets washed away, all because of Yangi getting the shutdown. Spawn solidified. War Machine is out. Get the breakthrough. Walk into my shells. Cloud making the call. Do whatever you want on the front side. I'll take over and clean up the mess. Same goes for Yangi. Same goes for the squad. The whole squad of all gamers.
Yang One this is the Yang One we know. This is the Yang One CDM understands. This was not his performance yesterday. He's definitely on his redemption mode. 21 flags already to his name. 92-20 is our score. So far, AG still has full control of basically all first 3 heals, and Yang One is basically pulling all OBJ setup here, trying to make sure that there will be no contention on his side right now. This is absolutely good. 105 mark already breached on the side of AG. Freeslot still stuck in the 22. They will probably welcome them in under 50 club.
Yeah, under 50 club we go, man. I mean, the lack of attention that rotations for the side of Freeslot is really biting them down. Fortunately, RNG leans towards them. They do get the spawns away, but what meets them is a gravity vortex out away from Ruin. And players left to remain here from the back. 3 plays perhaps. Spawns still are given for the side of Freeslot. But all gamers playing this one dear Scrappy, and they're not having any hard time at all.
They are definitely not having any hard time at all. There's zero struggle from the side of AG here. This was not the AG we saw yesterday. This is the AG CDM knows. Now for Freeslot, question is, what is going on with you kids? What is happening? Yang One back in the redemption arc with the shutdown right there, but still the takeover is not yet complete. There it completes it, but Anawin trying to bust it out and trying to take another one, but unfortunately he falls right there. 36-135. There is so much they need to catch up so bad. FSL, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell that all gamers is thirsty to just end off this game. Not even giving the scrap time for free for the side of Freeslot, because they know for a fact they can get that early rotation towards next and at the same time clear out the scraps. Here we go. Hardpoint number 1 opens up. Better setup here for the side of Freeslot with a purifier, but is it going to be enough? Up against the sheer mechanical gunfights that all gamers have been able to put up.
So far, it's kind of working for the side of Freeslot. They're managing to control this kill back at the reset here. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. The contention is already coming in on the side of AG. But still, good setup here so far for Freeslot here. That's the thing that they've needed to do from the beginning of the match. They need to lock this one in, get their head set, and of course make sure to take down anybody who tries to come in to their spot. They just need to hold on for 24 seconds to go, and they'll be able to at least breach plus minus 80 here to at least shorten that gap.
71 to 140 here. 70 points to claim. Make it 69 perhaps. Cut it down. All gamers still slowly but surely racking up the points here, while Freeslot does have the better look for the scrap time. In regards to the rotation here towards next, player 5, Kato does make a cut for it. But the same old-fashioned retake might just happen as well for the side of all gamers. Come again, we're able to get a breakthrough here, coming from the flank. Double flank from the back, but looking like it's not going to be evident in this very run. So this should be the first 15 seconds, 20 seconds for the side of Freeslot.
Now, whatever Freeslot is doing right now, this level of aggression, this is what they needed to do in the first place. This is how you counter the aggression in the way AG is playing earlier. But of course, if they can lock this one in well, happy with those Sparrows really working well. This is how you do it. This is the best way to go. Take down all those offense. I set on your setup. And the gravity vortex probably changing the tide. Not just yet. 94-155. AG has been locked into that 150 mark since the last 2 hills.
101 to 155. Big cut here for Freeslot to turn down the gap up against all gamers. And they quickly transition as well to the next set of rotations here towards P3. On the platform we go. Double challenge might just come in here from the front side. Yangi gets the break. Alongside with his player, Elmox as well. They do have the solidification now inside of this hill. Free slot. Can you break it is the question. And now it's on the back. Tries to get it done. But the two players from the side of All Gamers showing that they're just more than enough to cut it down, but not up against a War Machine. Free slot getting an opener inside of this hill.
This was the opportunity for AG to take over the lead. Right now, that investment on that War Machine really working on the side of Free Slot. This is how you do it. But of course, Yanghwan needs to step up one more time. He did it before. He can do it again. But right now, it is just kind of a bit of a struggle for the side of AG to come back strong right now. They're able to do so, but Sugos with that equalizer trying to take down. Of course, they're back in the lead here. 121-81 is our score. Still in the lead for AG, but that number has not really moved significantly. Free Slot really doing well here. They just need to hold this one off, and of course the next hill one more time, and they'll be able to push off that upset victory in just a bit more.
With a lot of great hold on towards the P3, they were only able to stay on that 50-point gap up against All Gamers. But early rotation here towards P4 can say otherwise. And now it does get the first two openers here off the rotation for the side of All Gamers, forcing the spawns to get flipped now. And Free Slot, very good setup for them, but the smokes are well deployed here. All Gamers just roaming around from the back. They flip the spawns away. All they're gonna hope for now is that they can get the break. Until then, they can take this game on up against Free Slot. But it's a back and forth battle, and so far there's no clear distinction who can get this one through. But inside of the hill, All Gamers for a moment. Same goes for the side of Free Slot, but spawns are more defined out here once more for the side of Free Slot.
Free Slot definitely has to take this one right now. If they can lock it in for the next 20 seconds, no matter what, they'll be able to at least reach that gap, and of course push themselves to at least 170, 180 and just a few more. They'll be able to take this over against AG. For AG, they need to do what they done last time. They just need to lock this one in, take control of their spawns, and of course win their gunfights like they've used. So right now, they're just falling left, right, and center. Not looking good for AG. They're almost at the 200 mark, but no, they need to do something better here right now.
Really great progression here for the set of Free Slot. Smart more as well, as they do get this formation locked in for P1. But they gotta hope for the Happy can take this computers away. Does go for the flank. Shuts down. Another player top side going down. 210 to 174. Someone has to have pop in inside of the hill for the side of Free Slot. All Gamers going for heavy investments coming in now. And Free Slot is just going down one by one. All Gamers just a better team in the scrappy hills.
This is now a good setup for All Gamers for sure. This is where they need to retake that control and of course gain that lead one more time. They're almost at the 220, 230 mark here. They just need to stop the bleeding right now for the last 10 seconds. This is where it is very crucial to make sure those scrap points is within their control. ISET should be on the next hill immediately, but since they're already in this server area, they should have easy control right now. But of course, some players already coming in. They need to be smart right now. Take over, take shots, take aim, clear the spot, clear the path, make way for your kings. Let's go!
Yeah, let's go All Gamers here. Cloud on 50 bomb already. Drops it down to 51. And now, War Machine is going to be inside of this hardpoint. Should be able to wreak havoc here. All Gamers getting the opener. Spawns are flipped away up against Free Slot. And they're doing the best that they could to get the contestment, but the trades is just so much better. But they lose the spawns. Free Slot can go for the pinch and try to survive for another day. 5 more points to claim here for the side of All Gamers. Happy inside, trying to save the day. All Gamers coming from C-Dog. 3 players inside of the hill for the side of Free Slot. Back and forth battles here, but All Gamers having a better look at it. They clear it out. No contestment whatsoever. Last glimmer of hope. And now win. Can you hold it down? And looking like Free Slot still will falter. Despite the efforts, All Gamers claims map number 1.
Yanghwan has finally done his redemption. Yesterday was so bad for this guy right here. Finally, we see the Yanghwan that everyone in CDM knows. This is how he actually plays. This is how we do it. This is how he does it all the time. This was the key to victory against Free Slot. We initially predicted that it's gonna be a Free Slot here at Hardpoint, but because honestly, for me, I kind of downplayed Yang Wan's performance, but now he's back in the zone. Well, it's gonna be a different story. CDM, all hopes right now. They just need to lock in Search and Destroy one more time. Perhaps perform the same level for Control. And it's gonna be another upset for today.
Maybe it might be the case. I mean, yes, for sure. Game number 2 and game 5 could be handed to the side of, Free Slot. But if they can't work on getting one respawn for them, especially since Hardpoint's already out and only the only thing remaining for them is Control. I mean, it might just be them going out quite early on. But if they can break through this Search and Destroy, then obviously we're going to be seeing a guarantee towards that game number 4. For the time being, let's draw things back here towards the highlights. I mean, All Gamers was able to take on towards the middle stage inside of this game, but Free Slot was working on for a comeback at the latter part of it, but it wasn't just enough to get the comeback.
Second half definitely was all Free Slot during the entire time. When the reset kicked in, that's where All Gamers basically came back strong. Second hill was good, especially actually the second hill was basically where everything ended. Yang Wan and Cloud with their investments on their operators skills really doing that job, especially for Yang Wan's Sparrow raining barrage there to make sure to lock in that from the 245 to the 250 mark already. He's really doing absolutely well today. Unlike yesterday, this is the way he has to perform throughout the competition. If he can nail this all throughout, they can definitely get that W and push themselves to the next level. For Free Slot, it was a good effort. Smart way to play out the second level. They just needed really to win their gunfights earlier for the basically the reset from the third slot. So, there's still a lot of things that they need to work on. But for S&D, they need to a little bit play smarter here. And of course, C1 needs to come up with the plan. He's the man, and Sugos are the ones that they're relying on really to carry this team. So let's see if they can step up.
I mean, can't wait to see game number 2 already, man. I'm pretty hyped up. I'm pretty excited. I can't wait to see in some way, but I'm just favorite to Free Slot. All because I've seen this team trying to rise to the top more than All Gamers. But it's just not looking good here for me. But there was still that minor adjustments that we have been able to see. So let's just come and get it as soon as that game number 2 starts. Maybe we can see some stories turned around here for Free Slot.
For sure. It's still not going to be the end for Free Slot just yet. So again, if they get to secure the S&D and Control, then it's going to be a great advantage for them already one more time. But if whatever adjustments they made for All Gamers yesterday, from how I'm seeing it, it's looking good. It's just so happened that they need to translate it for the next 2 games. But from the side of Free Slot, it was still a valiant effort. It's just so happened that things were not really working for them. They were able to control their spawns. Retakes was always going to be good, but it was just not really landing well, particularly after the third reset. So they can brush this one off. It's fine. There were some moments that they definitely need to improve on, especially during the first half where they basically were not able to do anything at all against AG. So that's something that they need to look in when they get back into the drawing board. But for now, I set already on Search and Destroy. They need to nail this one. Everyone knows CDM is S&D is where CDM shines, but it kind of changed earlier during our match. They might be able to do something else here, so we'll see. We'll see what how this one goes.
I mean, we're All Gamers here, and there's just that certain moment where All Gamers that struggle in S&D, where WDC, Free Slot can just make the most out of it. The problem that All Gamers is facing right now is that they don't really have that aggression that we're kind of like looking for, and that's kind of funny to say, especially for a CDM team. So, hey, I mean, if they have been working on themselves, trying to check out the VODs and the replays on what went wrong for their approach in Search and Destroy, especially on the defensive side and the attacking, actually both ways, then Free Slot might just get a much more harder game than we certainly anticipated it, JD.
For sure. I mean, if this match, if my memory serves me right, if this match for All Gamers ends up in firing range, this might not look good for sure on the side of all gamers. So it was not really a good day for them. But nevertheless, if they have made the adjustments already, there's still a chance. I mean, we're not gonna dismiss that, but it's gonna be a more of a wait and see. It's this day has been all about surprises, so there might be some surprises. We'll never really know. But then again, their history has always spoken about how well they perform in certain situations, how bad they perform, particularly when it comes to that aggression setup there. So that is something that perhaps, hopefully, they managed to fix already yesterday. Bring that level of aggression here at S&D, and then take over that win for Free Slot. Again, do what worked yesterday. It worked against E-Star. It can work for all gamers. I'm sure it will.
All right. I mean, on paper, E-Star did show a little bit more promise, but at the same time, much more of a heavy hitting team here is going to be all gamers. So, Free Slot, you just have to double it down. For all gamers, they just have to continue on going on for a spree, and the rest will live on. Now, Pastor JD, I mean, I want to ask you a question here. What do you think the scoreline is going to be from 9 to what?
Let me see. All right. So, if all gamers manages to bring this one well, I would be surprised that we end up with a 9-5. For Free Slot, they could probably lock this one in if they performed that same level yesterday. 9-3 at the most. 9-2 at the most, honestly. So, it's a 9-2 for Free Slot, 9-5 for all gamers. So that's gonna be my prediction. Let's see. Let's see.
I feel like we're gonna be getting an overtime here. I don't know why, but I'm just feeling that we might just be able to get that triple OT perhaps. No, I'm kidding. Double OT perhaps. But I know for a fact this one's gonna be pretty long. Free Slot, I'm still leaning towards the fact that they could get this game number 2. It's just that it's a much more harder time here because first of all, we are like what, 2 games away, a game away from that grand finals here, at least on their bracket for this Wildlands, and for like the anticipation as well and how much they've been working on it. Clearly, there's been a lot of those changes here, JD.
For sure. I believe we actually saw those changes yesterday when they managed to lead the charge for a 3-0 against E-Star. Yes, E-Stars is not that of a strong team, let's be honest. But nevertheless, the mechanics, the way they move, their plays were really good yesterday, especially on how well they perform at control. So if those adjustments and all those changes and every lesson that they've learned is brought into this setup, they can still have the opportunity to bring this back up, perhaps face one more time Vitality, and then probably pull off an upset depending on them. So it's still gonna be a long way to go, but for now, for me, for all gamers and Free Slot, they need to get their focus definitely on S&D already. For all gamers, Cloud did very well yesterday, but against Vitality it was still not enough. But if Cloud and Yang One does the same level of setup, really bring home that aggression and that smart plays during S&D, I will be surprised if we end. I will be definitely surprised if we end up with a 5-match for today, because I'm sure Free Slot will have to take over control. That's for sure. If they lose S&D, all right. Now on the side of Free Slot, we'll definitely need to check in with their players to make sure that they just delivered that same smart plays. They had some smart plays yesterday. Is it smart enough for all gamers? I don't know. That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of all gamers, it always has been the spotlight for the side of Cloud, but all of a sudden Yangi decided to step up, same goes for the side of Sumo, and it was pretty enough as well to really establish the dominance on that first game for Hardpoint Summit. But, the nature for Hardpoint is completely different for Search and Destroy, and it's going to be tough on what can be the readjustments here for them. Even us here on the desk sometimes gets caught off in regards to like what's the pacing going to be for S&D. Yes, for sure it is anticipated to be slower, but there could be just a certain scenario as well where like Free Slot or all gamers can just go for on a barrage every single round and just hope for the best and play off those trades.
Speaking of which, actually, if all gamers has to devise a strategy, they have to take things slow. because that's where Free Slot really shines. If it's gonna be an aggressive, fast-paced game, Free Slot will definitely take that over. For all gamers yesterday, when they were trying to be aggressive against Vitality, it was not working. They were almost pushing out so many plays, but it was not just kicking in. I mean, they end up in a 9-0 if I remember that one right. So yeah, it's a 9-0 against Vitality. I mean, it's no love lost there, but it's a 9-0. So if they play this slow and smart, they have the chance against Free Slot. For Free Slot, what worked for them, as I mentioned, it was the aggressive play style. The splits were always really landing and really doing well. So if they push this one in for all gamers, I mean, it will really work well. So there's still some weak and strong points for both teams. So if they're manage to fix those setups already, yeah, Warden, there might be a chance that we're gonna end up in overtime here. So those changes are very, very critical. If they did not do any changes at all, or they're still relying on their old play sets, on their playbooks, yeah, I'm still gonna stick with my 9-2 versus 9-5. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I can just hope for the best here for these various squads. Come again, we can speculate a lot of these things, but all of a sudden it's just much more different inside of the game. Now, guys, I know for a fact you all are waiting as well for the match to start here, and we're just waiting for when it's gonna kick in. Come again, if you guys are enjoying the broadcast, and there's plenty more to enjoy as well in regards to the actions of Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational. Better make sure you guys are subscribed, following the page and Facebook alongside YouTube as well. We're just in the last and final day for the Wildlands. Next broadcast is going to be the start of the group stage, and everything is going to get more wild.
Indeed, I mean, it is wilder, it is crazier, and then of course the teams that are involved in the group stage are even more stronger. Of course, you can definitely check in with Elevate and the rest of the team. There are definitely names there that I'm sure all our fans are waiting for to see up in action. So I guess for the members here at the Wild In stage, their main goal here is definitely get that rhythm already and get whatever lessons they learn from all of these squads, bring them to the table when they face these huge teams that are going to be competing on the knockout stage. I mean, of course, I've mentioned already, we have Elevate, we've had X-Rock, Wolves, SPG, Godlike, and Star Wars, and everybody else. It's a huge, stacked, very difficult roster that they will need to face. So they will definitely need to carry whatever lessons and strategies that they've developed here in the Wildlands for the knockouts.
I mean, the craziest part about this is that whoever is going to try to work themselves through the series here and just try to book the ticket to the finals for this very bracket still have to go up against Vitality, which has been pretty flawless all throughout already. I mean, dropping only like certain game modes, but in regards to like establishing dominance, they have it all. So I just hope that after this day ends off, after this match ends off, they don't even have a day to prepare. They just have to go for it, try to go back to the drawing board and try to have a bit of a learning curve in regards to like how to approach Vitality, because that is still a matchup that they all gotta worry about.
Yeah, that's a thing that we haven't really discussed. Like the level of stamina that these players have to go through for today, just for today alone. I mean, you need to deal with, let's say in this case, call this, all gamers and Free Slot have to deal with each other and then have to deal with Vitality later. I mean, and that's gonna take a toll on you for sure. For at least for Absolute Zero, it was definitely an easy ego booster defeating KZ, and I just now have to recall their performance, fight against Kagendra, probably develop something well right now while we're waiting for things to work, and of course the time that all gamers on Free Slot we're gonna be playing for that time being, Absolute Zero should be reviewing everything already that they may need to come up against Kagendra. So hopefully the coaching staff is really all there and there trying to focus and find those spots that they can pick and take down Kagendra and probably win their games against them. But for now, of course, we're gonna just quickly do our results from our initial game. All gamers winning that at 250-195. So definitely amazing performance for them. An unexpected, honestly, performance from all gamers here at Hardpoint Summit. So of course, I'm honestly expecting at least Cloud or Yang Wan to be the MVP on the side of all gamers because of how well they performed. And the numbers do indeed show. Yang Wan with 61 at a 1.85 KD, followed by Cloud with that 1.63 and a 57 frags right there. Meanwhile, on the side of Free Slot, that 35, 30, 40 kills was still good, but the 60 from Yang Wan was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is just absolutely havoc here. 61 kills in this scary game. And yeah, I mean, you don't even need to announce it anymore. We all know he's going to be the MVP for this match. 1.81 rating, by the way. 61 kills, 5,810 just average score line. And that's going to be his first MVP here.
Yep. Redemption is definitely good for this kid. I mean, we were talking about this guy yesterday with Coach Jericho, and it was just really, really disappointed how we performed yesterday. But for now, if he can keep up this pace, that aggression, that smart plays, and of course, really doing his job and what he was supposed to when they brought him in here. So yeah, this is gonna be a good day for him. So hopefully he keeps at that pace. Cloud, of course, we really expecting nothing but the best from this kid. It's still doing really, really well, and hopefully he manages to deliver that carry team on the side of S&D and just a bit, of course, for Free Slot. They would need to do their thing as well. But I'm sure everyone is just anticipating how this one is going to go. And okay, we are headed to firing range. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, I don't know about you. You did say that if this map is going to be firing range, it could really go to the way of Free Slot. But the problem that I have in line here is that all gamers, CDM region to be exact, in firing range is absolutely a team that you should watch out for as well. So for me here, the narrative that I'm trying to put up that we can see in overtime might just happen. Here we go, JD. Let's go.
Overtime versus a full dominant win. Let's see which one of us is correct. Best of luck again to Free Slot and all gamers. AG will definitely be on the attacking side, so let's see their initial setup here. Looks like it's gonna be a 3-2 split from the side of Free Slot for AG. Kind of take things slow here, just trying to peek in from all sections to make sure that they have eye set on all spots here. But let's see what's gonna be the full play for these boys.
Nothing's going to be extraordinary here. It's just going to be the same all default. We had 2-2-1 split, just leaving that one singular player to go towards trailer for the set of Free Slot. If ever all gamers does decide to go for the A bomb side, they might just have that clean breakthrough if ever they can deal with the player towards trailer. But for this time being, you're not seeing anything at all. It's just going to be a stalemate.
This is very quiet, very demure setup for these players right now. Very cutesy indeed. No one is moving. By the way, we still have a minute to go here. So if nobody does anything, definitely this will go on the side of Free Slot. So there's kind of a bit of pressure on the side of AG here. So I guess they're trying to go in for those wall banks initially. Probably just use those nades as comms and ways to understand where their opponents are. But no one is almost like moving a muscle. So this is really interesting in how they're gonna play this one out.
The hold here, very cutesy, very demure. Pushing up now towards the A bomb side. Player 5, Barrels. Gonna be able to get that information, gonna relay towards Sugus as well. So this might just be a massive spray down if Yangi can get the kill. No, he can't. Trade it on. Double kill. Sumo will be able to finally get the trade, but it's gonna be a bit too late. Happy not gonna be wasting enough time. He's gonna make for the push. And that's gonna be Almox and Sumo here. 2v3, Free Slot. Gonna go for the double challenge. Trades after trades we go, and from the back, C1 seals the deal. First round, gonna go to the way of Free Slot.
Bomb defused.
AG took too much time there. It was kind of obvious. They were just like trying to think of what they're gonna go for, and then just kind of rushed to A. But unfortunately, they were not checking in their 6. Again, this was the same issue yesterday. They were not checking their quarters. They were not checking their 6, unfortunately, and they got flanked. Yangwon unfortunately dropping that one. Trade was there, but nevertheless, it was still not a good look for AG here. And now, people dropping in like flies. Kato with that sniper takedown, and let's see, they're down to 5-4. Still gonna be a chance for AG to turn things around, but let's see. No, that's not gonna be the case. Sugus taking one down there, and here we go. 4v3 situation. can AG turn this one around?
I mean, the aggression here from the side of Free Slot is very cutesy and demure. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna stop. Anyways, 3v4 situation. All gamers now here trying to push up towards an A bomb site. They do have the bomb, so Yangi should be able to get the plant. Sugus is gonna be playing towards barrel side. So far, parameter, 3 players gonna be found over first side of Free Slot. 1 player towards trailer, and all gamers gonna play for the post plant. So here we go. This is still gonna be leading towards Free Slot, all because of the man advantage. But all gamers, if ever they can get their crossfire set it up properly, they should be able to take this one away. Happy now here on the front line. Anowin finds the shot off towards Cloud. Sumo tries to go on a spree, but the R9 from Anowin is enough to get the kill, and C1 bites the dagger, finds Yangi out. Free Slot now going 2 in a row.
This is not looking good for AG for sure. I mean, they kind of had the advantage already on that setup for A. But of course, with the way Free Slot is moving in the map, and there were AG on the side, were kind of overextending. That jump right there on that vehicle was not a good idea. Unfortunately, that was the beginning of the end for them. And of course, Free Slot knows the clock very well. They had enough time to go in for the kill first before the defuse. So that's really a smart play for Free Slot. So now AG has to find something better. They need to find something better and probably not push A, perhaps. Try B.
Yeah, I mean, they still want to go for the same old commitment here. Hasn't worked out for 2 consecutive rounds already. They're going to be leaving Yangi here from the back. And Happy exposes himself. Clear shot for Yangi. Now an early 4v5, but we've been in this situation before. And clearly it didn't really phase out Free Slot. Sugas from the back shuts down Yangi. Precision is on. Accuracy is out. And here we go. Elmok, Sumo, Cloud, can they hold their ground? This and much more compressed towards the sides. And unfortunately for them, it's just not the best setup here. 2v3. Free Slot gonna close out the distance. They get the call, they hear it. They scream out loud and we can hear it. Just like that, Free Slot now, once again, just burning the oil down up against all gamers.
Are we about to see a 9-0? I mean, I'm just asking from AG side. I mean, guys, come on. You tried this technique 3 times already. It's not gonna work against Free Slot. You will get picked out. All you have to find, you go for the plant. They will always go for the takedown first. They will always know the clock and when to move out and take you down. You need to try something different. And from the looks of it, they're gonna be trying Bravo perhaps, a rush B. That's gonna be the case. Let's see if this one works this time.
Change of pace, but much more heavier positioning here. They gotta deal with C1 and Yangi's able to get the shot down. And now it's still going to be inside of the bomb site, but he does have this R9 here. Pops it down. Quick shots from Ruin. Odin, we go. Finally claiming his first kill. 2 players in line towards mid connector. Smoke's going to get deployed. And all gamers is going to be hesitating to go for the plant because they know for a fact Free Slot is already all around. And in the process, the nade connects on towards Elmox. Numbers are getting depleted down one by one.
Definitely the numbers advantage is still on the side of Free Slot. They have the spot right there. Plant is gonna be good. But of course, Yangwon with the takedown with the sniper, it's just gonna be Sugus and Kato. They still have the opportunity to turn the tide around. They just have to really be smart. Probably go for the turnaround. And I guess Cloud spots that in already. 1v3 situation. Finally, AG showing some signs of life here. Kato, unfortunately, is such a tall order for him with 20 more seconds to go before the bomb goes off, and of course needs to take down 3 more members from AG. And he's gonna be greeted by Ruan right there. 3-1 is the setup. Finally, AG puts themselves on the map, but of course it's still gonna be a 2-point advantage.
Finally, round for them. Took them 4 rounds though to do so. Now quickly, can we see the same approach, or are they gonna try to diversify and play for the default instead? Try to make the call from then on forward. And so far, first out of Free Slot, I mean, they're not really changing up their defensive formation. It's still going to be the same 2-2-1 wraps. Player 5 is going to be watching towards double C here. And now they look to go for the push here for the side of all gamers. Smoke's going to get deployed. Barrels is not going to be contested anymore. They just have to go for the bomb plan and hope for the best. But Sugas is here for the flank. Here we go. Sprays down. Spots 1. Spots 2. What a spray chance for him. Making a triple. No cops whatsoever. Elmox is alive and kicking inside. And he does get taken away. Yangi's turn to make the clutch. He finds a triple. Could it be the fourth? Yes, it will be. What a shot for Yangi. Finds the marker, but the follow-up connects. Yangi with an ace.
Let's
oh my
go!
God.
Wow!
Yangi.
Redemption arc indeed for Yang. I mean, that was almost an ending that would have been predictable because, you know, it was not a good stop, but Yang really pulling out the stops right there, taking aim, knowing where his opponent is gonna be, and pulling up the stops right there for a finish. Now a bit of momentum coming in, but unfortunately, that's again not the case. 2v3 situation on the side of AG here. Yang One coming back into action. Let's see if he can pull it up one more time. Sniper versus Nawin. Sniper and Nawin versus Yang One. Oh, but unfortunately, that's not gonna be the case. No drama right there. Free slot taking 4-2 for the side of AG. Okay. Still, AG can still have the opportunity to take this back. Just need to be a little bit smarter. It's still there. It's still there.
Yes, they lost the previous round, but Gangi is on. Stop going for the challenge. And now in Pato, fall back. Now, pacing is all settled down, mellow down once more. But you just have to be careful. Instances like that always happens in the CDM region. You better watch out. Free slots, you don't have to change anything aside from the fact that you just have to be more cautious about it. All gamers about to go for another setup here on his A-bomb site. Can we see another breakthrough? Free slot, hold their grounds once more. Caution is out, double challenge towards trailer. They find one, happy in the process, finds one as well. Still gonna be a 4v4. No more smokes left here to be deployed on Barrel's side. McLeod is gonna be here to go for the cut. Finds Kato, P1 player, no trade. Bomb's gonna get planted here. Free slot on the verge of taking an L once more on this round.
This is the technique I think that they wanted to do for A side. It was not working earlier. I think they've already got that rhythm. So the goal basically is for Yang One to go in for the takedown right there for the long shots, and then the rest of the team pushes in for the plant and then the defense. This is how we needed to do it. Yang One coming in one more time. It's just an Awin, unfortunately goes down, but the trade is good from Zumo. 4-3 is our score. This is getting a little bit more interesting. Oh boy, let's go. Will we see a 4-4?
Destroy the
Game's so hot, unpredictable. Free slot, still gonna be on the lead. Now, looking like all gamers has a different approach for this one. It's gonna be a mid-split here towards jungle as well. But Sumo is gonna get taken down. Same goes for the side of Almox. Yangi is gone and dusted, and Nawin is here to go on a spree. R9 to the face. Hits like a freight train.
That was nasty. I mean, it was a good setup for the side of AG. They were doing right, and then they did that? What was going on? I mean, that was definitely not a good setup for AG. But of course, free slot all right there with that R9 really hurting a lot for these players. Unfortunately, 5-3 is our score. 2-point advantage on the side of free slot. They need to basically just keep this good pace. They are now on the attacker side, so they can pull up basically an alpha plant and for the bait takedown already. So they have full control of this one. No contention on the side of AG just yet. So now everything is just flying left, right, and center. Unfortunately, it's just Cloud and Ruan left here. The plant will be stopped. Takes one down. The trade is there. One more to go. 1v1 situation. Cloud versus Sugos. Cloud coming in from the back. Sugos finishing off the plant. 24 seconds to go. Sugos needs to be smart here. Cloud, peek, check, just rolling and aside. One finds first. Sugos not hitting well, but unfortunately it clocks in very well. 6-3 is the setup. Good finish right there for free slot. Just 3 more for the finish. Are we gonna drop them and push this to 1-1?
We got the bomb.
It's just highlights over highlights here. Moments are intensified between the match. Free slot and all gamers. Free slot now, barging in towards his B bomb site. Player 3 Cloud falling back. They want to set up for the retake. C1's going to try to anticipate the flank as well from the back, but he's not going to be able to spot any opportunities, not just yet. All going to come down to now in here to get this opener off the R9, but then Odin overpowers him. He checks out for the trade towards the back. He doesn't spot anyone. Happy finally commits, spots Yangi down. Crucial kill for him. Cloud launches the trade as well. Through the smoke, he gets the kill. Happy with the trade. Elmox from the back, spots C1 out. Numbers advantage here for the side of Free Slot. 1v2. All eyes on you, Elmox. What can you do? What can you pull away? The spots Happy out, put it down to a 1v1. It's gonna come down to Kato and Elmox here. Elmox has the time to rotate around Kato. It's a matter of the guessing game now here.
This is definitely a guessing game and a very smart setup here. Elmox needs to do this right. He can spot it. The finish is there. 6-4 is our score. Science of Life coming back here to AG. Really well done there for Elmox. He did not hesitate. He knew what was gonna happen. He knew the peak was gonna be there. He just needed that trigger discipline, and it paid off really, really well. Two more wins, and we're gonna tie this series again.
Oh, Odin to
And
the smoke. Car
Dang.
detonated on towards red. Unintentional, but it does happen. So unfortunate for the side of Free Slot. But they're going to be collapsing one by one. And now when is all alone with an R9 and a dream. He spots Ruin from the front. Back to the side of Yangi. But Elmox does get the trade from the mid-map. And all gamers are back in action. Around a way to find an equalizer.
One more win for the equalizer for AG. That aggression setup was really well done for them. That rotation was so good. The takedown from the double kill, and then of course the kill from Yang1 for the snipe was really well done right there. This is how they need to play. That aggression is check. Setup, check. Corners, perfect. They just need to nail this one, and they managed to take down C1 already. That is of course for Cloud. 3-4 is our situation. Still not a good setup for AG, but they can still win this if they do this right.
Here we go. 4v3. All gamers down by the numbers. There's going to be two players here towards trailer's side, and Allen with an R9 should be able to overpower that. Regardless, bomb side player gets overwhelmed off the Fennec. Elmox gets the kill. Happy tries to go for the trade, but walks into the crosshair of Elmox. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Very doable round here for the set of all gamers. And now it's still going to be a nuisance though inside of the trailer with that R9. Kato's going to go for the hop up, spots the kill towards Elmox. All alone is Cloud with the R9. Come again, hitting like a train. Free Slot retaining the lead and doubling it down.
2 more wins for Free Slot, and they will lock this one in. A must-win situation definitely now for AG. It was working earlier for them, but that rotation during the last match was not really doing it for them. So they need to just really push this one right. But of course, when it comes to aggression, Free Slot really doing it right there with Kato with a cool snipe takedown right now. Of course, quick plan for the team. 5v4 situation. Now the AG has to find a pull to stops here. Probably go for the backstab takedown, but the trade will not be there. Happy spotting one comes is definitely there. They just need to find the last two.
Bang!
Unfortunately. Alright, 2v4 situation. Ruan makes it an even. Kato spots it and takes it out. No, there will be no case. Match point it is for Free Slot. We're gonna go to the series 1-1, or HC will pull a comeback, which is gonna be a tall order.
Free Slot. Can they claim this one? So far, good decision for them to barge in towards the bomb side. There's only gonna be Cloud holding it down, but that is an understatement. Concussion is down. Gets the read. One player's gonna be on the small room. Pushing up. Nade flies in. Sugas gets the kill. May go for the slide and spot down another one. The player 4 is watching the back as well. Checks out towards the mid map. Sumo finds one. Yangi finds one as well. Numbers, kills. Yangi, what a read. C1 goes down from the flank. It doesn't matter. Free Slot, Happy, gets the kill. It's now gonna be a 2v3 here. Sprays down, pre-fire is on. It's now gonna be a 2v2 here. Can we see all gamers Ryan's supreme and looking like they will survive for another game? It's now gonna be 8-6. Can we see an overtime?
AG managing to stop the bleeding right there, but of course it's still gonna be a two game advantage for Freeslot. This is still of course match point for the side of Freeslot. They AG needs to be a little bit smarter here. It's gonna be another A play here, which is kind of their weakness when it comes to aggression. So this is not gonna look well for them, but unfortunately they're going down so fast. Cloud and Ruan all left alone on a 4v2 situation.
Strike it down. Cloud, Ruin, last glimmer of hope. Free slot. Gonna go for the plant here towards the A side. Have a lot of mid coverage here for the side of all gamers, but they don't really have the trade so far.
Watch out!
Happy's gonna be holding the angle down towards the BP50. All gamers don't check their corner. This should be it. Sprays down. Spots 1, spots 2. Free slot. They win. Search and destroy.
And we have an even matchup. What a way to end that one. Unfortunately, not checking their corners yet again. The downfall for AG, unfortunately. But that is, of course, a great match for Freeslot. They were able to get their momentum correctly during the game number 3 and so forth. So really well done for Freeslot right there, at least evening up the odds. And now we head to Control, which is something that they're very, very used to and very smart in playing in. So again, it could end up in a come from behind victory here for Freeslot. But of course, for AG, definitely alarm bells are ringing right now, because if they don't get to win Control, if we're gonna use this reference for the next match, it's not gonna be good for them.
Take a look at the highlights. Just bring it on. Show us what Yangi did. Sumo was able to get a lot of those spray downs here, but it was really just Yangi that was able to go on a massive spree. Sugas from the flank, he was able to go for it. Yangi was all alone and he was just able to get the cut. I'm waiting for it to happen already. I just want to see that very moment. That was so intense. Here we go. Yeah, it was Sugas going for the straight down. He was able to get a fourth as well. And Yangi from the back was able to get one, make it 2, make it a triple, make it a fourth as well. The flick is on. Hitmarker prevails, but the follow-up came through. That right there is a masterpiece brought to you by Yangi.
An absolute masterpiece indeed. Unfortunately, that was not enough for AG to really secure the victory for today. The level of smart plays and map awareness for Freeslot definitely showing off here at firing range. So that was the key to victory. And of course, that absolutely painful, brutal R9 right there is the bane of existence for AG, doing so many damage. Even that Odin right there, I mean, it's an absolute massacre on the side of AG, courtesy of those two amazing weapons, handled by, of course, C1, Zugus, and the rest of the boys of Freeslot.
I mean, every round that we were able to see pretty much went down to a highlight reel, either for the side of Freeslot or all gamers. This is one of the best search and destroy I've seen, all because of the mechanical gameplay that was brought to us by these two squads here, JD.
For sure. I mean, I've never been so intensely amazed and hyped up with S&D for a while now. I mean, I've seen intense 9-0 setups, but this one was just a good back and forth. It could have ended either way every single round. It was just really a matter of how smart these people were playing and how well they understand the mechanics, and of course their opponents as well. But for now, Freeslot takes the W. 1-1 is our setup. We head to Control. Well, if all else fails, this could end up in a 2-1 scenario with the advantage going to Freeslot, because this is now where the weaknesses of all gamers is coming in, because how they performed yesterday was not really well for Control. But meanwhile, we're gonna look at how we ended up with our 6-9. I was just off by one. I was just off by one for the win for Freeslot right there. 60-51 kills right there. Really well done for Freeslot for this round. So big congrats to them. We'll definitely need to check the stats for the rest of the crew. But my initial prediction has to be either Sugos or C1 in this case. It is actually Anawin carrying the kills for today with 18 at 1.64, Sugas at 1.44, and C1 at 0.09. But of course, Yangi leading his charge at 15 frags there, KD 1.15. Of course, that amazing 5 takedown that we saw earlier was a key to victory for his set on his side on the numbers wise. But nope, it's gonna be a now wins day here for Search and Destroy. To big congrats.
Yeah, it wasn't C1, it wasn't Kato, it was Anowin. And this guy right here, you can give him any weapon out there and he's just able to perform pretty well as well. Now, the story continues here and it's a much longer one. We have a lot more chapters to unfold. And we're guaranteed to see a game number 4. Now, if ever we do see finally Free Slot win their control here, then I can just totally just hope for the best for them and make it through up against all gamers. But for the set of all gamers, you know how they roll. You know how they like to play respawn game modes, and they're pretty aggressive as well. Let us see if that aggression is going to be enough to beat down Free Slot.
Definitely keys to victory is for all gamers not to get spawn trapped. That's one. For Free Slot to at least play out both objectives and those takedowns. If they lose on either one, it's gonna be where AG will definitely shine. So the key factor on the side of all gamers is just make sure that they don't get that spawn trap, because this is where everything crumbles from their end, which is something that for some reason or another they will always get caught up into for the 4 matches that we saw on the side of AG. So hopefully this time that's not gonna be the case. Predictions, I'm gonna go straight away on the side of Control here. It can either end 2 ways, 3-1, or I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with 4-1 rather, 4-1, or we end up with a not a 4-3, at least a 4-2, a 4-2, 4-1, 4-1 for Free Slot, 4-2 for AG. Let's see.
All right, we'll see. I mean, I think for me, I think it's going to go down to the wire. I think it's going to be 4-3 for regardless who's going to be able to take the win here. So let's just come and get it. I mean, I know for a fact all gamers just have the better standpoint here for Control, but we have to look at it because we have been able to see a lot of these teams change up their system quite a lot, and for the most of it, the improvements has been pretty astronomical. So hey, I know for a fact you guys are waiting still for the game to start off, and looking like we are about to head straight to the transition to Arsenal Control. I mean, operators wise, it's gonna be mirror-like. There's no advantages whatsoever. It's just all gonna come down to how they properly utilize it. So here we go. Can it be Free Slot finally claiming another take here for respawns, or is it gonna be all gamers just reigning supreme for this very type of game mode?
Best of luck to both these teams. I mean, again, AG managing to win that hard point earlier. Search and Destroy went to Free Slot. So respawns, in a way, if you're thinking just for today, it's kind of leading towards the side of AG. But of course, from how they performed earlier at Search and Destroy, it can tilt either way. So again, I'm gonna put it out the prediction. It's gonna be 4-1 for the side of Free Slot, 1 for the side of 4-1 for Free Slot, 4-2 for AG. But of course, for Warden, it's gonna be a 4-3. So let's see which one of us is correct.
All right, let's come and find out. First round here is gonna start to kick off. It's gonna be all gamers here. It's gonna be going for a lot of this aggression here towards the A control point. Just leaving as well to hold the ground, hold the fort here towards the B control point instead. And clearly it does work out for the first wave as they wipe them off. Free Slot gets trampled down and they're gonna get to put to a reset.
Now 28-25 is our initial setup. Alpha and Bravo kind of open for both squads, but I guess there's definitely some opportunities from the side of AG to kind of take control, but they're most likely gonna be going in for those takedowns. And 2026 is our setup. Surprisingly, AG has more control of their lifespan already on the side of Free Slot, but of course, Free Slot going in for objectives, still not working just yet. 25-19. This is not the way I expected game 1 to go in.
Round number 1, sheer dominance coming in from the set of all gamers. Cloud already gonna go for the cut for the spawn trap. Player 4, C1, where are you? Get the trade, slide out, go for the challenge. There we go. They find the recovery, but the damage has been done. The progression is still on for the A control point, but they don't really have the player count anymore, so granted, should be around for the set of all gamers, not unless we see like two miraculous waves happen. But they're gonna be able to come out prosperous.
And now they're just one tick away for securing Alpha here. AG doing well so far. That Alpha is done. Bravo up and running, but it's still a 22-13 setup. 13 on the side of Freeslot. So definitely Lives is not on the advantage for Freeslot right here. They have to be really smart here. Take those long shutdowns if they could. That's like how C1 needs to step up right now. Probably even up the odds, but AG may have the spot right there. Going for the double. Will not connect, kind of, but the trade is there. 20-12, but 1 minute to go. Still a long time for any of these teams to turn the tide.
Yeah, this is the problem that they gotta have to worry about for the set of all gamers, because once they're well positioned, they're gonna go for the spawn trap, and it looks to be Yangi alongside Ruin is just left to be uncontested at all, so they're just gonna be able to go for this double crossfire, and it should be the round well over set and dealt with for the side of Freeslot. G to the G's well played. All gamers playing this round number 1 with sheer dominance, and they're just able to make the most out of it. Sugas left alone in a 1v5 plus 11 as well for the respawns. And he's just able to claim a few more kills, try to build up the operator probably on round number 2, but it's just not as worth it as winning the round.
For sure. AG learning from their mistake. What I said earlier, if they get spawn trapped, that's gonna be the end of them. That's what they're doing to their opponents right now. This is the way to go. If you know the spawns already, lock it in, shut them down. Doesn't matter if you take those W's, at least you take 2, 3, 4 kills, and that's gonna put you in a great situation. But for now, the definitely operator skills coming in hot already for these guys. Happy trying to go in for Alpha here while taking out opponents on the side of AG here. But of course, Cloud and the rest of the group want to make sure to even up the odds here. Alpha still up and running for either way. And of course, same thing with Bravo. 26-25, this will still turn either way.
There has been a long coming fad here for Arsenal, is that a lot of these teams just tend to win the attacking side, not really the defense. It could be the other way around, but it mostly turns into like this back and forth battle. That's why I kind of like anticipated it might just be a 4-3 here. It's clearly now Freeslot is doing much more better here on the defensive side, but Cloud gets one from the front, turns around 180, finds another one as well, and this might just go on a spree, but C1 looking to put a stop to it with a claw.
And now we have it still almost a stalemate. 22-20 is the setup. Bravo getting controlled by AG here again. So yeah, AG is definitely controlling Bravo here, so they're gonna be pushing a little bit of the objective if they could, but Happy would like to put a stop to that right now. 16-18 is our setup. 30 more seconds to go. Still kind of in the favor of the side of Freeslot this time, because they are just about few lives ahead.
Lives ahead, and at the same time they haven't been able to give any contestment whatsoever here for the set of all gamers. Happy now with a Sparrow. Just run out of bit, and Cloud is going to push up perfectly, but fortunately for the set of Freeslot, Sugas is there for the trade. Yang responds back with a mission pistol though, picks up the BP-50, and he does have the cut as well towards weapons, but no players from the side of Freeslot is going to be going towards there. Now, all gamers going to go for the push here towards that Alpha point, and they have enough pressure here to go for the capture. If I was Freeslot, let go of this point and just settle for next instead.
The thing just went from okay to bad for Freeslot. They were kind of on an advantage on the life. Everything turned around to the set, and of course, just a bit there. Alpha is ready on the side of AG. Bravo almost there. 1:10 on the clock. 12:10 is our life count. And again, these boys are doing absolutely their best. Freeslot probably trying to think of that spawn trap already, but this is not gonna be the case. Probably when that it's still gonna be too close. It's too close to call.
7-8, Freeslot had that advantage earlier, but doesn't look to retain it now. But Sugas just find one here from the back. The trade doesn't really come through here for the side of Sumo. Ring around Rosie, trying to make a play. And all gamers now is going to be down by the numbers. Cloud, Sumo, Elma, but they got two operators to play with. See one from the back though. Spots another one. Cloud is going to be caught into a pinch, and he's going to be able to find one, but the trade is on. Elmox all alone towards P5, and C1 just find the chain as well. Going for a 7-man spree. Freeslot responding back with their own round.
That was a long round, basically. for Free Slot and AG right there. Smart move for Free Slot, managing to turn the tide around. Initially, they were already in a good situation, but the kill count was there, and of course, AG managing to secure Alpha. It was almost a bad situation for Free Slot, but they managed to win that trade, so that's gonna be good. So now, of course, the revenge tour for AG is here with those war machines raining down, but of course, it's still gonna be 27 each. Now this time, Free Slot being smart, securing Bravo here.
But look at the surge that all gamers tried to do. They tried to go for a cut there, go for the spawner, was able to give off information as well, and Free Slot will have a free ticket out of it. Bravo point nearly captured, only halfway through towards the last tick. Cloud is going to try to put a stop to it though, and he's going to be able to get a clean up here for the last segment. But quickly, as they try to put a pressure here towards the B control point, Free Slot diverts their attention towards A. They have a 3-man stack here. They should go for a double challenge for set of all gamers if they're long to get the break. But Sugas goes for a spray down. Kato from the back spots one. And Free Slot is going to be able to hold on to it and should be able to get the capture.
And they are just moments away. Alpha coming in to Free Slot. Bravo just one tick away from the side of Free Slot. They can definitely get that advantage right then and then for AG. They need to step into Bravo perhaps, or find their opponents, go for the spawn traps and takedowns. But unfortunately, Anawin and the rest of the team just finding their targets really well. Cloud trying to stop the bleeding right now. So let's see if this one's gonna work. 17-19 is our setup. Bravo still in the hands of Free Slot.
It's going to mean quite a lot for all gamers. If they can win this round, they should be able to break the fat as well, that it can just go back and forth. Here we go. Better odds are ticking. Yangi next to C1 on the other side of the map. It's the wall, actually. Ben's play might just come in as well for the set of an now win, but Sumo is watching for it. The timing is right. The timing is right. Pulls away. Double challenge now here towards the corridor. 16-17. Spawn trap. Might just happen. Sugas is out with an equalizer. This is something that all gamers have to respond for. Nonetheless, Sugas is still making the most out of it. No responsement whatsoever. And they're just going to go for it now. The attention is split. They want to go for a triple challenge here to bleach off the spawn trap. But the damage has been done. Player 5 gets pinched down here towards the front side push. And Free Slot is now going to be found over inside of the control point. This should be a fast capture. All gamers, they need to move in quick. Corridor held on by C1. And now inside, up front, holding it down, should be able to get the capture.
Not over yet. Ready up.
Smart move right there for Free Slot. At least they did not remove their eyes on the prize. Unfortunately for AG, they were not able to remove those 2 ticks on the side of Bravo, leading to their loss. And of course, now they're down by 1. There's still an opportunity for them to come back. They were able to do it already in round 1. They just need to do it one more time. So I guess players definitely going push for the side of Alpha here, and everyone just eating everything here. But Sugos has different plans for sure. And now the numbers dwindling away on the side of AG.
Free Slot, better approach on this very round. Just has to clear off more map control and they could go for a snowball run. C1 gets one off. The trade is on from the back. Pushing up now here on the control point as boys, all gamers. And you got 2 players inside of that objective. Unfortunately, though, their top side does get taken away. Bench side, no contestment whatsoever. They only got 3 players here, and Free Slot does have this option right now to go for the pinch, but the claw is out, and they get intimidated quite quickly, and they fall away. I think they just want to give this one here to the side of all gamers on the control point.
Yep, definitely. Alpha will definitely go to all gamers already. But of course, if Free Slot can just take those 3 kills, they're gonna take them because those still gonna be good points on their end. Bravo on the other side is being captured already. Well, kind of contested by both teams, but most likely it's gonna be on the side of AG here. But C1 has other plans on the other end. 19-17 is our setup here. 2 lives advantage on the side of AG. They still have an opportunity to tie the series up. They just need to be smart about it.
19-17, Free Slot.
Advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Can you find a reset here? Look at the spawn trap. About to be set it up now, but instead of all gamers. 1 point gets picked off. That should be it. But Free Slot is going to be able to get the quick respawnment as well. One of the fastest respawnment I've seen for a spawn trap. And Elmox, can he find one more before he goes down? Anawin Last hit, but still survives, finds the trade. All gamers now, though, going for the capture on this B control point. The equalizer is holding on to the hallway. Ruan, all up to you to hold his front lines down. He spots one. Kato does get the break, but Cloud from the back does get this one as well. It's now they were 16-6. Should be a round for the set of all gamers. And we can see another equalizer here. Free slot. I don't exactly know what more they can do to just try to sustain this very round, but they do get this clearance now. One more good wave is all they can hope for, and maybe till then we can find this equalizer for the life count.
For sure, no. The way that AG is playing this, particularly for that objective, smart setup for them. It's working really well. It's 11-6 advantage. They just need to be smart here. Watch their 6. Make sure that they're not gonna give out any free kills on the side of for free slot for sure. But unfortunately, that's Sogo's equalizer, making sure the equalize things. But Yang Wan with the sniper takedown. 10-4 is our score. It's almost an impossible task to the side of free slot here. So it's just gonna be a matter of time before it all ends. Elmax spotting it, and everyone now in here on the side might pull up a backstab. Manages to do so with an Annihilator. 6-2. Can they pull it off? I mean, it's gonna be an ultimate upset.
Very likely. Can you do it? Yangi scopes out, gets the read, finds the shot, and that one is down. Shadow all alone, finds the collateral. Can he find a turret? Yes, he can. Now a 1v3, but the backstab is on so close, but yet so far. And all gamers, they find an equalizer. But I saw it building up. If there wasn't no backstabbing happening for the side of Cloud, maybe we could have gotten the clutch. But now it's gonna be 2 for 2 here. So long, but yet so far. The game is spot on. Everything is insane.
Too close for AG right there. It was way too close. It could have ended differently for sure. But you know, that backstab was all it took to change the tide here. And of course now Pato, I set here in Alpha, trying to secure this 126 each for both sides. If a free slot can do that same play, you know, very smart and, you know, really rely on their gun skills for sure and their mechanical skills, they have the opportunity to push this one off and perhaps take at least 2 games to their name. But of course, for Cloud and the rest of the team, that's not going to be the case. They want to be fighting through and through here. So let's see which one here works.
Kato, watch another one. Could it be a triple? He knows for a fact Ruin's going to be right there. Picking up the capture on B control point. First, on the other side, trying to get some spawn control going. But Kato, he's sitting there, waiting for all gamers to peek out, and finally the trade is on. But it does take a while. But the progression on this B control point does get put to a stop. As Zelmox get the cleanup off C1. But this is how FreeStyle loves to play. Once they know that B control point is solidified, they quickly transverse back to A.
And that is the setup that I think FreeStyle is working on. Alpha and Bravo almost at the setup here. Alpha basically just one tick away. Sugos leading this one out to make sure that they have it. But Cloud says otherwise. The takedown is there. So now that's gonna stop. But still a good advantage for FreeStyle. Bravo is just a little bit shy of the second tick here for B side. 15-13 life is our setup. A little bit of an advantage for FreeStyle because they have objectives, but life not so good.
Eliminated.
It's gonna be a 3-1 split. All gamers. Not gonna be the most convincing here so far. FreeStyle is now slowly but surely regaining some map control, but they gotta move in quick. Only 12 seconds left on the control point. And if they can get the capture, then obviously time extension will be granted to them, and the Alpha point is already done and dusted. It's now going to be the final destination here for the side of all gamers in this B point. Can they hold it down? FreeStyle does get that opener. C1 with the claw. Spots one here towards the hall. And now there's no more pinches to be offered here by the side of all gamers have to barge in. One after the another. And they do get the clearance now. Something that you don't want to see if you're on the side of FreeStyle.
This is where AG definitely needs to be a little bit smarter right now. 5-6 is our setup. They have control of Bravo. So they can take this one out. Ruan without Warma can definitely use to clear the lanes here to take down more kills. 5-5 is our setup. Final 4-5. And the Warma doing its absolute best right now. 2 more against 3 lives from AG.
Look at the fight.
AG needs to be smart.
C1. Taking this one down. Still gonna be a 2v3. Frontside push might just happen as well towards the vents. C1 from the back. But the extension here from the set of all gamers will come along. They're just going to give this one for free. They would just want to play for the retake instead. It's decision all gamers. Coming in now. Coming in quick. 10 seconds left on the clock. Pop it in. He's there to get this one down. He finds Suga's out. Left, right. Pinch coming in. All gamers now going to be on the lead. And they're going to be on match point.
One more to go. Are my predictions correct? I'm trying to review my math from earlier. I wasn't able to write that one, but it could be it for all gamers. Can they finish this one off? Will we see 4-2 or live will be back for free slot? We're gonna check in right now. Looks like gonna be the case for AG. It's gonna be pushing Bravo. Alpha on the side of free slot. Kind of smart setup here, but of course they still need to be careful when it comes to those gunfights.
Big opener here for the set of free slot. Are now getting his attention towards the front side of the map. Trying to get the spawn trap here locked in. Back and forth battle here, JD.
Hostile hunter killer.
For sure. And now we're just 24-26. 2 live advantage on the side of free slot. But Alpha is getting heavily contested at this point. So there's still no solid this one. Bravo kind of on the side of AG, but still not ready to the setup here. I guess for free slot they have to be smart here. They know how to spawn trap AG, that's for sure. So they just need to do that one more time and just win their gunfights. But unfortunately, Yangi and Cloud just doing the exact thing that free slot has to do right now.
22-23. Sparrow is out there for the set of Yangi. They're trying to proceed and try to go for the capture here on the control point. Cloud holding this angle towards steps down. Spots one. Spots a double. Headshot to the face of Happy. One tap. Now free slot here. Can they make the brightest decision? Are they still going to go for a contestment here on Bravo? Looking like they want to. And C1's able to find one, but the cavalry is not going to be around to get the trade. And all gamers are leeching off the momentum off this very run. They get the clearance here on Bravo. Alpha is left to be the only control point to be captured around. Sugus. Equalizer is out. Finds a double here. Is it going to be enough to neutralize the ground?
Ruan, of course, with the War Machine welcoming party for everyone. Hato and everyone else. Free slot trying to find their opponents really well. But Alpha probably is not going to be the way for AG right now because that's well set up. They just need to find those takedowns. But Sugos finds one first. 13-13 is our score. A minute to go. It can still go in the side of AG here because they already won Bravo. So it could go either way. Free slot may need to hold on to Alpha to at least set this one up correctly.
A clear intent to go for the spawn trap. Sumo is waiting. He does have that equalizer as well. 2 players for Elmox. Should be 2 more as well for the side of Sumo. He spots one. He spots a double. A clearance coming in now here for the side of all gamers. But Sugas does get the kill. Coming in now. Back and forth battle. 8 for 8 we go. No clearance for all gamers to go for the capture on Alpha. And they reset all gamers here. Free slot is still in it for a show. Just play defensively.
They definitely need to play defensively here. But C1, something in the claw! The claw does the job! 5-4. It's just one life advantage, Cloud. Welcome C1 straight to the face. And now Sugos shuts down Cloud from the side. 3-3. And of course, free slot eats all 3 right there. One more to go. 2-1 is our setup. But no. We go overtime.
3-3. Last and final round. Round number 7. No overtime. This is it. Who can take the lead for the series? Let's come and find out. Is it going to be the CDM region? All gamers. Or is it from Garena? Free slot all the way back in Thailand. Here we go.
Now, of course, for free slot, they want their eyes set on Bravo already. They're trying to shut this one down right now. But of course, each live is very crucial at this point. They want to make sure that they have everything in play. Bravo, almost at the hands of AG. First take is good. Kato wants to say otherwise. The contention will be there. The takedown is good. That stops the bleeding. 25-23. still a lot of things happening. I mean, earlier matchup shows that it can go wrong, it may go wrong. So hopefully we see something really good on either side.
Target down.
With everything intensified here so far, JD. Do you think he's gonna win? Coming in now, moving in. Clearance coming. It's a bit more shaky here for them.
Yang one, Elmax perhaps finding the spawn trap. Elmax spots one and gets one. 17-19 the score. 2-point advantage. Bravo still in the hands of
Enemy down.
AG. That Anawin, that Annihilator, trying to spot someone and manages to do so straight to the head. Cloud for the takedown again. 14-18. Life at disadvantage on the side of AG. Cloud trying to bridge that gap, but it's a 3 life advantage here. 14 seconds.
Time.
13. Oh no! Oh!
You have to make a break. You have to make the break. Suga's now holding that angle down. Cattle finds a double. Free slot on the verge of winning. They have it. They got it. They win control.
Taking the lead.
All gamers goes down in control.
Ready up.
And Free slot is on the lead. G to the G's well played.
What
We
a match.
got it all.
You were
Wow.
right. You were right. It was gonna be a 4-3, but I did not expect it to be that crazy, that intense, and that heavily contested. What a way to end control. That has got to be one of the most highly contested controls that I've watched, ever. So a big respect to AG, but unfortunately, that equalizer is indeed the equalizer for Free Slot. I mean, it did so much for them.
I wasn't expecting it to end that way. I think I was like longing for more like contestation there for the set of all gamers, but it clearly didn't happen. And now if ever Hardpoint gets to be given for Free Slot, then obviously we're gonna be coming off out of the series quite early on, but it's very unlikely again. That is Hardpoint and that the Free Slot struggles at.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Free Slot lost that hard point, so of course there's still an opportunity for AG to win this one. But if we're gonna use control the way they were that aggressive here, Free Slot can pull off that come from behind victory. I mean, 3 straight wins is still possible for Free Slot, but for AG now, I mean, Yang and Cloud has to step up. They did so well here at control, but it was still not enough. That equalizer really doing its job for Free Slot for sure. Especially happy. And you gotta be happy with this performance as well.
Everyone should be happy here for the set of Free Slot, I must say. Because they have broken it down, and with this step of them winning control in a very dire situation like this, goes to show that they have it all. It's just the fact that, they gotta get through just a little bit more obstacles and maybe stand a chance on the opponent that they're gonna be going up against on the upper bracket.
Indeed. I mean, this is the Free Slot that is well versed already. This is battle tested. So if they come out from this competition, it's really, it's gonna be a good setup for them. It's gonna be a good start, but of course the challenge is still gonna be there for AG. Search and Destroy and Control was definitely hard fought, but unfortunately, definitely for Control, it was that spawn trap and that equalizer really did its thing. They won Hardpoint earlier, so it can go again for a 2-2 basically, but I cannot say for sure at this point. Honestly, at this point, I don't want to give any predictions anymore. It can go either way, and I'll be happy on how this will end. If it comes to the wire of 240, 250, I would not be surprised.
Same goes here for me, but I'm still leaning towards the game number 5. I feel like it is going to be put to a stretch here for the series. I did kind of anticipate that this might just be a long one, and it absolutely will be a pretty long one here. I feel like All Gamers still has this one locked down for Hardpoint, but once Search and Destroy comes along, it might just be the 50-50 mental battle that, every game decision making, whether you make it to the next stage of the competition, is going to be truly tested here, JD.
For sure. If we end up with the Search and Destroy setup, Free Slot won that by 9-6. 9-6 it honestly could have gone either way on certain games. So it will be such a contested match for sure. I would not be surprised again if we ended up in a overtime for Search and Destroy if we get there. So the hard point is becomes a must win for both teams. Of course, for Free Slot to get that compromise victory, for AG to at least even the odds and push it to S&D. So this will be all hell break loose. Everything will be necessary, and I hope for these squads get those Warmas. I'm not sure the map for Hardpoint is gonna be, but definitely that Warma does the job, and those equalizers as well will be critical here. As we of course look at the critical mistakes and victories for Control here. 4-3 was our ending score. 171-173 is our stats here for Free Slot, and of course Sugus C1, the man with a plan, leading this one with 40 frags. On the other side, it was Cloud with a 45. Yangi with 34 and 32 for Ruan. For the rest of Freestat Happy, 33, 32, and 39 for Sugus and Awin. So it was definitely the man with the plans day to day, second MVP. So best congratulations for that 1.32.
Yeah, I'm in second MVP here for the set of C1 with a 1.32 rating and 40 kills. My days. That was just really insane, and I get caught off guard sometimes. Transition sometimes gets quite early on. I'm a very expressionate man, and my matter of expression here is truly that Free Slot does have it all here. Well, we'll see if they can close it out. It's still gonna be that game that separates them. But if every game number 5 comes on, I think Free Slot will be in it for with massive confidence there.
For sure, because they managed to find the techniques already against AG at Search and Destroy. So that's why it's so critical for AG to win at Hardpoint, to at least push this one. And then probably learn from their mistakes earlier at Search and Destroy. But if Free Slot wins that Hardpoint already, give that certain level of confidence and aggression that they gave at Control, well, of course, it's gonna be over a short night and a sad day for CDM, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we had Kingzone already eliminated by, just their predecessor earlier, and they weren't able to really book the ticket up against Absolute Zero, and now we move over to the next one. So hey, we'll come and let's see. Let's just wing it. I'm still kind of hoping for the best here for the CDM region, at least in this Wild Dance. But if ever no one makes it out, then they still have their big bros up there. We got X-Rock, we got Wolves, we got Q9. So there's still a lot of hope here for the CDM region. I mean, in fact, there's too much hope because all 3 teams that I mentioned has it all to take this win in the CDSI.
For sure. So the big brothers might need to carry this team, but it will always be nice to have one more CDM team in the mix here. So that's gonna be the case. But if Free Slot will say something about it, of course that's not gonna be the case. They want to shut this one down, punch their ticket, and at least for now, win against AG, and then worry about whoever they're gonna face afterwards, which is unfortunately in this case it's gonna be Vitality.
All right, we'll see who can reign supreme up against Vitality. It is very unlikely that we will be able to see a team that could actually take them down, especially on their bracket here. But there's still some opening. After all, there's always some chances here and there. And if ever it's gonna be Free Slot, I mean, if they can get through and work on their control even more and just let go of those hard points, we could possibly see Vitality take an L up against Free Slot. But that's a stretch right there.
It's a stretch.
That's just showing and pointing out perspectives. But as we all know, I mean, it's backed up by a really good analyst that is part of the crew for us here on the shoutcasting desk, and at the same time Zim himself. And I know for a fact once whoever approaches them on the finals here for this bracket will not be able to find a lot of those loopholes to make some exploit out of it.
For sure. I mean, the Vitality game has been flawless, so it's kind of hard to find those loopholes for Free Slot or even all gamers if ever they push this to the wire. So it's a tall order for sure. It's a tall order. It can be done, but it has to rely on Vitality making so much crucial errors to secure those victories. But if we're gonna base it solely on their game yesterday. It's, as I mentioned, it's a perfect game. So a perfect game needs an even more perfect uh, countermeasure. So hopefully Freeslat has something on their sleeves, or all gamers, if they get this to game number 5. So it's a toss up for sure, but I guess Freeslat has that higher advantage, a higher chances of really locking this one to the ground. But we don't want to dismiss all gamers just yet, not just yet, as they have performed quite extensively well here for today.
Now, if you guys missed out the first batch of action here for this very broadcast, guys, we still have 2 more to go right after this, and it is, first of all, Absolute Zero up against Kagendra, and for this very bracket, whoever wins will have to go up against Vitality. So there's still going to be a lot more things that you guys should eye out for. So make sure you guys are following, staying tuned, and sharing the broadcast, because no one wants to miss the action that will be panning out right after the series.
Today has definitely been so much filled with actions, highlights, amazing moments, shockers, and everything else in between. Warden and I have been just staring at the screen and saying, what? How? Why? We've been asking so many questions because there have been so many amazing moments, and I'm sure even for later, Kagendra and Vitality taking on, of course, Kagendra taking on Absolute Zero is gonna be a banger for sure. And for Team Vitality, and I'm sure all their fans are waiting in anticipation who will be the team that they will need to take down. That's gonna be also a possible banger as well.
Well, should be, man. I mean, I still have my hopes high here for all gamers, but Freeslat, completely different squad that we got this, compared to what we got to see on like the first 2 days.
Yes, yeah.
Because yes, for sure they did lose that first game on Summit, but they showed really great lives as well, JD. And then, as we take some time here once again, and ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching CDSI 2024, the Wild End stage. It's the last day here for the Wild Ends. And as you all know, the group stage is going to be up next as well. Moving up overall, yes, for sure. JD's a bit shocked about the results of this game. Exactly. It's okay, JD. I know for a fact that there's just that, shockingness within it. But it's all right. Now, soon enough, we are about to start off this game, guys. And rest assured, Hardpoint is going to be opened up here once more. Looking like JD's back. JD's back. Here we go. I know for a fact you, bro, got shocked on what just happened on the control run.
Yeah, definitely. Now we have our eyes set on our next.
Oh, JD shocked again. Definitely. I mean, yeah, that's exactly just the problem that you just tend to face sometimes, especially when you are in the shock, But yeah, here we go. I mean, on the comment section below, who do you think is gonna win, guys? Is it gonna be Freeslat or is it gonna be all gamers? And clearly, all gamers is gonna be on the trail for this one. I mean, they could have had it on control earlier, but they weren't really able to transition towards round number 7, which Freeslat was able to win dominantly. I mean, as we draw things back as well to search and destroy, there was a lot of things that could have went well as well for all gamers, but they just lost the touch, especially on that mid stage of the game, where Freeslat was just able to go for the chain and chain and chain. And bam to the bam, we got to see a massive change of pace for the side of Freeslat. I mean, all gamers, you saw it, you guys saw it. It was like an instance where Yangi was able to get a 1v5 off the sniper, and they were able to get it through. But now, looking like we are now in transition to the game itself. Once again, it's going to be Hardpoint. This time, it's Hacienda. Operator skills looking like a bit different in regards to the gravity vortex and that fury fire. So hey, let's see who's gonna be able to get the most out of them here. Game's gonna open up. Hardpoint number 1. Let's see who's able to get the better spawns and at the same time control of that hallways. You guys name it, open and close. You gotta have someone on the foothold for those sectors here. 3 seconds separates us from the game itself. Bring it on now. All gamers, can they respond back with another Hardpoint? Or is it going to be Freeslat now, breaking the curse off the respawns? Freeslat on the better spawns. All gamers now here are going to be going for a split, perhaps 2 for 2 here on towards the hallways, and they're going to be able to get a breakthrough here towards the open. But C1's going to go for the flank towards close. He's going to be able to find a triple on the feed, a quad so far here for Freeslat. Players now gonna be inside as well, and they should be able to get the chain. All gamers scrambling across the map, left, right, back, front, center. And they have this option right now to go for the pinch, but they lose the gunfight quite unfortunately. That's gonna be 15-9. All gamers gonna be on the trail. Positioning wise,
Hardpoint
in a
lost.
hardpoint like this, they don't really have it. And only 20 seconds left here to be fought
Hardpoint
for.
locked down.
And it's still gonna be down to the wire here. But Free Slot is retaining really good control here. All gamers trying to get the scrap time. 18, 17 to 22 now. Points gonna start to rack up here for the side of all gamers. And as this hardpoint ends off, they should be able to get the back spawns and the scrap time. Take back the lead. Free Slot now. Can we see him or them hold onto the hill?
That is, I think that's gonna be the case here. So this is a very dangerous setup for both teams, but Free Slot already has access again to that hill. And of course, 28, 28, 29 is our score. Back and forth is our scores. Definitely AG making sure to give Free Slot a run for their money. But Kato says otherwise. They're holding on for this one. Every second will definitely count. This would be the perfect time to flush out Free Slot using your operator skills. And speaking of which, C1 has that claw already. Re-aiming shutdown. Cloud again with a warm-up for the takedown and trying to go for the recontrol here. Hopefully this is enough. They still have 20 more seconds to go. They can still turn this tide right around.
All gamers gonna be on the trail, but they do get to the control as well inside of the hard point. Free Slot loses control. And now they are gonna be settling for the next hill instead. That is gonna be 3 players rotated already towards the next hill. Lovely reset for the side of all gamers though. And if they are gonna be able to read fundamentally which way the rotation should go, they should be able to get clearance as well and try to flip the spawns on towards the next hill.
That is definitely the goal right now. But of course, I set already for Free Slot. They have initial setup 51-53. Now the lead is back to Free Slot. This is gonna be the case, I guess, for the entire hard point here. The lead will go back and forth each and every one. Now it's back to AG. It was just a few seconds. Kato resetting that one with a war machine. Yang coming back for the takedown. 62-55. It's heavily contested. Everyone is just making sure to gun this one and save their opportunities at the championship.
We need to see some splits here for the side of Free Slot if they want to get some breaks in some hard points. I mean, we're just seeing them barge in one by one on the front side, and the crossfire is just so much more better here for the side of all gamers. Finally, we do get to see a pinch, and they do get the breakthrough now for the scrap time. If they did this way earlier, maybe they could have gotten more points inside of this hill.
That is for sure. Damage has been done already. 61-81 is our score. Yangi shutting down that one right there. But of course, for Free Slot, their eye set is already on the next hill. While the rest of AGM scrambling away trying to go for the push. They already have blocked in. But there's still going to be a 20-point advantage on the side of AG. Now for AG, they just need to go again for that push. Aggressive setup, smart plays, and takedowns. That unfortunately, that Gravity Vortex doing its job right there. But unfortunately, and now it's Purifier. An answer to a different question. Everyone fighting everywhere right now. This is how we need to do it.
Operators galore in this very hill. Cloud is out with his war machine now. Can he put up the impact? Clearance comes in. All gamers loses the spawn. Much more to focus out of Free Slot, and they retain the lead.
But of course, 97-87 is our score. 10-point disadvantage on the side of Free Slot. 7 more seconds for AG. They will make sure to lock in that scrap point, and then I set on the reset for that hill. And Ruan try to shut down the double. They already have access to that one. They all need to do is just jump in and fire from all cylinders here. Yang Wan trying to go in as well. 97-99. It is so close.
Very close here in map of Shenda. 97-103. Hardpoint is stale. But all gamers just have this option here to go for the contestment. Free Slot though not too far behind to go for the pin perhaps. But Sumo is doing so well inside. Back in for gunplays. Cloud up top. Now swan diving inside of the hill. Free Slot gets resetted out. Should be more time for all gamers here to get the contestment with no players from the side of Free Slot getting inside.
Definitely for AG, they have controls upstairs and downstairs. So that is why they're able to take this one really, really well. Cloud just spearing everyone here. It doesn't really matter. Ruan has and Yangwan has control of second floor. So that's gonna give them a significant advantage. And now 137.98 is our score. That number dwindling, that lead dwindling away. It's not gonna be good for Free Slot here. Again, 30-point advantage. Back here in the hill. Let's see if they can control this one more time.
139 to 100. Pushing up. Free Slot. Let's have the positioning here inside of this hill. But look at the possible pinch that all gamers can put up. 2 players from Rockside. 2 players from Spiral. Pushing up now towards the driveway. Meets player 4. C1 goes down. And Free Slot so far, they do define themselves now towards the back of the hill. And they look to sustain as well. The war machine is on for the side of Cloud, but he only finds one. Can he find a double? No, he can't. C1 with a claw is out here as well, slaying the back, ensuring no flanks will happen. All gamers put the stale as Free Slot, rocking and racking up the points inside this hill.
Reset is almost there. We're almost to a tie here with the Predator missile as well. 135, 139. 4 more seconds. But of course, this hail, courtesy of Lux, is in contention. They now have control. Scrap points coming back in to AG. Now, Free Slot needs to go into the next hill, do exactly the same thing, and make sure this time, no member from AG goes for the takeover. So at least they can have that lead advantage as well. And now an eye set on those coming into that hill already, even for Kato. But for the rest of the kids from AG, they need to push right now.
143 to 150. Game's now about to get tied up. This is what Free Slot get if ever they put more effort to retaining the spawn. Player 5 topside Ruin. No will be able to get the break here. Balcony out. Cuts come in. All gamers now gonna be able to get a break inside of the hill. 2 players towards Metal from the side of Free Slot will try to come in as well. The Gravity Vortex for the side of Ruin will delay the push here from top side. But the 3-player push coming in from the top. Free Slot might just be able to get the break once more. Back and forth battle. All gamers on the lead. May remain much more longer. Looking like it will be that case. But Free Slot just doing extra efforts to getting the break side.
Takedown, the overtake is good, but it's back again to AG. It was only for a few seconds. 153, 166. Heavily contested on all sides. The next zone coming in hot already. Of course, this was where AG was managed to do something Free Slot was able to do something really good, but of course, everything will definitely be contested for sure. AG laying down everything on the line right now. Goes for the double. Really working well, making that triple. Wanna make it 4 perhaps? I don't even know. Warbout had raining down the heavens, unfortunately get taken down. 186, 153. Still a good effort for AG, but for Free Slot, they need to come in. C1 to the rescue. Back on their performance, but nope, he gets taken out. It's back to AG.
193 to 155. Statement of the game. Slowly getting larger. And all gamers now going to be able to enter the 200-point mark. The pacing won't change. We're going to settle for a game number 5. Free Slot, lost and confused in what to exactly do. This is a loop all around the map, and fortunately for them, no more points to be claimed here inside of this hill. But even if they put the foothold inside, all gamers just so dominant.
Definitely that dominance is showing off again. The way they performed in game number 1 at Hardpoint is showing this time. 218, 156 is the score. But of course, Free Slot now has access to that one. But contested yet again by AG, 220. It's just 34 points to go. And it will all be over. MLux and the rest of the team wants to put an end here, right now. But Kato denies them that opportunity. Back here, 160. Can he pull off and crazy setup here and at least push it to 190? But the Predator missile! Bang, bang, bang with a triple right there. Thank you, Ruan, for the save. But C1 coming back here. But 229, 169. Damage is still there. Where to go? Last 20 for AG.
Time is in the essence here for the set of Free Slot. They need to get a full 60 on the next hill if they want to put up a comeback. Game's not going to end here, fortunately for them, but they need to beat all gamers to that rotation. And so far, they have 3 players already inside of the hill, but back spawns are given for the side of all gamers. One more break is all gamers need for them to take this win and force a game number 5. Free Slot solidified.
now that 175 pushing to 180, but it's still gonna be a long day. 50 more seconds to go. If they can hold this one, they will bridge this one and go closer to at least the 200 mark. Ruan has plans otherwise. Young one raining down on that Sparrow. Welcome to the big leagues, kids. Here we go, 200 mark, almost for free slot. They're still almost there, but Cloud wanna make sure to lock this one in. 5 more seconds to go. Heavily contested, but it's still in the hands of free slot.
Oh my days. Hold it down. 20-point mark claimed by the side of free slot. Time is ticking here for the side of all gamers. 3 unsuccessful waves has already happened. They try to break a break here from the front side. Flank from Yangi. Will it be enough? He spots one. He spots a double. But Kato is there for the trade. 5 more seconds to go. We're seeing another hard point.
Friendly predator.
For sure, it's gonna be another contention on the other side. But this is where free slot kind of struggled earlier. All AG has to do is step in. Who gets this one? Who runs first? AG, everyone right there, but it's heavily contested from all the sides. Yangi trying to shut down everyone. Nope, not yet. 47.
Hold on for dear life. 221 to 248. Free slot washed away. And we're getting a game number 5.
Overtime it is. What a way to pull off for AG right there. It was almost done for free slot. Almost. But of course, they managed to do it. Managed to push it to game number 5.
Oh my days. Game 5 it is. Search and destroy. Free slot. Game 2 merchants. Can they be a game 5? The game 5 merchants here, I don't know. But all gamers, I know for a fact they're hungry as well to take this win away. It's a battle of the best out of the best here. May it be Garena, may it be CDM. What matters is that we're seeing Call of Duty Mobile at its finest.
Indeed. I mean, this is the best, I believe, CDM and Garena has to offer. It is all good and fun by me. I mean, if we're gonna end up, of course, we're gonna end up for sure at Search and Destroy. So it's just gonna be a matter of who wants it more, who is hungrier, stronger, and better. But as we come into the highlights of our heavily contested hardpoint, I mean, every single moment counted for each of these squads. C1, Cloud, Ruan, of course, Yangi, definitely doing their best to lead their own teams to victory here at Hardpoint.
So close for free slot. But you gotta admire the drastic improvements that they've been able to put up against all gamers here for a moment or so. They were able to take that lead, at least in regards to the momentum. But now, we have to wait for the game 5 to make the decision. Who's gonna make it? Free slot up against all gamers to go up against Vitality for the last series to define who's gonna make the ticket to the group stage.
And that ticket will definitely well earned and well deserved for either teams because they've really done their absolute best performance wise. We've seen a lot of improvements. There's still of course room for more, but nevertheless the way they've done everything throughout the afternoon here is just an absolute masterclass. Respect, no love lost for AG and for free slot, but of course it will come down to the wire at S&D. And earlier it was a 9-6. Again, if we ended up with 252-21, I was just off by 20 points for the record, you know. But nevertheless, I mean, this was such an amazing match, Orden.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I gotta agree with you on that note. And in regards to the kills, there is a bit more shining here for the side of all gamers, 198 to 163. But a lot of impact kills was found over as well for the side of free slot. Now, already we're on that early rotation to get the spawns for like majority of the hills. It wouldn't have gone down to this way, but it is what it is. It is just another time for them to learn. But in regards to like the MVP for this one, I mean, take a look at Cloud. Once again, 55 kills, 1.77 for his name.
For sure, but Cloud definitely raising up the skies for AG here, so they will still have the opportunity to buy for that fight here, and of course be a part of that roster and face Vitality later on. But they need to focus first on winning Search and Destroy before anything else, because if not, it's just gonna be free slot one more time. So either way, I'm very excited and kind of stressed on how this one's gonna go.
Well, I'm pretty hoped up, stoked up, hyped up, name it. I know for a fact everyone's gonna be going wild and ham on the chat as well. I mean, there has been a lot of supports for this out of free slot, especially in Search and Destroy. And I know for a fact the vast majority as well is just leaning towards free slot on this game number 5. But do note, game number 5, they involve a lot of those mental game. And if ever free slot is able to retain that same factor on just dominating, especially with their mental state, just playing aggressively, maybe we could absolutely just see them booking that quick and easy ticket on that game number 5 up against Vitality later on.
Well, it's a hard-earned ticket for sure. I mean, AG basically gave everything they got here to push this to game 5. That was an absolute... I have mad love and respect for this team right there. I mean, if this is how CDM will offer themselves, you know, this is a good representation for them. But Garena is also well represented by free slot, gotta admit. So, key points to victory, I guess, for both squads. For free slot, as you mentioned, it's definitely that level of aggression and smart plays. For AG, it has to be the way they perform in the sense of how well they set up their plays. That rush A and B earlier has to change. That it could become a 2-1-2 slots or a 3-3-2 setup, whichever the case may be. But it has to change, or if it's not gonna change, they need to go in, win their gunfights first before the push. Because if not, it's gonna be the case for free slot again. So, that's a toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with you as well. I mean, we need to see more diversity here. I mean, for the same goes for the side of free slot. Yes, for sure, they are convincing in Search and Destroy, but it's gonna come to the point as well where they can't just do it over and over again. They gotta switch up their plays. And earlier we got to see a pretty, default formation for the side of free slot. It was like a 2-2-1 as well towards the defensive side of the map. And for their offense, actually, I don't want to take away too much from them. I mean, I think they have it already down the bag, and it's going to be tough to re-systemize the whole squad, especially in the middle of the series. So, hey, maybe if it has been working, then just stick to it. We'll just come and find out what's going to be the respondent off each other here, JD.
For sure. So if it's working, don't fix what it's not broken. I mean, if it did the job earlier, it could do it again. But of course, AG would definitely have something else to say about that. So now, the question is, 1, where are we headed for Search and Destroy? 2, are these teams well adept and smart when it comes to their plays for this map? And number 3, are they gonna go default? If they're gonna go default, it could go on the side, I guess, for... Initially, it's like this time it's more of a 60... No, it's not gonna be a 60. Honestly, I have to say 50-50 right now. I have to respect AG from what they just did. So I cannot say 60-40 for free slot. It's gonna be 50-50 for sure. 50-50.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like well into it as well, as considering the fact that we are seeing a game number 5. So, I mean, it's anyone's ball game here anymore, but Search and Destroy does win you championships. That's what Jericho would love to say. And it's just bound to be a match that, heartedly, I feel like I'm going to be leaning towards free slot too, but I just don't want to underestimate that all gamers can still take this one away. I mean, after all, it's a game of chess, especially in a map like Tunisia. All gamers, free slot, tied up now for the series. Game number 5, whoever wins books a ticket up against Vitality on the upper bracket. Here we go. Let's come and get it. All gamers, free slot, Garena, CDM, a battle to watch out for, guys.
Everything is on the line right now, ladies and gentlemen. For all gamers and free slot, every win counts, every shot counts, every movement has to be calculated. No mistakes, no wrong setups. Who gets first win here? It could become the preview of what this game will end up.
All Gamers pushing up now here towards the A site. Yangi leading the push off the sniper. No one watching connector, at least into that angle where Winery is covered. Sugas, though, if the timing is right, should be able to get a double as well. Yangi's jumping quite around quite a lot. Sugas, I think he has some information as well. That's why free slot is locked down here on this A side. Once the first still commence, it might just go down to a chain, but that is across the map where no one is going to be right around the side from Cloud, and he's going to take the bullet straight from Kato.
Unfortunately, Cloud is down already, but of course the rest of the team still up and up. But Anawin says otherwise again with that R9 doing major damage. Now it's a 5-2 situation. Make that all alone for Zumo. That R9 is just absolutely nasty. But of course, Zumo managing to take one first. But it's still gonna be a 4-1 scenario.
1v4. The game 5 like this. Gonna play this one with discipline. And then Ahud just checks out with an R9. 3 kills for him. In this very round, clear up. Maybe actually quad. Yeah, it was a quad. Could have gotten an ace, but Kato was able to get an opener as well. Now free slot is on the lead. This is where the questioning begins. Default didn't work out for all gamers. Are we gonna see more aggression this time around?
Definitely a big L there for the side of AGM, but they're probably walking in to Anawin's R9 one more time if this is the case. They kind of doing the same play style again. That's 2 on the alpha. That's a 2-3 split basically. Same thing almost for free slot. They know their spots here. They want to make sure to at least down the numbers to at least 3 players and then go for your move. But in this case, AG has the bomb, so they can go for an advantage here. Probably at Bravo if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go for a commitment here. Just leaving Elmox here to watch the flank. But the 2 players from the side of free slot should get overwhelmed, but Anawin finds one. He gets Cloud as well, spotted out as well. Massive information relayed already for the side of free slot. But look at the discipline that player 3 and player 1 is putting up as well on the squad of blue. They are still waiting for a possible pincher from the back, but nowhere. No one is going to be there for the set of all gamers. And it's just the matter of time for all gamers here to go for the bomb plant for free slot to make a move.
For sure. It's kind of a stalemate right now. So I think for AGM, they're probably going to abandon the alpha plan already. Probably try to go clear another lane here. Perhaps. Or at least get abandon Bravo, get to alpha perhaps, and then let Ruan probably push through there if they can clear it out. But that's not probably the best setup right now because they're just trying to burn the clock here with 18. This is not gonna go well for them. They need to do something right now, but Happy doing something different instead. The plant will be there at alpha. The defense is out, but of course C1 for the takedown there will be.
Wow!
My
on
goodness.
the prowl, on the loose. C1 makes the break. Kato getting the Fitchner mid-air. What a way to end it here for free slot. They go 2 in a row.
Good move right there for free slot. Smart setup. They already know that they're gonna go in. They committed. AG committed that one already, and they just took them out. Free slot to lead here. So it's still gonna be a long day. It's still race to 9. Nothing has changed. AG still has an opportunity to take this back up. But of course, if they're gonna stick to this weird setup, it might not pay off.
Gonna be a 2-1-2 as well on the offense. Not something you get to see pretty much every day, but they're kind of hoping that free slot is gonna play aggressively, which obviously they're not because started around. It's just much more anticipated that it could lead towards that way, but free slot is just so unpredictable.
For
It's
sure.
going to be a stalemate once again, but a lot of mid presence now is to be found over here for all gamers.
And now, of course, everyone's still in the standstill. Smart way here, basically at this point, for all gamers, is at least get Bravo shut down. But Yang finds one. And now Sugos going in for perhaps the double. Yang takes another. And now it's a 2v4, so 2v3 situation. Barely 2v4 situation here. Anawin and Kato still has an opportunity to turn this one around, especially for Anawin with that R9. Ruan will go with the plant already. Now the boys from Free Slot has the opportunity to take this one down. Not yet. Not connecting completely there. All eyes from AG is on that tunnel, but unfortunately, bang from Yang One. And the finish. Nope, nope. And there it is, indeed, from Zumo. Finally, AG putting themselves on the scoreboard, but still, free slot lead.
Now gonna be 2 for 1 here. Lovely respondent for the set of all gamers. They played that one more aggressively on that A side. Looking like they are still gonna go for the same old split here. 4-1 for the 3-2 actually for the set of free slot. Now it's just a matter of the waiting game once more.
Waiting game has kind of worked for AG, but they just don't want to make. They want to make sure that they don't over-rotate, overextend, and of course get backstabbed. Unfortunately, one thing the key here is one, if AG wants to win, they have to take out the now win, and then happy at least. Kato is of course still a threat, but if it's gonna be a clutch situation, it's not gonna matter so much. So they need to play this really really smart. I mean, whoever loses first player first is normally the one to lose at this point, but right now everyone's just stay put. 3-2 is still their setup. They're slowly inching away for Elmax. He needs to clear this lane and make sure that everyone is down. Nice one right there for Yang One. And now, one life advantage on the side of AG.
Here we go. Looking like we are about to see the game change up now. Looking like they are going to be leading towards this B bomb side where only Kato is at. Cloud going to be checking out. Left side, clear. Bomb side should be out in the open here as long as Kato goes away. And looking like he will. So it's going to be now a 5v4 retake here, and the advantage of all gamers. That's just how you love to play Search and Destroy. I mean, take your time, look for the perfect approach. Have the advantage now for you. Just hold your grounds. Play for the crossfire. Play for the post plant.
For sure, that's
another ground landed here for the side of all gamers who can take the kill. Cloud checking out. Rotates around. I don't know exactly what's the call there, but hey, they are still buying time.
For sure. So far, it's still working. I mean, no one has been taken out just yet, but C1 takes one down there. Cloud with a trade, and now it's a 3v4 situation here. Ruan has that eye set. One is the chase. Elmax for the finish. 2-2 is our score. Back and forth we go. Let's see if this time AG takes the lead.
It's gonna be tough when who can really take this one through. No. This is what we expected it to be. It's a game 5, the decider. Who can book the ticket on that upper bracket? Looks like we are about to see another push here, but this time around on that A bomb side.
That 3-2 push is kind of working for AG so far. Basically, what they're doing is go 3-2 push and then bait everyone up, probably hoping to clear Bravo, go for the Bravo, and then basically pinch everyone out for that takedown. So that's working for them. I think they're trying to do that one more time as we're basically 2 members down. It's just a now win for their Cloud. Shuts down a now win already. So that's one problem solved. One more to go and Bravo is all theirs. Elmax, good thing. And now it's going to be that one more time. The plan, the defense is going to be in play for AG.
Another attack here on the speed bomb site will come in. Free slot, split to a disadvantage. Gotta learn from the mistakes. Gotta stack up the B side. All gamers has been prosperous with it. Now they just gotta hope for that they can find one player isolated here. Cheeky angle, finds C1. Positions, happy as well, finds one down the bottom side, but it's just not really looking great here for the set of free slot unless we can see a miracle play from Sugas. One tap away to get the kill, but he misses. And all gamers now gonna be on the lead.
First time that they're on the lead. So now, of course, they need to push their ticket even further. This is working. Free slot has not countered this setup yet, so that's still good. So if they want to go for this one more time, that is okay. But looks like they're gonna be doing a whole different approach here. Alpha push is gonna be the call for AG here, perhaps. 3-2. 3 on the side of Alpha. For the side of free slot, it's still that split. 3-2 split. 2 eyes on the Bravo. But of course, the stalemate is back up and running. So I guess they're trying to bait in for Alpha push, perhaps. And then do again Bravo. But of course, if one of the members of AG goes down, courtesy of any members from free slot, then of course the advantage is the best call there is go for the push and bombard them immediately.
All gamers gonna be leaning towards the B side once more. Free slot didn't solidify it. They're gonna put more aggression here towards it now, and they're gonna be allocating it from the top side. Kato from the back as well, supporting his teammates. Spotting another one through the wall. Sumo goes down. Elmox clearing up, checking out top side. And Kato's gonna go down all because of Ruin with an Odin. It's gonna be a 3v3 here. This time, no advantage in regards to the life count for the side of all gamers.
Bomb has been planted.
Free slot. Could this be the opener?
This could be their definite opener. All they have to do is be smart about it. But unfortunately, the backstab from Happy connects. And now they're down one player out. Ruan with a trade. And that is good. 2-2 is our setup here. It's just C1. Ooh, taken out. Ruan is all. So C1 is all alone. Ruan is there. Bucks shuts down that.
That round, but it's not over yet.
5-2.
Ready up.
Stories are being turned on the side of free slot. AG on the lead.
42 we go.
Destroy the objective.
All gamers getting this dramatic lead
Bomb
now.
acquired.
We all know that free slot excels more on offense as well, but for this time being, all gamers are going to be having the laugh of their lifetime. They're slowly but surely building up the spree. And as soon as free slot solidify themselves here on the B bomb side, all gamers has a different approach here. They're not going to be going through main, just have this mid presence control. And now in C1. Now in goes out, C1 is there to go for the double spray down. Sumo, Yangi go out. And now all of a sudden, should have been the advantage for the side of all gamers. Free slot responds back with their own force.
And that force is showing really well in the hands of C1 with 5 frags already. And of course, Anawin as well. Unfortunately, he's down already. 4v3 situation. C1 has eye set on Bravo, so they're definitely not gonna have an opportunity there anymore. Happy has eye set on that spot. He knows someone is there, but Elmax trying to clear the lane. That's one. And now it's just gonna be the case for Alpha trying to go in. Yes, they have all cleared already. They have opportunity to plant at Alpha this time. And now C1 and
Bomb has
Kato
been planted.
with the pressure on to defuse and take down 3 members as well. Who make that just one? It's just all down to Kato. Kato trying to peek in with the Tundra. Spotting anyone just to go for the takedown. It's kind of an awkward situation because everyone else is basically beside that wall. He cannot go in. Cloud overextends, eats it. Unfortunately, Elmax and Ruan has the opportunity for the trade. Will they go in? And the pinch is good. 5-2 is our score. 4 more wins and AG can take it home. Free slot has to respond right now.
Enemy has
Coming
dropped
in.
the bomb. Bomb acquired.
5-2 here. Free slot. They've shown a lot of great dominance here on Tunisia. Another call could be is that all gamers has finally possibly found a counter here on the search and destroy. Hope is slowly but surely getting diminished. But we need to see them set this one up. We need to take one more round before the switch of sides. The lead is just
Grenade out!
getting bigger and bigger right now.
It's gonna be a tough situations. I'm as quiet as these players are right now, just not moving, just trying to stare at the situation, feel the setup here. It's still gonna be looks like again a push for Alpha, but this is not gonna be an easy setup because you have 3 players there. But ooh, the nade to Ruan! What a move right there! The clear is good. Now it's just gonna be Happy, but they cannot push. AG cannot push it just yet. This could become a dangerous setup, but nope, that's gonna be the case. Trade is good, it is fine, it's okay. Ooh,
Happy!
it's just straight all over. Happy is
With a
just being happy
triple.
with a triple. Okay, now they have the advantage again.
Moving
oh
in.
boy,
Coming in quick. Happy. Can he hold it? Slope is out. Yangi, Ruan inside. 2 players on con. They go for the double challenge. Happy can't find another one. But they know exactly where they are now. Just wait for the bomb plant. 2v2. C1.
Bomb has been
Kato. And they claim it. Snipers out here for Kato. C1 with a BP-50. Yang and Ruan does have the double AR set it up. This one's gonna be pushed. The flank we go. They spot one. Now it's a 1v1. They get the read. Ruan off the heady, but it doesn't matter for Kato. He takes the win. They get it. Finally responding after so many rounds. Free slot. Lowering down the lead. Just 2.
Good setup right there. Patience, smart play, but unfortunately, AJ could have won that. They had the numbers advantage. They were just not really spread out correctly. They could have just waited for the numbers, basically force free slap to the error and have force them for the defuse and then take them out. It was a winnable moment for AJ, but nevertheless, they're just doing, okay, fine, we're gonna take this back one more time. But nope, that's not gonna be the case. Elmax and Zumo are the only ones left on the side of AJ, and Freestyle still has 4 more members to go. Makes that just 1 more on the side of AG, and it's just down to Elmax.
1v4. Elmax, all eyes on you. Spotlight granted. Can he make the most out of it? Freestyle knows exactly where he is, so he's just gonna be falling back here. Gonna be taking the long way around. Coming from Japan to Italy. I mean, this is a long rotation here for the set of Elmax. It's gonna take quite a lot. Gonna take a miracle for him to pull this one off. And you get to see C1 is ready, holding his angle down. He hears the call. He clears it out. And it's gonna be 4-5 now. 1 more round for a free slot to get the equalizer.
Definitely a good round there for free slot. Unfortunately, AG one more time dropped the ball on that one. Not a good start right there. They were way too out in the open. They needed to be smart right now. Of course, on the defensive side, they need to work on something different because right now, free slot is pushing Bravo all the way here, going full aggression, the smokes, everything else in between. They're laying this one out, probably going for the plant immediately. But, of course, the clear first on Yang is working, and now they have full control.
Oh my days, Cloud! Double kill for him on the Odin. Ruin as well. Odin at his finest. 2v3. Looking like all gamers. About to be the Alpha and the Omega and everything in between here. Free slot. Kato, C1 here, left to clutch it up. They fortunately have the bomb. So they could rotate towards A. Maybe go for a possible cut as well towards mid. But if C1 doesn't really get to call the 3 players from the side of all gamers, he's going to be rotating here from this mid map. And there, it's just going to be bound to be a free kill, but they don't check it. They don't check it at all. It's just going to be a 3-man wrap around here. And I don't think the timing is well here for the set of free slot.
Not a good situation right now for free slot, but of course, if AG ends up in this lineup, this is gonna end up in a triple takedown, courtesy of Kato perhaps, if he does this right. The turns, everyone checking in, gets 1, gets 2, and now it's just down to 1. Cloud all alone, gets for the trade, mano y mano. Cloud versus C1. C1 fires away, the slide, the takedown. C1 makes it in, and they are now lined up again. Another deadlock here at S&D.
C1, I was starting to question, why are you playing a mid? But he was able to get a clear shot on the mid cross. Now the game's all tied up here. Changing the pace up. 5-man push towards the B bomb side. Player 4 backing away. Yangi is gone. And look at the positioning here for set of free slot. They have it all. They got it locked down. He's gonna play this one more cautiously. And now when is a tag away from going down. All gamers looking to funnel through. Kato gets an angle. Spots Yangi down. 3 players on the top side. 1 player. Ruan looking for the timing here. But the crossfire is on. 3-man. Set it up well. And now it's just gonna be free slot taking the lead. Garena is proud, but not yet over. Still so far. Long way to go. All gamers, for sure they don't want to back down, not just yet.
For sure they don't want to back out just yet. It's just a 1-point advantage, but of course, current plays here are not working for the side of AG. That full push that Free Slot is working on is really doing well, but of course they have to turn things around, change it a bit, but Cloud wants to do a different setup here, and now their free slot is 2 members short. A bit of advantage for AG. They can turn this
Definitely.
one around in another takedown, and let's see if this is gonna be the case.
5-2 now. C1 Kato. Just about to give off the round here for a set of all gamers to get another equalizer. Sumo catches player 4. C1's doesn't go for the flank. No way we can see another play from him. We've seen this guy going for flanks over flanks. He should be able to get at least 1 to 2 players perhaps if the timing is right. Checks the way, spots him, goes for the kill. Yeah, he's there for the trade. Quick shots coming in. And FreeSlot gets overwhelmed. All gamers taking up the lead to a stale point. It's now going to be equalized.
This is our third stale point of the match right now.
Destroy the
6-6 is our score. Race to 9, but of course they need to go for full overtime here. This is gonna be a long night for us. Of course, we're gonna make sure it's all worth it here because these two squads really bringing out everything they have right now. Interesting setup here. Very open and spread out. FreeSlot, but Sugos takes one. Probably trying to take another.
Missile sprays down, gets the kill. Beautiful trade coming in. Happy puts up here, down deep though. Locks it with it now, and they're able to find one, they're able to find two. Make it a triple for Happy. Yangi now all alone. Sniper, can you make it? Bombs drop here. Enter red on the B bomb side, and now it goes out. But the trade is on for Happy. Give him the 4-3. Happy makes the play and retains the lead right back for FreeSlot.
Everyone is definitely happy for Happy right now. Delighted with his performance. Really doing well for FreeSlot. And now they're just 1 point lead. It's still 1 point lead. AG can still catch this one up. But of course, as defenders, I think they're pushing straight alpha defense. Only one for Bravo. But for FreeSlot, they're holding off on all their movements here. What's the call?
Player 5 stale inside of his spawn, not really moving. I don't know if it's connectivity issues or what, but there's just no pressing for Kato. That is so unfortunate. He can't be. He might be watching the words long, maybe, but I don't know. I hope everyone's completely fine here, so we get to see a complete fair game. Now the push still leaning towards the B bomb side. Player 3 actually sings with the bomb. That is not the way you want to go. You give off the bomb out in the open on Winery, and they know exactly where it is. All they gotta do now is stack it up. Big mistake for the side of FreeSlot.
They dropped the ball big time there for FreeSlot. I'm not sure what was the call there. I mean, he was all alone, unable to respond. No, there will be no trade in that case. So that was not the smartest move. You're already leading by 1. It's gonna end up in a 7-7 situation here. But of course, everyone's still awake. For Kato, he has not moved. So I think this is gonna be some issues for sure. So they're kind of AG's kind of fighting a few man teams here, and that's gonna be the case. C1 is basically the only active body here that they're looking for.
That is so unfortunate. It is what it is. Elmox finds the kill. Kato is stale in his spawn. Just a big loss here for the set of FreeSlot. All odds are against them. All gamers are not even aware of the situation. It's just it. 7-7 now. The game is put to a stop. And we're just going to be seeing just a bit of a reset here. I think they're going to call for just a bit of a break here for inside of this game so we can see the full squad of FreeSlot back in action. So unfortunate.
Yep, unfortunate indeed, but of course it's still in the game. We're still 7-7. They still have an opportunity to win another one. It was just a technical error for sure. So at least if they can reset this one, get back in the game, scrap the loss that they had earlier, that's fine. It's still a very tight situation, but it's back and forth for both squads. So what's the countermeasure for each? That's gonna be the big question.
I mean, there's really nothing much to change here. I don't think no strategies can help them aside from just to try and hope for the best in regards to like winning those kind of gunfights. Because clearly every round that has been going to a win was just better offense or better defense, and it was just a matter of question who could come out and get the last and final kill. Free slot, all gamers, they have it all. You can find out. I mean, rest assured, guys, we are just making sure that everything's gonna be well okay before the game starts. Obviously, it's still kind of unfortunate that it could have been a big factor why Free Slot lost the final round, that we got to see to get the equalizer for all gamers, but it is what it is. They're gonna face it. It already happened, but you know, fortunately the production crew is pretty chill about it, and they're gonna call for just a bit of a break for the players and just hope for the best that Kato can make it back inside of the game.
Perhaps they could also use this opportunity to just look into their strategies, what is working initially for both teams and what is not working. For AG, that Bravo Force initially was for Free Slot rather, the Bravo Force was working really, really well. That aggression setup, the smokes, clear, quick pinch, and because how AG's defending Bravo earlier was just with Yangi. So it's not gonna be much of a problem basically. So now for AG, they need to at least focus on Bravo, probably go for a 3-2, 3 on the Bravo, 2 on the Alpha perhaps. That is something that they need to check out if they're gonna go defend their side. For the side of Free Slot, of course, everything has actually been working. The rotations have been really, really smart. It's just what happened for Suga's execution there, carrying that bomb earlier at the previous round. That was one thing that they want to avoid moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, on the winery, bringing the bomb there, being all alone, that was giving all gamers ready the assurance, yep, it's going to be an A push already, and Suga's not going to be backed up with any of his teammates. So what we got to do is just stack up there and just clear out the possible forces that come to the way coming from the side of Free Slot. But yeah, I mean, come again, guys. If you guys are wondering why we had a pause, Kato wasn't really able to relog in towards this game, and that is exactly why we're here right now on a caster desk, just waiting for the players to get ready up for the action to be, you know, all fair and square. Because come again, this is a very dire situation. It's 7-7 right now on Search and Destroy, and this is game number 5, and whoever wins has another chance to book a ticket on the upper bracket finals, on the finals for their you know, the Wild and Seer, and they got to go up against Vitality, and if ever they do win it, they book their tickets to the group stage as well, where the official tournament begins.
Yes, indeed. So it's very crucial. Want to make sure that everything is all fair and square for both squads. They definitely deserve the slot and that opportunity to make sure that, you know, they're fighting at their utmost best. We don't want questions when it comes to the situations or whether or not their win was legitimate or whatever. So we're gonna give Kato as much time as they need to just reset their settings and of course reset the setups or whatever connections, what have you. I know that from my side as well, so that's okay. So hopefully everything is all good. We are still on the stalemate. Our standing is 2-2. AG1 Hardpoint and Hardpoint, both Hardpoints rather, for Free Slot. They won S&D earlier and Control. So that's why we are back here at Control, winning game number 5 for all the marbles between AG and Free Slot.
Let's come and get it. Come again, guys. This is CDE side 2024, and you know, we are just bound to see something about the whole situation here. Yes, guys, come again. It is very unfortunate, but you all know you guys want to see every team here to be able to play at the best condition there is to offer, coming from their own side. And if you guys are longing to see more action as well for Call of Duty Mobile, better make sure you guys are following the page here for your arena on YouTube and on Facebook. But now we continue inside of this game. It's gonna be 7-7 now. Game's all tied up. Free Slot pushing up here versus B side, but the nade comes in for C1. Elmox leads with it, and Yang is gonna go for the COD as well. The momentum is not really on here for the side of Free Slot. It's just gonna be Kato all alone here in the 1v4. The spear is out. They go for the chop directly to the skull, down to the ground. Match point now here for all gamers.
Now a good spot for all gamers. See what they did there? Very smart setup, because Freesat went in for the Bravo push. They were ready. Unfortunately, they got taken off. Some members got taken off, but nevertheless, that was a good call. This is how they need to move when Freesat is going in for the Bravo, and exactly what they're doing right now. Can AG do it one more time?
One more time, one more dance. Coming in overtime. It's crazy to see that Freesat is now in this situation where they're on the verge of losing the search and destroy. All the hopes now here for CDM is relying on all gamers to get the last and final round to close it out. Freesat stacking onto the direction of the B bomb site. Happy is leading the push. Smokes is deployed. And Nawin checks out. Finds Elmox. Yangi, top side. Finds a shot onto an Nawin. Trades and trades back and forth. But look at C1's gonna go for the flank. Happy getting one tagged up. 3 players now pushing up. C1 needs to move in quick. He might just be able to go for the spray down and make the play. The concussion gets dropped. C1 now pushing up. He spots 1, spots 2. Sumo dropping down from the sky. Swan diving. And now it's going to be C1 all alone from the flank up against Sumo in a 1v1. What separates them is this 1v1. All gamers to win this. It's gone and dusted. C1 take this win. Overtime commence.
Now, of course, for Sumo, such a tall order for this guy right here. He has the capacity to shut this one down and go for the finish. Defender has the advantage for the time. They can do this, but C1 may have the opportunity. It's just a matter of who finds who first. Question is, who finds who first? But of course, C1 rotating for full alpha. He knows.
He knows.
Okay,
he knows. The timing. Moving in. Sumo pushing up towards connector. He go for the shot. But the time drains down. All gamers wins it. Unfortunate for Freesat. It didn't have time. And that's just about it. Freesat is eliminated. All gamers, they booked their tickets to the finals of their bracket in the Wildlands to go up against Vitality. So unfortunate, but well deserved here for all gamers. Wow.
Saved by the bell. I mean, it could have not ended any better or crazier or any way we predicted. It was such an amazing setup. It could have ended in such a way if they had more, if Freesat had the time, they would have managed to lock that one in. But they knew the clock. AG knew the clock. All they had to do is either get that kill or at least burn the numbers already. And they did. What a finish. AG, through all hard matches that they gone through today, they now punch their ticket to the next level. And of course, it's gonna get even harder because of course, it is Vitality.
I mean, what awaits them now here, since we have now established the teams that will be making it to the next stage of this Wildlands. It is surely going to be all gamers up against Vitality. And on the next, for the next series though, it's going to be the other bracket. We have Kagendra up against Absolute Zero. But let's take a moment and reciprocate what just happened for this series. It went down to the wire. It was game number 5. And it went almost to an overtime. But all gamers got the last 2 rounds to claim. Coming from the tie on 7-7, they were able to break through, take down, search and destroy merchants of Freesat.
Really good improvement here for all gamers. I mean, when it comes to the very critical moments of winning their gunfights, they won them quite well. They're now checking their angles. They're hiding really smartly. But of course, you know, C1 and the rest of the team still has their onslaughts ready for certain situations. But nevertheless, overall, AG winning their gunfights better at certain situations and managing to read the room on how to approach their opponents. That's why we're able to get that initially that 2-point lead and of course that finish at the very end. I mean, this last few minutes was insane.
Went down to 5-5, 6-5, then a bit of a breakthrough there for the side of Freesat. And all gamers responding back with like what? 4 rounds in a row for them to take this win. I mean, I was just surprised how well all gamers was able to take this one through. Enough to be said, it is what it is. It's how it's gonna end off with all gamers CDM region Hope is still high for them. You gotta get through Vitality.
Yep. It is a tall order, but with how tenacious and strong they showed themselves here at this game against Free Slot, you know, I'm sure CDM has still has their hopes up that they may pull up something amazing against Vitality, but of course, that is such a tall order. It's gonna be a David versus Goliath matchup, but how tenacious and strong-willed they are, they definitely have the chance to pull something shocking, perhaps one game or two. We'll definitely never know. I mean, this day has been full of surprises, and we'll pull up some more as we of course wait for the stats in just a bit. But now AG needs to put their eyes on Vitality, and of course for Absolute Zero, they are definitely prepping themselves to fight off against Kagendra later in the hour.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, man, we got to see that, Search and Destroy already for the side of Absolute Zero was really on as well. And, we had a lot of information that they possibly just acquired Jay-Z for the squad, which kind of switched up the tempo for Absolute Zero, and it turned into a much more aggressive squad, which kind of like favors the personality here for the side of Absolute Zero. Talk about Rage, talk about Yato, talk about Hydro, by the way, putting up a lot of great impact as well, especially in games like Control where his War Machine can truly shine.
Definitely. That is something that Kagendra needs to understand how well to counter that high level of aggression from this team. On the side of Kagendra, of course, how do you shut down a team like Absolute Zero? Well, one thing for sure, they will definitely need to check their S&D gameplays. That's still the case. But for Hardpoint, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Kagendra because of how aggressive AZ has become over the games. Same thing with Control. They're playing it both a la Hardpoint domination and deathmatch. Understands everything in that game. So Kagendra definitely has their work cut out for them in just a bit. But for the side of AG versus Vitality, what does Vitality need to do to take down AG once and for all?
Everything, bro. Everything. I mean, like for in regards to like beating one another here, it has to be all efforts here. It can't just be leaning towards winning respawns and then dropping like 2 search and destroys. It can't be that way. It has to be all game modes that should be played to near perfection. I mean, yes, for sure, there is some personalities that really leans towards winning more better in search and destroy, but I think that maximum effort has to be granted here. And I'm expecting like the last series that we're gonna be getting is that everything's gonna go down to a game number 5.
But there is probability. I mean, we've seen it already for today, so you better get cozy, ladies and gentlemen, because this might be again another long match, as we of course see in just a bit Kagendra versus Absolute Zero, and of course all gamers versus Vitality in just a bit, as we of course wait for the stats first from our last matchup, just to see how close everything was earlier today. So we're just waiting for the stats, but nevertheless, for Vitality, as you mentioned, they cannot go lenient with AG here, because the way they were very tenacious throughout the matchup really shows. Now, of course, there's still some weak points that could be exploited on the side of AG for Vitality. But if Vitality plays this well, smart, aggressive, and really dominant, well, they have, of course, all the opportunities to lock this one to a 3-0. But it's not as probable as before, because the way we're looking at it, like prior to the end of this matchup, was like if whoever faces Vitality will just basically end up in the dirt immediately. But how AG performed today, you need to get your plans checked. You need to go recheck your drawing boards, probably rewatch the match. Wait, oh, they did that? Okay, there's a possibility they're gonna do this again. Do you want Tunisia for S&D? Do you want firing range for S&D? Do you want these maps? Do you want to change up your strats right now? Because there is some level of expertise coming into play right now for AG.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, man. And that's just something that, I mean, fortunately for the side of Vitality here is that they were just watching. I mean, they were just waiting here on this upper bracket. And they can accumulate a lot of those, like, learnings coming from all gamers. What's their strongest point? What's their weakest point? And maybe till then they could just find the proper answer here. Which, for the side of Vitality, I mean, they haven't been able to show anything, not just for today, because they haven't had a match. So, hey, that is going to be the plus advantage for them. But now, finally, we take a look at the statistics in line here for Search in Detroit, Tunisia. Game 5, all gamers takes the win, killing. I mean, it was only 59-51, not too far apart at all. And yeah, it could have been to the side of free slot, but mishaps happened, and they just lost the momentum.
Yeah, definitely. I guess that pause did not really help them well, I guess, to reset their mind and of course to go for a better strategy. All gamers was just focused all the way, and this time on even 13 frags for both Yangi and Zumo, and everyone else clocking in 11. So mad respect. It's definitely a team effort for all gamers. And this one, it's Elmax to the finish, the man who ended up the game for all of us. 1.13 rating, first MVP for the day. Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, GTD's well played. To be able to get his first MVP here. I mean, just pretty impressed overall. Now we take a look at the overall ratings for the series itself. It's going to be Cloud here with 1.36. Followed up with Yangi. C1 and Anawin is going to be there on the trail. Same goes for Set of Happy. And the rest will live on. On the bottom side, it's going to be Kato with 0.90, which is going to be pretty unfortunate. I mean, I know for a fact Kato has a lot of things to show. It's just that it wasn't really his day today. But yeah, with that being said, I think we're done already for this very serious here. Guys, next in line is going to be Absolute Zero in Kagendra, and it's going to be the Battle of Garena. It's a rematch on the lower brackets during the run for, stage 4. So there's still a lot more to eye out for. Now, before we close things out for this very serious here, JD, I want to ask you a question. Now, who do you think's going to win? Just give me a quick answer. Kagendra or Absolute Zero?
All right. Easy answer, Absolute Zero, but game 5.
But game 5. All right. Well, if that's going to be the case, let's come and find out after we have the short break. So we'll be right back, guys.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
Anything, Glo?
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年。あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is COD N. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their sick skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at COD.
Mission live or die, watch a bullet flying by, go run for your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, three coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind, yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Game in for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus small. When we're beginning, it's thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and sound. We are in the zone. Now you're gonna have to get through me. Be one with all my strength, it ain't easy. An arm ain't nowhere to hide. You're under my gun. When I drown you down in flames, all that you can do is run. My dog's out looking for you town to town. I know where you are. You can take my crown. About to be owned. Use your bones from my throne. Land the back attack. Got your track. Boy, you act rookie. When stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, so what is some more? Destined for war. Over
Welcome back to the final continuation here for the final day of the Wild Ends of CDSI 2024. My name's Warden, alongside with me is JD, and now we're going to be talking about the big boys here. It's going to be Kagendra up against Absolute Zero, and right after this, it's Vitality up against All Gamers.
The big boys are out here to play, and now really all wins are very crucial, especially for Kagendra and Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero basically taking the long route for this one, and for Kagendra, of course, this is one final shot at that moment. Same thing for Vitality and All Gamers, especially for All Gamers who just went through a heck of a 5 matchup earlier this afternoon. So they want to make sure that trip is all worth it, but they're going to be going against the big guns.
Exactly, man. I mean, before anything else, I want to give a huge shout out as well to Jadel that was able to pass by the studio actually as well. Much love to you, sir. Just showing some love for Call of Duty Mobile. There's not to be said as we continue now here for the series. We had a bit of a question in regards to how far the game can go, and I don't know exactly how far this one can be, but I'm dying for a game number 5. After all, this is the finals of Group A and Group B of the Wild Ends, and Absolute Zero, Kagendra, Vitality, and All Gamers, they want to have the chance to play on the group stage.
For sure. I mean, this is a huge prize pool that we're talking about, but that route is still not going to be easy once they're out here at the Wild End stage. Of course, the knockout's still going to be there and everything else in between. But for now, focus first. Kagendra needs to take out Absolute Zero, and of course, in reverse as well, Vitality needs to shut down All Gamers. But for All Gamers, you've gone through heck and back, so might as well finish with a shocker, perhaps. We'll never really know. For now, it's Kagendra versus Absolute Zero. The guys here are all set to go. Me6 definitely perhaps needs to step up a little bit, as for the rest of the team, they'll definitely have something already working for them. So just keep it steady, keep it cool. They'll definitely have this in the bag. Meanwhile, of course, for Absolute Zero, well, these boys are just in a whole different level right now, especially with their coaching staff. I mean, this is back to basics, back to the old school them, vintage AZ coming in hot right now.
Exactly. I mean, with the players in line, the cards are hot. We got Rage, Hydra, Yato, Josh, and Tokyo. I mean, latest edition there's going to be Tokyo, really notable for playing under Scatty, if I'm not mistaken, alongside Josh Ashley, which has been able to try to building up his name. And earlier, his impact off the sniper alongside Yato on the sub, the CQBs, and the long distance gunfights is not really a problem here, all because of these two players. Now, if ever Rage and Hydra are going to be able to step up, the squad of Kagendra might just have to worry about it even more, because he did say for Kagendra, you only really have to worry about Me6 not really having his A game right now, because if you talk about the whole composition for Kagendra, you talk about Fran, you talk about Tricksters, and most importantly, you have Owl and Reef that has been so consistent all across the Wild Ends.
And now, of course, the choices for the bans are here. We're definitely going to AZ. Banning Summit here. Interesting choice. Firing ranges. Hacienda is also out. Raid is also out. Kurohana is also out for this day. And of course, another one here, the ban from Kagendra. This is... Sorry, my screen is kind of laggy right now.
It's all good, man. It's all good. But I mean, rest assured, I mean, the maps here are going to be pretty default, I must say. It's just all gonna come down to the stapleness that will be offered to us into the remaining maps in the pool. So, hey, Shenda is out. I mean, that's gonna be pretty surprising, but at the same time, I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that Absolute Zero doesn't want to play Shenda up against, a team like Kagendra, and I think they want to try to rely more on those CQBs, which is still going to be a bit of a toss-up because, Reef and Owl just have the tendency to pop off in those sense of map. But with the way that Absolute Zero has been playing right from the start of the day is that they love to play it more aggressively. And I think that could be why the approach of the bans is leaning towards CQBs.
For sure. Absolute Zero loves to play CQB. They love to play aggressive. They want to be in your face straight out of combat. For Kagendra, they can deliver that. But right now, how Absolute Zero is performing, they definitely need to step up that aggression game. Now, the smart plays, we've seen Kagendra do some smart plays as well even for Absolute Zero. So it's gonna be a toss-up, and for sure, as you mentioned, Warden, you do not think the probability of a 3-0 is right here for today. So we definitely need to prep ourselves for all 5 games one more time, same as well as our audience for this evening. So make sure you're comfy, perhaps you're already having your dinner in front of the screen, watching this amazing clash of amazing performers. Watch this heck of a fight here for this evening, because it might go the distance for sure, or not. We'll never really know just yet, so better stick around.
I mean, I haven't eaten dinner personally myself because I don't want to miss out the action here for the CDSI. I mean, it is the final day for the Wild Ends, and we're about to see who's going to be able to book that first ticket as well towards that group stage. And I mean, for this very bracket, I'm half-hearted about. It doesn't matter to me who's going to be able to win. It's just that, fortunately, it's Garena here regardless. I mean, Gendra, Absolute Zero, they've worked themselves through all the way down to stage 5. Stage 4, actually, and they're very deserving. It's just that the last tournament that they have been able to meet with one another, it was Kagendra just finish off much more better.
Yep. So it's basically a little bit of history for both of these squads. They know how each one of them plays, their weaknesses perhaps, and their strengths. So probably right now, the best logical move for both squads is whatever lessons that you've learned here in CDSI, now is the time to really put them to good use. And of course, the way they would know their dance partners, basically for Kagendra and Absolute Zero, you know how to play with each other. So might as well, utilize all of those history and put it to good use for today.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. And now soon enough, we are about to transition into the game itself. Can't wait to talk about the operators. Can't wait to talk about the coordination, the rotation, in the game mode of Hardpoint. Now, maps, I mean, I don't know. I just can't wait to see for it to play out. Regardless, I think we can see possibly a back and forth run here between these two squads of AZ and Kagendra.
Definitely. So honestly, I do not expect an easy route for Hardpoint for either of these teams. So we've seen it earlier, something as close perhaps to a 250-230 matchup for sure. Nothing really dominant as what we have seen in the earlier iterations of Hardpoint here. So if something happens like that, like a 250-100, I would be shocked. I mean, at least a 250-230 here because of how well versed these teams are with each other. Plus, it's Garena, so they're very well used to Hardpoint. This is their game. They know the tango of this game. They know how to play this real well. And with that said, it's now going to be about aggression, rotations, and that control for every moment, especially how they utilize their score streaks moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, bombs might get defused, might get detonated. It's just bound to be a pretty explosive series here between these two. Gendra, coming from the side of Indonesia, they are really the top dogs in regards to Hardpoint, especially in the early season of Call of Duty Mobile. But we move over towards the improvement and like the evolution of the adaptation as well for Absolute Zero. It's really right there. I mean, if you want to pick by pick, talk about the players, you want to talk about Yato being that consistent slayer in Hardpoint. Same goes for the side of Rage. And it was a dream miracle coming true as well when Blacklist International back then picked up Yato alongside Rage. And there we go. We had a super team there. Now they're back in action. They're back in track. They're playing all together alongside with a very superior anchor of Hydra. Their positioning and their roles are all in lockdown. But how much more as well for the side of Kagendra? I mean, they did lose Clove in the process, but they picked up a few more names in line, and Owl is one of them, and that guy is such a menace. And looking like we are now heading straight to Hackney or Hardpoint, the first game of the finals here in this bracket of the Wild Ends. Here we go. It's Absolute Zero up against Kagendra. Garena versus Garena.
Garena versus Garena indeed. Everyone knows the history between these two teams. Who will prevail? Who will stay strong? First Hardpoint, live and kicking. Evidently it's gonna be guns blazing. Yato, first foot right there, but they take down Tokyo, cutting down that lead, and now a bit of control easily for Absolute Zero, but it's still not yet. But Kagendra taking back that charge, and now it's a 6-1 setup.
And now it's looking to be Kagendra here, snowballing out away from this. Spawns though not going to be fine for anyone at all. It's just the scrappiness inside of the hill. B6 holding down with an R9, finds a double. And it's going to be Kagendra finding the chain over and over again. And in the process, they have to set up now to go for the new rotation if ever they want to lock it down.
And now, of course, still Reef closing that one in just a few seconds there for AZ, but now it's back to Kagendra's control here. So far, Absolute Zero not able to find a retaliation for this first heal. It's still gonna be 15 more seconds to go. They're not gonna be even able perhaps to get anything from the side of that takedown. And now Owl is racking it already. Perhaps Iset on second kill already, and Josh just picking up scrap points here. Not looking good for AZ here.
Red alert, it's a complete lockdown from set of Kagendra. Garudas is on. Flying, soaring up high. Nothing can stop them down so far, not unless this back push coming from the side of Absolute Zero can be prosperous and looking like they are going to be able to come out with the trades. Now, mid-spawn for the set of Absolute Zero, but the lack of pressure inside of the hill is still giving Kagendra the points here. What is happening? I mean, they're trying to go for the pinch, but they're just not moving as quick as the Absolute Zero fans would love to see them to.
Definitely, this is not working well for Absolute Zero. They have not been able to even step up to that hill for the past few seconds. But now, kind of showing signs of life. Trickster trying to go in for that finish. Idra locking to make sure that they have access to that already. But it's still 77 to 220 here. It's still a long route for Absolute Zero. They need to do better and, of course, have Iset already on hill number 3.
And it's going to be Kagendra getting that early rotation as well. And look at them. They're taking control of top P5 alongside possibly rotating a player towards back yellow. That should be able to grant them another set of better spawns here and towards this next hill. That's the problem here for Absolute Zero. They're not really doubling the things down that they got to work on. Here we go. Hardpoint's going to open up. First to contest, it's going to be your players from the side of Kagendra.
Kagendra already have Iset right there. Again, 80 to 34. Huge lead already. Idra has that war machine to clear out that hill. Manages to do so, and now they have back in control. But unfortunately, needs to eat that one more time. Now they have setup. Now this is where AZ needs to pull something better. They need to do it right. But B6 trying to clear the road one more time for Kagendra and manages to do so.
Big break coming in. Split spawns. Not really a problem here for Kagendra. But Absolute Zero still going to be playing this one down to the T. Clearing it up now. Trickster's not going to make it easy at all with a war machine. Spots one mid. Air connects. And spawns are now going to be in favor here for the set of Absolute Zero towards the next hill as well. Kagendra is just on another level. Absolute Zero minor chase that they were able to put up, but it's just not enough at all. We need to still see more from them.
More, better, faster, stronger. Everything needs to work right for AZ right now. It's a 40-point advantage for Kagendra. And now, again, they still have control. Rage trying to burn this one for the finish, but unfortunately could not hold on that much. Owl with the equalizer at hand. They will definitely burn this one. Tokyo eats it. And Yato as well. They are backing to make that a triple. Want to make it 4? Perhaps not just yet. But Owl and the rest of the team has control already of that kill. And Idra hits that Predator missile. And now 119.64. My prediction is way off. Perhaps again, it's gonna be a blow up perhaps for Kagendra.
Yeah, I mean, Absolute Zero just can't find the serenity inside of this game. Kagendra still gonna be on the roll. But fortunately for the set of Absolute Zero, this is where they could possibly just change the tides all around. If they can hold on to the first wave of gunfights in this very hill, maybe till then they can claim a money hill. Here we go, 141 to 65. It's only gonna take a full 60 to drop the lead to just 20. And so far, Absolute Zero has to set up now, but Kagendra is trying to work themselves through mid, going for the flip of spawns.
And now something is kind of working for Absolute Zero, but Reef says otherwise. That's Sparrow raining down the heaven and trying to clear this one up. Not just yet finished, but he can still have the opportunity to go in for that one, while the rest of Kagendra coming in already. And the clear is good. Takeover is solid. They are now 145, 82, 4 kills to the name from Owl. My goodness, 150 breach. Here we go!
Yeah, Owl is just the deal breaker here for the side of Kagendra. Alongside Fran as well anchoring. When you have a CQB player like Owl and Fran from the back is supporting the squad, rest assured that you're going to be able to play the hardpoint till it's dry, soaking it till it's none. 170 to 82 here. Looking to be a massive blowout game for the side of Absolute Zero.
For sure, it's a blow-up probably, but AZ still has an opportunity to make it right. Reset is already in, but still, they're not able to go in for the control. Everyone from the side of Kagendra doing their absolute best and just doing it right all the time. And now they are back in control. 183-82, 100-point advantage for Kagendra. Ooh, somebody just eating that BP50. Making one! Making it two, but not just yet. Now, Reef spotting it in. Yato trying to go for the control, for the sweep here. And now manages to do so. They need to lock this at least to the 100 levels. But now, it's 197-890 for Kagendra.
I mean, Absolute Zero is trying to swerve through all the traffic cones that's put up here on his pavement, but it's just Kagendra here putting up a demolition run and just able to stack up towards the hill and just making sure that Absolute Zero is not going to be able to have any free points here. Every contestment granted, but the eagerness from the side of Kagendra might spy them the rotation as well for the next hill. This should be the setup here for Absolute Zero, but at the same time, quickly as I say this, Kagendra flips the spawn, and it's now going to be Absolute Zero here on the trail once more.
Full spawn control for the side of Kagendra. They have now breached the 200 mark. 50 more points to go. They could basically end it here at this hill. Now becomes a Hail Mary for Absolute Zero. They need to pull something right, but of course Trickster and the rest of the team says, nah, you're gonna stay there. We're gonna welcome you over 100, and this is gonna be over right here, right now.
Clearance coming in. Absolute Zero, nowhere to be found. Every single bit of hardpoint has always went down to Kagendra. Equalizer is going to be invested, but it does go to waste. Sparrow is out for the side of Reef, and it denies the equalizer of Absolute Zero. 15 more points to claim. Kagendra, take it away. Spots are going to get flipped now, but should it matter? I think not. Rage though, could be the saving grace. The Purifier gets whipped out, but he does get denied. Kagendra still holding on for the hill, but Absolute Zero gets the break. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages in esports, we're getting another hard point.
And this could be the end for Absolute Zero if they don't pull something miraculous right here. 245, 116. I said already, make me 6. It's gonna be over. It's all over. 250, 116. Kagendra draws first blood.
You asked me how to play Hackney Yard perfectly. Take a look at Kagendra, baby. I mean, clearance on almost every single bit of hill. A bit of a shake was happening on P5, but they were able to still get the breakthrough, and it's sure that Absolute Zero wasn't going to be able to get any money hill whatsoever. Absolute Zero, I don't know what's up, but that was just a big struggle that they faced out, completely out of the predictions chart. It was a dominant blowout game led to you by Kagendra.
Definitely Absolute Zero showing the zero side of their game, sadly, because they were not able to lock in anything good for that entire Hackney Yard matchup against Kagendra. And Kagendra, textbook match, defense, offense, spawn control, perfect. So now they're headed to search and destroy. I mean, my predictions throughout the evening has been off, so I don't even expect anything, nothing less of Kagendra for sure, as we now check in this highlight. Reef making sure to sweep any attempts on that one. That Sparrow is just absolutely nasty for the entire Kagendra team, as it has been used to clear out all their lanes, let others eat those damage, and of course, you know, get them that W for today.
I mean, they just cooked them badly. Put them down on the burner. Kagendra, as every hardpoint opens up, they were able to get some clarity on how to just extend the lead over and over again. And I think the biggest in factor here is really just the investments. I mean, there were some certain times as well where we got to see Absolute Zero went for the early investment, and Kagendra was able to respond back with their own, and they were able to just get the last and final bit of trade. to ensure that they have an operator for every hard point. Talk about Owl as well, single-handedly just being able to put up so much great impact off the Fennec. Multi-kills over multi-kills. Gunfights was lacking for Absolute Zero.
They're definitely lacking all the time that Absolute Zero was trying to take over a hill. The effort was there, but the execution was just absolutely poor. They were almost like walking into a trap set up by Kagendra. That is how nasty it went basically for them. I mean, there were some moments where Deato trying to go clear for that lane, but he was just alone. No backup, no secondary options, and then the takeover is still going to be good from the side of Kagendra. So nothing was really working for Absolute Zero, sadly. Now, they just need to focus themselves on search and destroy, at least to tie up the game, because if not, well, it's gonna be a 2-0 advantage for Kagendra.
I mean, I've seen the running here for the set of Kagendra on Search and Destroy, and it's truly like one of the best game modes out there as well. Hardpoint was one of those things that was lacking since they got the breakthrough already up against Absolute Zero here on the first match. Then I feel like it's going to be a running here for a 2-0 because Absolute Zero, I mean, it was only fairly recently until today that they showed like great promise on S&D. And I'm not so certain as well if that's going to be transversing up against Kagendra soon enough. So Kagendra is kind of happy about the results here, and it's looking to be pretty bright for them to just make it to the next stage of the competition.
Definitely looking good for Kagendra with that very dominant 250 win, 116 against Absolute Zero. So if what you're saying right now is for Kagendra, since this is really something that S&D is really something that they really play quite well, and AZ, although did some really good setup for their previous game, might not still be enough. So that's something that AZ needs to look into, and of course make sure that that's not going to be the case, as we of course check the stats here. 250, 116, 141, 113 kills. Basically not so huge difference, but the 30 point advantage, the 30 kill advantage really sets Kagendra from AZ apart. As of course we set the numbers. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just take a look at the whole accumulation as well here for the kills. I mean, Reef was able to put up the greatest impact here. I mean, with 1.17. I mean, everyone else went to negative. It's just that, you know, in regards to the rating, it is just Reef getting this one true. Al was able to get a lot of spotlight in the middle of that match, but Reef, being the silent killer, was on it for a show.
And for sure, bagging that MVP. Second MVP for Reef right now, 1.17 in the 39 kills. Congratulations to the man, really doing his job for Kagendra today. So now, hopefully for the rest of the team, one needs, of course, to step up one more time for their S&D to make this a short run for Kagendra to really show off their dominance against Absolute Zero. For Absolute Zero, as you mentioned, you know, S&D is a good game for them, but not as good as Kagendra perhaps. So pressure is definitely on. They need to tie this series at least. But if not, well, looks like somebody's gonna see a 3-0 at the most. But we'll never really know just yet, as we are headed, of course, to game number 2, S&D here. Same lineup for this evening at, of course, Station. So what's gonna be the play here for AZ?
I mean, I think it's just favoring the KRMs more, or maybe the R9s. Stack towards the B bomb side and just hope for the best. Love of God to Call of Duty Mobile. Give it up now. Absolute Zero, Kagendra. Now, here, game number 2 in Express. And it's going to be Absolute Zero here starting on the defensive side. On the offense, Kagendra, we go.
And Kagendra looks like gonna be pushing in pure alpha this time, while of course AZ going for that 3-2 split for the defense. Owl will definitely face off right there against AZ, but that's not gonna be the case. One person down already. They just need to just hold this off a bit and perhaps go in for the plant, and it's gonna be a short day for AZ if they manages to do so.
Pretty great approach here for Kagendra to switch things up, and now they watch the back, and Yado is going to walk into his crossfire. Me6 finds the shot. Now it's going to be a 2-1 split here. Player 1 from the back. Tokyo with a BP50 checks out. Top right, Trickster gets caught off guard. Hydra as well with a nasty shot on the top. Sniper comes in. Me6 now all alone with a machine pistol transitions. And he knows Tokyo is going to be coming from the back. 1v1 now here. Is it gonna be Me6? Is it gonna be Tokyo? Me6 has to be so far. Can he find the fourth? Yes, he can.
Lost that round.
Ooh,
but
it's
it's not over
almost
yet. Ready
good
up.
win there for AZ, but unfortunately Kagendra still finishing that one off. Really smart setup there for Kagendra, and now they just need to ride this coattails. That A push was really working. Now going to the other side. Bravo push, but probably the boys from AZ understanding the situation already. So let's see if this one works for them.
Two players now from the side of Kagendra finds an accumulation. Josh is gonna get taken down. Same goes for the side of Tokyo. Rage tries to hops in, and he does find Owl and Reef, two crucial players. Now gone. Me6, Fran has to step up here for the side of Kagendra. Fran finds the kill, he pulls back. Sniper is out here for Yato. It's a 2v1, 2v2 actually. And now with Kagendra pulling back, they're gonna call for a reset. So it's just a battle of reads here between Absolute Zero and Kagendra.
They have the opportunity basically right now to push for Alpha, but I don't think that's gonna be a better play for Kagendra right now, because closer is Absolute Zero right now, so they could just go in for those straight kills, perhaps just bait them out and go for the takedowns right now, and that's gonna be probably their best options.
Pushing up slowly but surely. Can't afford to put up any mistakes. Fran. Does he check? Yato finds B6 gone! And Fran doesn't check. Rage gets the kill. Absolute Zero tied up now here with Kagendra.
Good move right there for Absolute Zero. At least they managed to turn the tide. Initially, it was going in the favor of Kagendra. They're still in the game. This is a good setup. So now, perhaps this 2-1 setup is now in play for Absolute Zero, and they're all still up in that, but unfortunate to Tokyo. Eats it up already. Owl trying to go for the R9 shutdown and manages to go in for that one. And now, Kagendra is still on a one-man advantage against AZ. Let's see if this one works this time for them.
Still very doable. Set up.
Bomb has been planted.
Yato does get crushed through the glass. Reef is from the back. Comms is not as fast. Hydra rages out. Reef gets the flank. Kagendra takes back the lead.
That was just a nasty takedown on the side of Kagendra. I mean, so bad for AZ because it was all backstabs. I mean, they were not, again, comms. Very important, especially here as Express, because of how complex this lineup is. Fran takes one out. Reef trying to go for the long, and Josh and manages to connect right there. And now, unfortunately, Idra and Yato, the only people left for AZ 4v2 situation. Can you turn this one around as Reef goes for the plant?
It's gonna
Bomb
be
has
tough.
been planted.
Hydra has to come out huge here. Possibly could find a double if ever he does decide to push up down the bottom side. We're just gonna be watching the flank. Look at the way that Kagendra is playing this, making sure that every lane is occupied. No trade's gonna be found, but if ever the individual gunplays is gonna be enough, should be enough for the set of Fran. The sniper's not gonna do anything up against an R9. Fran finds the kill. Hydra all alone. DP50 in hand. Spots Reef, gets the kill. Two players from the back. Long get the trade. Me6 with a machine pistol shuts Hydra down. Kagendra goes 2 rounds in a row.
Really, again, fortunate on the side of Absolute Zero. Still, they have not found an answer against Kagendra. Everything is working for Kagendra right now. So this is really a good move. Just play this setup. It's working against them, and right now it's gonna be a 4-1 play for Kagendra. So again, something new always from the side of Kagendra here. So perhaps they just want to take things a little bit slow and take their chances, perhaps, on taking some members down. But Yato takes one on the reverse here. So let's see if this is gonna be the momentum that AZ needs.
Big shots. It's not still leading towards the victory mark. Not just yet. Kagendra is one of those teams that can just lose one player, can still pull away. Absolute Zero needs to put up some more individual isolations, possibly, and it's gonna be Josh here missing the shots. Owl baits out the shot. Hydra finds Reef out. Rage checks in, and Owl is gone. Yes, this might just be a clean wipe here for the set of Absolute Zero, as Me6 and Fran is gonna be all alone. Fran takes away Hydra. Great shots coming in. They need to find the means to get his entry point, and it has to go down to the A side, which only Yato is going to be right around in.
And this It needs to be a win, of course, now for Absolute Zero. They have the man advantage for sure. They cannot fumble this one right now. Of course, they have all sections really cleared out. Tokyo, they have eye set on Mi6 already. If he turns this one right, this could be a good one. Josh trying to go over the wall bang. Not connecting against Fran just yet. Josh spots it. Ooh! And connects. Now, AZ back in the game, just a 1-point advantage.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Snipers over snipers. Unfortunately, the train did come out a bit too early. I kind of wish someone would be taken out by the train. That would have been the best, but never mind. Meme's not going to be happening here for this very round. We take a look at Beginner out here, looking like they want to go for the same approach towards the first round earlier. It's actually towards the A side. It's going to be Yato Rage getting the first kill. Owl and Tricksters is gone. And the commitment's still on Gendra, but Absolute Zero already gets the call. It's just all going to come down to the proper decision making right after the first two clashes. But looking like Rage just overextends just a little bit. And it's going to be Kagendra out here dropping the players down. It's still going to be a 3v4 no advantage for the side of Absolute Zero.
And a bang! Kagendra just eating that, making sure that one eats it that with a sniper. I mean, this is just shocking right now. It is 3v3 situation. Kind of spread out on the side of Absolute Zero. Josh probably trying to spot one from that section. It's almost a stalemate right now here. Whoever overextends loses the game for sure. And Reef, backstab is good right there. And now, of course, the plan will be from Reef. But Reef tried to go for the finish first. And now, 3v1 situation. Idra, can you clutch this one today?
El Captain Hydra. Nope.
Nope.
Denial comes in. V6, clean shot. Can build it up, but it's only going to take one shot off the sniper to deny a clutch. And that's going to be it. Kagendra now here, going to be 2 in a row. More to talk about before the switch of sides.
We got the bomb.
And 4-2 is our score. 2-point advantage on the side of Kagendra. So far, nothing is kind of working for the side of Absolute Zero. Oh, that was nasty right there. Such a bad way. Now, of course, they're just one player short again for Absolute Zero. Josh trying to go for the trade right now. And Fran coming in for the plant already. Owl surprises that one with the R9. That R9 just too nasty. Tokyo trying to go in. And now, of course, we're 2v2 situation. Idra, Tokyo dealing with Mi6 and Trickster. And Idra spots one. And now it's all down to Tricks to the finish. And that is it right there. They just need to go for the defuse. And they take 1 point away. Now just 1 point advantage for Kagendra. Courtesy of that win from AZ.
Last round before the switch of sides. Here we go, 3-4. Not too bad, not too shabby at all here for the side of Absolute Zero on the defensive side. I mean, a lot of teams really like to play on the offense. So and with the aggression that Absolute Zero can offer, I mean, they can possibly just take this one away, and what a way to kick it off. Josh finds Mi6. Gone. Early 4v5. Stopping the pressure from Kagendra.
And that pressure is slightly easing up. Tokyo popping that one in. Rage going to spot right there with that R9. That's too nasty. And now Kagendra, 2-man short already. A bit of strength in numbers on the side of AZ here. As we take a look at the map, everyone spread out well, and the 3 boys from Kagendra slowly moving together as one unit. But there's just a little bit of movement and Rage. Bang! Did we hit it? No,
the timing.
Oh!
He gets it still. Trade's not gonna come in. Yato saves Rage from the back. Reef now here in a 1v5. May we see the equalizer before the switch of sides. Reef, Miracle Boy, Addition, Kagendra, spots Yato, gets the kill. Gonna reset. Pushing up here, top side, looking to lean towards the B. Bomb set instead went down to mid. Josh is gonna be deployed, not gonna spot anyone. He gets double challenge, either gets denied. And now he's gonna be able to go for another reset. Now it's gonna be a 1v3. I don't exactly know what's happening here, but Reef is making it work out. Here we go. Take your time, boy. Make the play out of this event. But the players of Absolute Zero is gonna be stacked up to each other. If he hops up, clears away, he might just be able to get it, but no. Josh denies with it on machine pistol. It's now gonna be 4-4. Switch of sides we go.
first deadlock of the match, the second deadlock of the matchup for this round. And now, of course, the sides have been switched. Attacker on the side for Absolute Zero. Perhaps this would be a better opportunity for them to really showcase themselves, or perhaps they prefer to be on the attacker side here at Express. Let's see what's going to be the play here. It looks like going to be a full alpha push, while the rest of KZ going in for the split.
Oh, big R9 play for Rage. Owl is gone. And now we are looking like see a commitment here on this A bomb site. Still waiting for that ensuement there. What a shot from Rage. Distance doesn't matter for him and his R9. Frando might just be able to get a double as well. Me6 popping out of Ticket. He does get the kill. And now 3v3 situation here. Still gonna be very doable for the side of Kagendra. Need to move in quick. Yato, perfect timing for him. He spots one, sniper in hand. Me6, he knows for a fact he's there, just waiting for the push to commence. Me6 is just gonna get pinched here. Trickster's missing a shot though against Tokyo, but he does get the follow-up as well with a mission pistol, but the time is ticking down. Rage finds one. Me6 is all alone. 1v2, and should be around here and should be the lead for the side of Absolute Zero.
Real work right there. That R9 from Rage really doing its job real well. Now at least Absolute Zero in the lead here. They need to ride off from this momentum and just utilize their opportunities for fast gameplay and then go for pinches. And again, for Idra, get that aim from that R9 and eat everyone up. And Josh makes Kagendra eat that one, but Owl with the retake. Owl try to go in for one more time, but a bit of a damage right there. Just needs to pull out from the system. And right there, making a triple. And yes,
Make
sir.
It a four. Oh my days. 1v4 now here for Yato. It's popping out now. Sniper in hand. Not known for his snipers, but he does take Owl away. But trade coming in from the side of Reef. One tag coming in. Brand from the back, dropping down from the top side. That's gonna be Kagendra now here, scoring back around. Game is just getting hotter and hotter as rounds pass by.
Another deadlock for our matchup here at the Search and Destroy. Another opportunity, of course, for one of these teams to take again the lead. It is a back and forth matchup. Snipers being tagged up by snipers. These R9s doing their jobs really well. So for now, for either teams, they need to slow these things down a bit and then probably go for objectives so that you can bait off your opponents to go for your defense. Let's see if it's gonna be working. Reef, good reset here. Let's see if this is gonna be working for the rest of the day.
4v4, Hydra and Tricksters out for their squads. Bomb still undecided in which way to go. They're not gonna pick it up, not just yet. But player 3, I mean, Rage is already pushed up down deep A, so I don't know why they're not making the call to go for the play now. And Josh missing that shot, but the follow-up so quick. Could have been disastrous, but hey, props to you. I mean, as long as you get the kill, it doesn't matter. Now they clear up the A bomb side, but Owl actually made it through and Rage passed by. Reef gets the call. He's gonna go for the spray down as well. Josh is gonna be gone. Rage finds Me6 in the process. Numbers advantage here for the set of Absolute Zero, but Rage needs to be compressed with his teammates more because Reef is on for a show here. Finds Tokyo. Owl is going for the flank. He does take down Yato. Now it's Rage here in a 1v2. Was the clutch maker for Smart Omega, and now can he be the clutch maker here for Absolute Zero? He spots one and drops down the low. But Reef checks out in the open. Rage wasn't expecting that. And Kagendra now, they take back the lead.
It's just 1 point advantage. AC still has an opportunity to get this to another deadlock. But of course, that is something that Kagendra doesn't want to happen anymore. They're still on the defender's side. So far, no solid attempt from AZ for the plant. And a good one, but Tokyo starting off with a bang right there. Same thing with the second. But Reef perhaps want to go for the trade-in, and Josh is down. Same thing with Yato. And now the trade-off is there. Idra, one for the shutdown. Trickster spotting. Barely missed it, but there we go. 2 point advantage for Kagendra. Can they push it to 3?
Very likely that it might just be the case, man.
Destroy
We
the
talked
objective.
about Hydra and
Bomb
Rage stepping up. Rage did absolutely step up. Hydra's not doing too bad with his role, but Tokyo is just struggling big time. 2 kills only. And we're already at like what? Round number 13. You can see more here for Tokyo for the side of Absolute Zero. Same goes for Tricksters on Kagendra. This round starts to kick off. Tokyo gets the information. He pulls back. Owl's gonna go for the challenge. Knowing for a fact he does have the R9. Really good choice here for Tokyo. And that's gonna be big information as well granted here for the side of Absolute Zero.
And now, of course, it's a bit of a stalemate for both teams. First one to get that info is good. Josh missing by a mile there. Unfortunately, now has to go for a reset. But everyone's still holding off in their positions.
Grenade out.
Perhaps a plan there to pop in one. But will take out that position as well. So it's more of a repositioning game for both of these squads. Let's see who gets the better spot. In as we are now on a interesting like 3-1 split. Oh, there you go. Rage going down already. Advantage on the life for Kagendra. Let's see if this one pushes through. Owl with a nade. Not just yet.
Oh, Egypt missed it. The problem is that with Absolute Zero losing Rage without any conversion into any breaks, that's going to be dropping their offense power down here in regards to getting some sense of execution towards any bomb side. But someone has to step up once again. Someone has to come in huge. A bomb side. It's going to be the answer here for the set of Absolute Zero. Yato's going to be hopping up left, right. Checks out. Now he gets the call. One player's going to be right there on the front side, but the back comes into the play in favoring Kagendra. Train's going to pass by, delaying just a bit of the rotation, but it shouldn't matter anymore as they have the numbers advantage. Kagendra, we go 3 rounds in a row.
Lost that round.
Match
It's not over
point
yet.
now
Ready up.
for Kagendra. AZ has to do something right here. If not, well, it's gonna be a 2-0 advantage for Kagendra. We
Destroy
might
the
end up
objective.
seeing a 3-0
Got the
here
bomb.
and a sad day for Absolute Zero. This is now an no holds barred situation for Absolute Zero. They need to win this one, bring everything on the line, rock it in right, blast everything correctly, and now it's a 5v3 situation, but make that a 5v4.
3v4. Bomb's gonna get planted. Absolute Zero has to stand right now to survive another round here if ever they do things right. Me6 and Reef though, we're gonna be alive and kicking. Make it Me6 gone. Reef and Tricksters still
Last one.
doable, but unfortunately for them, Josh just gets the read. 2 in a row for him. Yato gets the kill. Absolute Zero will provide another life.
Absolute Zero stopping the bleeding there, but of course it's still a 2-point advantage. Kagendra still has an opportunity to end this right here, right now. They have to be smart about this. If they want to shut down Absolute Zero once and for all, let it work for you. And looks like gonna be the case for the defense and Alpha. They're gonna be pushing way for both bomb sides, so at least go on a defensive spree here. Reef finds Rage, and now AZ down with 1.
6-8. Come again. Absolute Zero. In the near future, they're on the way that they can trade off Rage. Rage can do quite a lot, but if he does get overwhelmed by 2 players, can't really do much. Now it's just going to be Kagendra here stacked up towards his ace side, leaving only player 2, Me6, to watch over Bravo. And now it's just Absolute Zero here in point of no return. Has to push up now towards A. Gotta meet Fran and Owl as well. And Owl is surely gonna be the deal breaker there, but lovely shot from the side of Yato to lower down the heat here on Alpha. Looking like they want to transfer their play here. Head straight back towards B. Bite that rotation. Looking like it might just work out if the timing is right. But Reef is gonna be down below as well. This is just a matter of timing. Me6, does he have the shot? Does he have the angle? Checks out, top side. Hiding. And he clears one. Tokyo is gone. 3v4 here. Dire situation for the side of Absolute Zero. They get 1 player cut off from the rotation, but the time is ticking. And it's now going to be Hydra all alone. Kagendra, they win Search and Destroy as well, leading the series 2-0.
2-0 courtesy of Kagendra. Absolute Zero. Again, zero offense to combat Kagendra in that one. Such a sad way again for the Garena Philippine team here. And yeah, losing Idra immediately did not really work well for the boys at AZ. But for Kagendra, everything was just spot on working for them, whether it's rotations, whether it's the aggressive play styles, whether it's just absolute patience and just finding those perfect spots where their opponents will be coming out, worked perfectly. Perfect,
I mean,
perfect,
the stack
perfect.
there,
Yeah.
the stack for Kagendra was just really good. In regards to the trades, it was so spot on as well. And there was a lot of those individual gunplays that came into matters on how they were able to destruct the flow here for the side of Absolute Zero. And enough to be said, it is what it is. Gotta move on to the next game here. After all, this is the last chance for you to try to make it to the group stage here in this Wild End. So Absolute Zero, you guys have to step it up. This time around, you guys can't afford to drop any games, starting from Control all over to Game 4 Hardpoint. Last but not least, that's Search and Destroy that's waiting on Game 5.
It's gonna be a tall order for Absolute Zero for sure. But before we talk about the next game, here are the moments that seal the deal for Kagendra, Me6, and of course the rest of the team. I guess Me6, Owl were really the ones in charge for game number 2 here. And even Reef really finding those spots with that BP 50 here, basically. Just really making sure that all those shots hit quite well. Me6 really doing well with the sniper as well. Good efforts from Yato and rest of the team, but losing Idra at the early rounds really put a nail in the coffin for Absolute Zero.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the last way that Gunner was able to finalize the situation. It was just a matter of reading Absolute Zero. Most of the times where Absolute Zero was able to prosper was when Kagendra didn't really have the proper read on the defensive formation. But you got to see the last 2 rounds, Absolute Zero went for the same old take on that A side, where Kagendra was able to just get a complete read off. It started off with a 1-4 split, and everything was just so stacked up there for Kagendra.
Definitely. So unfortunately, no plans from Absolute Zero worked on the side of Kagendra. So now Kagendra just needs to line up that 60 beautiful kills to the 30 kills each for each rounds here at Control, and go home basically with a smile on their face as they get a shot at the next the knockoff stage already. Now of course that's here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's granted Control. It's just a game mode that really recites into the personality of Kagendra. In regards to the kills here for Express, though, I mean, it's 58 to 52, so it's not too far apart, but it's still going to be Absolute Zero losing every factor there is. In regards to the impact here for the squad, I mean, Yato is there with the, neutral KD. Josh is going to be up there, though, alongside with Grade. So, Kagendra, they are just much more of a balanced squad. It was Tricksters absolutely struggling quite a lot, but when you have 4 of your teammates just doing the job well done, you just don't have to do anything that much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least whatever Trickster lacked for that game, the rest of the team managed to hold their weights basically. And of course, Reef leading this one for his 3rd MVP, 1.74, 19 kills. Big congratulations to the man. And now, I set for Kagendra for the win here at Control.
Well, I can't wait to see what Control can offer us here. Come again. If you guys miss out the first half of the action here already happening on this finals run on the bracket here for its Wild Ends, keep in mind, it's going to be Kagendra here up 2-0. They won Hardpoint sheer dominantly, and Hackney Yard played it 1 gear perfectly as well. And for Search and Destroy, I mean, there was a bit of a struggle here and there, but it was still a dominant blowout game that was led to you by Kagendra.
Now, of course, one more match to victory for Kagendra. For Absolute Zero, it's such a tall order to win Control, Hardpoint, and Search and Destroy back to back, especially with how they performed initially at Hardpoint, only securing 116 for S&D. That 6 wins against the 9 from Kagendra is still not going to do them any good. But for Control right now, the goal here for this team, for Absolute City, to at least have a footing, to have a chance to at least fight off Kagendra for the next level, is that 1, they need to play it full objective, and that aggression from Idra Josh and the team needs to step up a little bit better. But if they get nerfed by Reef and Meesex and the squad, it's gonna be over. It's gonna be over.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll see, man. I mean, so far, Reef and Owl has been having the time of their lives here all throughout the series. I mean, I thought that in some way Owl would be the MVP, but it's going to be Reef, and it goes to show that even if we don't really finish off the game, Owl does have the standing to be the MVP as well for every game mode there is, but Reef is just going to be on the top. That duo right there of Reef and Owl is something that Absolute Zero needs to learn how to break through of, because they are just really the slayers here. And at the same time, if ever map control is a problem, you got to deal with Fran. Absolute Zero has been absolutely zero in regards to the impact here so far for the series. It always has been a struggle, and it's about time for them to back it up and try to put off a Cinderella run here. Come again now, Kagendra is leading the series 2-0. We are now in Arsenal control. Can we see the start of the comeback here for Absolute Zero? Or is it going to be Kagendra being the first team to make it to the group stage coming from the Wild Ends?
Kagendra definitely wants to lock this in already and put up a show of a 3-0 run against Absolute Zero. And looks like they're going to be pushing in for Bravo takeover immediately. Even for Alpha in a bit. But of course, AZ already has some eyes set on Bravo immediately in Josh. Spots 1 and 28-28 here. So looks like Absolute Zero will go a little bit on the objective as they have first click here already for Bravo.
We saw a nasty coordination play here from the side of Absolute Zero earlier. They were able to get this one up against King Zone, and they were able to transfer quite a lot, but completely, if you compare King Zone and Kagendra, the gap is pretty big, so still not gonna be a fair comparison, but let's see if it's gonna be affecting Absolute Zero here. So far, great progress here on Bravo, but they're not gonna be able to translate to the capture, and once they start to transition towards A, they meet Tricksters here that will be able to claim a triple, make it a fourth on the feet as Reef finds the kill, and the clearance comes in here for the side of Kagendra.
And now the kills coming in from the side of Kagendra. 21-19 is our score. Bravo's first click on Bravo still in control for Absolute Zero. For Kagendra, still no hands on Alpha just yet, but still that numbers game is still working for them. So now the goal here probably is at least get Alpha, because Bravo is almost done to Absolute Zero, so that's gonna put them in a very good advantage now. 1.32 here. Trickster trying to just go for the shutdown. 19-18, this can still go either way.
Oh, Owl with a spawn trap that is gonna be lessening the flow of spawns and capture here for the side of Absolute Zero. Reef's gonna go for the clear up, giving more opportunities as well to reset the flow here for Absolute Zero. Kagendra now here, fully in control. Now, they gotta scatter the formation around to ensure that every lane is occupied. Player 4, Josh, is gonna go through the ladder. Player 2, Race here, I mean, Yato is gonna try to make the pinch, but they do get denied, and Reef is on the spree. He's on the roll. Meesex pushing up, cutting off the spawns. Race gonna go for the cut, but it's not gonna be enough, not as much as Kagendra has been putting up. 8-14 now. Time is ticking, but it's not even gonna go down to the time itself, might just go down to the life count.
For sure, it's a 12-7 advantage on the side of Kagendra. It's everything still working for them. No more spawn traps for both teams, so now Josh probably just hoping for a good spot right now, but it's not gonna be a good case here, as the rest of the team is just racking up the numbers. Trickster spots one, gets that advantage. Last 5 on the side of AZ. Not looking good for Absolute Zero. Hoping for dear life. They need to pull off a 5-win advantage. Josh going for a wall bang. Manages to do so. Fran spots one. Last final 4 life on the side of AZ here. Trickster gets one. Endress, Rage going in for the equalizer. Trying to balance out 6-2. Can they pull a come from behind here?
Zero. The equalizer is on. He does go for the spree. Now it's going to be a 2v4. Very doable for them. Sparrow is going to be invested though, and that will be the dagger to seal this first round. Kagendra takes the lead.
1 win down, 3 more to go for Kagendra. They can taste the victory already. For Absolute Zero, they need to do something better. They need to win this one up. They need to find those spots. Spawn trap is the key right now for Kagendra. Absolute Zero needs to find that spawn trap for Kagendra and shut them down right off the bat. But of course, Tricksters rocking in for those war machines. Everything is just working for Kagendra right now.
28 to 27, the Predator flies through. Information delay. 2 players now coming from the rotation, and they don't even delay. Absolute Zero. Now, breakthrough here for them on this A control point. Does have this option to push up towards cafeteria and check out. Crossfire's gonna be locked in. Josh missing a shot. Second follow-up connects. Call this guy to follow up, man, because he doesn't miss his second. And the rest will try to live on here for the set of Kagendra, but they're just lacking the pressure on one direction. Finally, they do decide to make a pusher towards Bravo, but Absolute Zero Josh is making it hard for them to reach that. Rage checks in, clears out the pavement. And it's gonna be Absolute on the verge of winning this round if ever they play this one the same way they started off with.
This is the way to go for Absolute Zero. Find your spots, surprise your opponents, and shut them down. 14-21 with the lead for Absolute Zero. This is the way to go. But Fran trying to bridge that gap already, but it's still gone a long way. For Kagendra, ooh, gets one, gets the double, closing into the numbers, but Idra and the rest of the team so trying to go in. Let's see, but Bravo is kind of in the control for Kagendra. Let's see if they can still push this one.
Kagendra, we go. Pushing up, clearing it up. Yato goes down. Finally, progression might just come into the way. Fran is still denying though. And they do get the breakthrough. Now, Absolute Zero debarking towards his A control point. They meet Hell. It's a 4-player setup. Tokyo tries to go for the flank, but he's not going to be able to put up the impact. And now with this time resetted here for the set of Kagendra, they should have the better odds of winning here, as they do have this clearance as well towards the B control point. Absolute Zero is going to be split apart, and that's not how you want to play with a system that Kagendra is putting up. Here we go. Bravo is left to be captured, but I think it might just go down to the KDs here. Kills, stats, name it. Can we see the trades? Let's come and find out who's going to be coming out better.
Almost AZ almost dropped the ball on that situation, but Kagendra still has an opportunity to push this to a 2-0. AZ just needs to play this smart. 51 seconds. They have the life advantage. They just need to find their opponents, take them out, and win their gunfights. Can they do that at least? Yato trying to spot some members here. Let's see if this was gonna work. And for the rest of the team here, gets one. 7-11. 7 more lives for Kagendra. Dwindling down. 7-10. Reef probably going in for a spawn trap. See? Ooh, the Sparrow just working its way.
Definitely is.
Ooh!
Spawn trap.
Ooh!
On. Just spraying this one down,
Oh,
and
no!
Absolute Zero. Past 0 respondents here. Kagendra now about to go 2 rounds in a row, but they quickly get an equalizer. Capture is on. Player 2, Yato pushed up with an Annihilator. Can he find a read here from the back? No, he can't. Last 2 players alive here for Absolute Zero. Josh, Idra. Can they make the clutch happen? They have this war machine here. Can they go for the investment? Josh goes out with a claw, comes in huge. Last player alive, 1v1. Idra up against Fran. The battle of anchors. 1v1. Here we go. Idra knows. He's going to be right there. He's going to go for the long way route. Perhaps goes for the re-challenge, and Idra wins.
Not over yet. Ready up.
Absolute Zero with one round, all because of Idra finding the clutch. But hands down, Josh was able to get one of the biggest impact out there. The claw came in pretty huge, and they solidified themselves to get this equalizer now up against Kagendra.
That was a very close win for Absolute Zero. They almost lost that one, but at least they managed to lock it in, all thanks to Idra. Now this is the play that they have to go for. Lock in those wins, make sure to win those gunfights. And again, that spawn trap kind of worked for them, and the go for the entries. 28-30s are set up. Bravo in control in a way for Absolute Zero. This is the way to go. Bit of control, bit of gunfights. You have to split your objectives here. Not just going in, running around and trying to go for opponents. Perhaps at least spawn trap and objectives. This is the way they can still win this.
Great counteraction here for Fran, but he knows for a fact that there's just so much pressure happening here on his alpha point. And clearly, they do get washed now. Fran gets the call. 2 players available for the spawn trap. But the players are lacking here quite a lot on the A control point. And they're just going to be able to go for the capture. What a play for Absolute Zero.
This is the way to go. You want to run it like that. That's the smart play. It works for them. So now for Kagendra, if Absolute Zero pulls up one more time, go in for those takedowns. You have to go straight to your objectives and clear them for yourselves. You also need them. So do it.
Clear it out. Round number 4 starting. Comes through. Here we go. B6 spots. Dog kill with a claw. Gonna try to push up now to go on a spree. And he absolutely converts. Clears out. Hallway control. That's the stepping stone that you need to go for the capture on his A control point. And Absolute Zero now is gonna be pushed back against the wall.
And now, of course, a bit of a reversal role here for Kagendra. Trying to control Alpha this time. Reef probably just spotting it. And now Bravo is kind of in the eyes of Absolute Zero here. Just one more clicks for Kagendra and they will have that zone advantage already. As Yato locking one another kill. 27-23 is the score. Advantage of the life of Kagendra. But it's just not yet. Bravo won't be where everything drops. Let's see who gets this Predator. Or not. Not really sure who gets this one. Yep, it is definitely Trickster. Shutting that one right there. But now 27-20. 7 life advantage for Kagendra. They need to lock this one in to at least tie up the series.
19-25. Kagendra gonna be on the lead. But Absolute Zero here is longing to stop the spawn trap to commence. Coming in. Kagendra. Are they gonna be able to put up the progress now here on Bravo? Or can we see a bit more takes here from the side of Absolute Zero? The life count trade is just not really happening at all. And finally, we do get to see the capture ensue here. Pushing up Trickster is going to go for the cut. Opening up the pavement here for the side of Absolute Zero. Just go down straight to hell. Kagendra now here on the verge of winning this round number 4. Clearance comes in. Trickster still going to be on the roll, going for an 8 spree before he goes down. The life count is drawn away. Reef whips out the Sparrow. Didn't even have to. But he's gonna go down. Very faulty investment, I must say. But regardless of what's gonna happen here, this should be a round for the side of Kagendra.
Kagendra now locking in with Bravo objectives and has 18 lives to spare compared to AZ7. It started good for AZ, but Kagendra definitely turning things around. V6 trying to spot there but could not connect Reef with the finish. Just 6 more to go. Final 5 for AZ. Kagendra has an opportunity to tie this series already. They just have to hold on Bravo or at least take the final 4. Make that 3. What a move right there. It's just 2 more lives to go for AZ and they will save this one. Rage stopping the bleeding right now. But nope, the trade is there. Shutdown is good. Kagendra evens up the series. 2-2.
There's going to be 4 operators well available for Absolute Zero to invest into this round. Kagendra has 3, not too far apart. It's just all to come down to the proper execution here. Projection is there. We all know how great these teams can put up those strategies.
Grenade out!
We need to see breaking point here. Who's going to come out victorious here on his A control point? Rage pushing up already. Spots Owl. Tricksters with a War Machine. Gets taken down as well. Off Yato with Annihilator. And the breakthrough is on here for Absolute Zero and Alpha. This should be a fast capture if they lock it down.
They definitely need to lock this one down. There's really no contention to the side of Kagendra for Alpha. So this will be an easy W for them. They just need to hold the line here. Yato managing to do so. Trying to go for triples perhaps here. 2 clicks down for Alpha side with 22-25. 3 life advantage for the side of AZ here. Still gonna work for them. But that one from Kagendra not really working well. Josh does the job. Bravo up and running. 21-24. They still can push one more win ahead of Kagendra. Can AZ do this?
19-24. Really good execution on an Alpha point, by the way. Absolute Zero has been pretty consistent in regards to getting the capture there. Now can they transition to move over to Bravo? Kagendra has a lot of great map control. And it's giving Absolute Zero a bit of a hard time to get a bit of a breakthrough in regards to the progression. But they're leaving player 3, which is going to be Rage, to try to go for the spawn trap. But Kagendra has the same take as well. It's now going to be 17-18, still on the lead. Absolute Zero we go. But Kagendra, with this type of map control, they should be able to hold this one down.
They can definitely hold this one down because they have kind of an opportunity to really shut down the numbers already. Now the advantage twist and backs to Kagendra with 16-13 lives there. Unfortunately for AZ, dropping the ball right now. Bravo up and running for either teams here. Reef trying to go in for as much as he can. 14 dropping there. 13, 11 is our lineup here. Who will get the advantage? Who will get that win this time? Let's see.
Hunter killer drone deployed.
Absolute Zero still has 3 operators here. They can still turn the tides around. One big breakthrough is all that they need here to get that match point advantage for this very game. The trades are still going to be non-stop. They don't check their corners. Yato is going to go down. 12 to 8 now we go. Rage is going to be pushing up now for their spawn trap as well. So this is going to be pretty big if ever the timing is right. Or maybe just go for the possible flag here. Or just go for the spawn trap regardless. After all, you got that equalizer. But quickly, as the 2 players of Kagendra is trying to respond back, go for the spawnment. They got to deal with Rage off the equalizer, but he doesn't get anything now. Owl from the flag. Big plays coming in. Perfect timing for Owl. Another player to worry about inside of the control point is going to be your boy Tokyo, but the trade is far on for Tricksters. And Kagendra, just being able to outread Absolute Zero, is now on the verge of getting match point, but it's still a 3v5. 2 operators available for Absolute Zero. Reef is out here as well with 1. Absolute Zero needs to hop in. The clearance comes through. 2v3. Idra with a war machine. Spots a double. Here we go. Claw is out and invested. But Idra might just be able to make the play. It's another 1v1 this time around. It's up against Tricksters. Kagendra. Absolute Zero. Idra. Kagendra. Tricksters. Who is it going to be? War machine is out. But Idra wins. What a play.
Indra does the job one more time. He did it earlier. He did it again. This man is on fire. He is not gonna give up that win easily for Kagendra. They can nail this one. One more win to go, and we will push next Hardpoint if we can do this. But Kagendra still has an opportunity to even up the odds. Can they find the solution against Indra? Let's see if they can pull this one off.
28 to 27. One more round for Absolute Zero to claim. Kagendra doesn't really have the formation to push towards any control point whatsoever. But player 5, if the timing is right, he might just be able to go for the cut as well from the back. 4 players now pushing up here for Kagendra here on the front side. 3 players found and over for the set of Absolute Zero. Matter of defense, matter of offense. But Josh is putting a very great show off with the Tundra. And Absolute Zero so far is putting up a great spotlight, but Fran wants to take it away as well off this spawn trap. Going on a 4 spree, 5 spree denied, but the damage has been done. Should be an opener here on his A control point.
And now, of course, that spawn trap really damaging the momentum for AZ here. 20-22 advantage of point few lives here. Fran really doing his well right now. Idra would like to say otherwise. He's trying to shut down that momentum, but Trickster also doing the same thing. 21-15 is our score. Now Alpha kind of in the control of Kagendra. They have the opportunity to lock this one in. AZ has to respond and stop the bleeding right now.
Not going to be the answer here for Alpha. Just settle for B instead. This Alpha point already chalked away. Kagendra, Fran denied off the Annihilator. Josh, we're just much more better here. Absolute Zero, one great hold for defense. One good wave is all that they need to modulate the spawns away from Kagendra, and maybe till then they can close out the deal, but the numbers are going to be leaning towards Kagendra. Josh, great play, great shot, off to Meesex. Reef dropping down below, spots Tokyo out, and they're slowly and surely surging towards the spawns to aim for a spawn trap, and they're looking like about to go for it now. Reef still going for the push through, but Tokyo is able to put a stop to it. But it's going to be Owl's turn as well to go for the monstrous spawn trap. He has that equalizer. He is more than able to go for this. But 2 players on the feed gets given away. Kagendra gets forced back. Only 1 player is going to be available for the spawn trap here for the set of Owl. But soon enough, it might just be more as well. Rage, can he win it? No, he can't. Owl is still on the prowl. Player 1. Under respondment. Tokyo trying to save Rage out away from the mass, and finally they do break through out of it. 11-8 we go. Game intensifies. Can Kagendra force another round, or will it be Absolute Zero closing it out?
And now the numbers are even. 8-8 is our score. Bravo still open for everyone right now. 7 more seconds to go. Owl shutting everyone down. Nope, no more. It's not gonna work. 5, 4 there, and it's all gonna be life to life here. And finally,
Ready up.
something happens for AZ and they win this one. We go one more. But of course, this is Hardpoint. AZ still alive.
My heart's pounding. I'm palpitating here, bro. Could be the coffee, could be the game. I don't exactly know, but that was such a heated run. Props to you, Absolute Zero, for closing that one out. There's only one game.
That's one
We
game.
are
yeah.
moving over to game number 4. And come again, Absolute Zero. If they're longing to take this win up against Kagendra, they gotta go 2 games in a row flawlessly, and they gotta make sure that they have much more of a better bag on Hardpoint on game 4. But for the time being, congratulations to you, Absolute Zero. You survived. You dodged a bullet. There's still a chance for you guys to make it to the next stage.
That bullet was barely dodged, I have to say. I mean, it came down to the wire. The objective, of course, the time for the side of AZ working with them. So, I mean, if all comes to worst, it could have actually ended for Kagendra, honestly. But at least the tenacity of AZ was there definitely to make sure that that doesn't happen. But of course, we are headed to Hardpoint, which means it's the game that they lost. AZ lost against Kagendra. So, gonna be a whole lineup, but nevertheless, highlights for our control here. A back and forth matchup, evenly set up, but again, it's really the tenacity and that will to survive for AZ and Idra himself that carried this team to victory.
This could be the start of the running comeback here for Absolute Zero. I don't exactly know why Kagendra spent too much in regards to going for the spawn traps. They could have just played it out towards the objective immediately till then. The results would be much more different. Could have forced in round number 7, but it didn't happen. Here we go. I mean, highlights was just back and forth there, but much more given for the set of Absolute Zero.
For sure. I mean, definitely, that spawn trap technique kind of paid off in certain ways, but it was not really working for them, especially if they were, Kagendra was down 1 point basically. If they went in for a Bravo immediately, shut down that onslaught, they could have locked it indeed for another game. So, decisions weren't made, but nevertheless, we're still here. Perhaps for Kagendra to finish this once and for all at Hardpoint. That's definitely the goal for AZ. It's just one win at a time, one win at Hardpoint, and hopefully push it to search and destroy and win that. But again, that's gonna be a tall order.
It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long series here, bound to happen, especially if ever Absolute Zero can work on their hardpoint just much more better than how it went down to Hackney Yard. I mean, Hackney Yard, despite the fact that it's a pretty OG map in the hardpoint pool back in like the season 2021, it does lean towards being that more unconventional map because, it wasn't really played that much, and finally it does get forced in, and, Absolute Zero was kind of lost on how to have an approach with it. Hopefully this time, we'll see this time if ever we're going to be able to see a staple map here that, Absolute Zero has more knowledge about. But for this time being, they are still going to be on that first step for the comeback. So let's come and see if it's going to happen soon enough. Still going to be Kagendra on the lead. It's going to be 2-1. If ever game 4 comes into the same manner as game 1 of Hardpoint on Hackney Yard, then obviously Kagendra is still going to be making it out here for this Wild Ends. They're going to be scoring 3-1.
For sure. For Hardpoint, definitely the goal for AZ here is at least first 3 is full domination. If Absolute Zero cannot do that for the first 3 hills, consider it done. Game over. Because the way Kagendra worked their way at Hackney Yard earlier, there was basically an absolute denial of attempt on the side of AZ to take over that hills. Kagendra went all the way for everything. There was only few moments, and it was just like 10 seconds or so that they were able to go full control. But now, that's gonna be a hard challenge for AZ to pull up something different against Kagendra. As we of course look now at the results of the success of AZ from that matchup, 136-146 here. But of course, objective-wise, it was still AZ all the way. But a win is a win, and it's still a sigh of relief for them.
Yeah, it was such an exhausting match here for the set of Absolute Zero because they were losing a lot of those gunfights, but somehow they come out victorious. And you're gonna hands down give it up now for the side of Josh that was able to get 38, 27, and 2 rating of 1.41 and a KD as well. For the set of Kagendra, I mean, we had it all. Owl was caught in a bit of a struggle. With only 25 kills and leading towards a negative rate for the KDs, but if only they were much more objective oriented, it could have been their game. But now they get forced to a game number 4, but for this time being, let's take a moment of appreciation here for Josh. Absolute Zero getting his second MVP here for the vet.
Congratulations, Josh, for the second MVP, 1.41 rating. Really good show off right there. Yeah, it's really sad that you see the numbers and realize if purely on a gunfight to gunfight, it was all Kagendra. But the objective really carried AZ to victory. So that is really something Kagendra definitely needs to look into once if they defeat AZ and move on to the next level. No, make sure that don't forget your objectives at Control.
Exactly, man. But now, time to forget about Control. Gonna move on to Hardpoint here, game number 4 coming up to you right next. I think we're gonna be seeing some summit action, and I feel like that might just be the best map to go here in this very series. So let's find out what's gonna be the map looking like. It's not gonna be Summit. It's gonna be Standoff. And my days, recalling all the history line that happened in this very map, Absolute Zero is one of the best teams out there to play on Standoff, all because of the composition of what we've been seeing here. Here we go, Kagendra, really strong Hardpoint team as well. This might just go down to the wire here. Here we go. Game number 4 opening up. Absolute Zero on the trail for the series. Can they tie it up, or can Kagendra close it down to a 3-1?
A finish versus a tie. That is what we are fighting off right now at Standoff for the Hardpoint. Let's see here. Again, the goal for AZ here is first 3 full control for that hill. If they are not able to do so, they might definitely lose this one. And the case right now is basically Kagendra leading the charge in full control and still no solid attempt from the side of AZ.
Yeah, lovely trade here for the set of Kagendra is showing that in some way they can play this one much more scrappy. But here we go, the break tries to ensue. But wherever Absolute Zero goes, there's someone from the back that will go for the prowl and the flank. And they are going to be able to sustain another wave off the hill. Absolute Zero now does have the cards to play off here in the side of the Hardpoint. It looks like they want to go for the flank as well here. And it does go for a clear out for a moment or so, but the consistency is just not there.
Yeah, definitely they need to push this a little bit further. Yato and the rest of the team needs to lock this one in, anticipate the setup. Perhaps that is a good way. So you have some of the members of the team right up the hill and then go for the flanks already to shut down Kagendra's attempts on any way. Right now it's 21-18. Good move so far for AZ, managing to control that hill in a way, but of course that's just only a few point advantage. P2 is up and running. The contention is already there, and we might see this go already on the side of AZ.
There was absolutely no reason why Kagendra decided to push up towards Grannies and leave the spawns out open here for the set of Absolute Zero. Fortunately, they do back it up now with a break here inside of the hill, but it might just be momentary. All because of Absolute Zero getting the spawns. Now Tokyo clearing it up. Gasoline spawns now given for the set of Kagendra. Hold down Secret, hold the fort down towards Farm. Until then, they can really get a massive money hill here up against Kagendra.
And now the moves from AZ really paying off right now as we're up to 47-22 posture here. Reef trying to clear the way here and trying to shut this onslaught right now. They have kind of a control back here at the second hill, so now they just have to hold on for the next few seconds, but it's still, this is just going to be scrap points. Now ISET definitely on the next hill, of course, and from the looks of it, AZ is gonna beat them to the punch.
Yeah, settle down the scraps to Kagendra, get the early rotation, hold down Tractor alongside bottom blue, or deep blue perhaps, to just manipulate the spawns to force out there towards Gasoline for the side of Kagendra. That might just be the play here for the side of Absolute Zero. And clearly, they are modulating the spawns, but they got to worry about the isolation here from the mid-map. And that's going to be enough as well to get the spawns here locked in. Tractor spawns now given for the side of Kagendra. Now can they get the break from this very position? Looking like they're steps closer and looking like they succeed.
And now, of course, Kagendra inching their way. They have control again of the hill. 45-68 is still a long way to go. AZ still has a bit of an advantage here, but of course, for Me6 and the team up, they want to clutch this one in. If they get that 20 full second advantage, this is gonna push that number high up, and now it's gonna be a full deadlock in favor of Kagenda as Owl pulls out that equalizer, trying to shut down this game and put it into a tie.
66 to 68. Now the lead is on here for the set of Kagendra. They take it over. Scrap time, midpoint, head time, given to them. Absolute Zero response back with their early rotation as well towards Market Hardpoint. They have one player towards L or Broken. Alongside Boxes and Farm. Spawns are getting defined here for the set of Kagendra coming from Gasoline. And it's just a matter of questioning now when will the ops get invested. And now it's going to be Tokyo here with a Sparrow. He does go for it. Same goes for the set of War Machine. I'm not really a fan of this dual investment, but if you feel like it is the way to go for you to hold it down, then be it. And so far, they do claim the first 20 seconds inside of this hill.
And if it works, it works. It's okay. But now, unfortunately for Kagendra, they're not able to push through that hill because of that onslaught of operator skills right now, probably going in from upstairs setup. Let's see if this one works. And a punch right there, trying to go in, but not just yet. 75-105, still in the favor of AZ. So far, so good. First 3 hills, kind of in the control of Absolute Zero. This is the way to go. This is how you shut down Kagendra and get your second W.
Yeah, but wow, what a 3-piece rare from the side of Reef. Now, 3 seconds left before we head straight back to hardpoint number 1. First set of hardpoints said and done. Here we go. We can have a better approach on paper, on the map. We get to see 3 players located around already on hardpoint number 1. There's a lot of pinches that could possibly happen here for the set of Kagendra. Al finds one from the back, sets up now a double challenge here from the front, and they clear it up. Rage tries to save the day. Can he break through from it? Yes, he can. Players are lacking though. We need to see more reinforcements here from the set of Absolute Zero.
And now, of course, the power from Kagendra is coming in already, but Tokyo and the rest of the team, nope, we want this back up and running. 121-96 is the score. It's still a doable game for Kagendra, but definitely Absolute Zero trying their absolute best to make sure that they have it. But now, Reef with a Sparrow, clocking this one in, 20-point advantage, almost gonna be down the drain, but Yato stops the bleeding right then and then. He wants to make sure that this ends right now. Ooh, double in and out right there, courtesy of Josh and the rest of the team. 140, 110. 9 more seconds to go. The next hill is live, but of course, Reef already positioning himself to make sure that they have that advantage.
Oh, spray down for the side of Hydra, making a triple for him. The spawns are not going to be so defined here, but he's making the most out of it now. War Machine could be invested. Clear out the spawns here from the back. Still split it away. Absolute Zero here, holding the fort down from the front and the back, but Secret might just be the entryway here for the set of Kagendra. Hardpoint opens up. First 15 seconds going to be going to the side of Absolute Zero, but now they get washed away. Pressure is on. Sparrow is out. It does get denied. Scrappy Hill at its finest. Kagendra here should be able to get a breakthrough, especially if they can clear off this wave. And now the points will start to rack up.
Now everything kind of working on the side of Kagendra here. They managed to shut down that offense initially from AZ. And of course, Idra answering them as well with the War Machine, trying to clear that one up. Can he do it? Ooh, right there. But unfortunately, the contest is still good. 118-162. AZ still in the lead right there. But now the scrap points coming into Kagendra. Next hill up and running right here, the bakery. Kagendra needs to push this one ASAP.
Blue House in line. Clear forward. Josh anchoring here from the back. Ensuring that the spawns are going to get defined, but he does get taken away. The mid push coming from the back alley push should be able to flip the spawns now. Kagendra, can they wash away the last 2 players here to be able to break the hill? Yes, they can. Reinforcements trying to pass by. Inside, Josh gets the kill. Back and forth battle here. Despite the fact that the spawns are not given here for Absolute Zero, they are still getting the contestment up inside, but the ops are overwhelming. Sparrow, Claw, Equalizer in it for a show. Costly hill for the side of Kagendra, but they're not really getting the definition.
Not really working just yet. Definitely for Kagendra. It's still a 136-180 lead. AZ still has the opportunity and the advantage here right now, but of course a bit of control right now for Kagendra. 40-point advantage that they need to clock in, but they only have 12 seconds to go for this one. They need to go for the rotation already. Every point counts on Kagendra's side, but now of course the boys of AZ already in the spot. They want to make sure that they have the next hill locked in and ready to go.
Player 5 cutting off here towards Factory. Gonna spot one. Predator flies through. Spots Yato. Punch down for a reef. Now, defense softened up here inside of the hill. Josh with a claw will get taken away. Player 1, Tokyo, looking to get the trade. Now, spots are gonna get flipped now. Can we see Absolute Zero still hold it down? Kagendra still having a hard time finding the respondment. And now only 5 more points away for Absolute Zero to reach the 200-point mark. And they solidified themselves inside of the hill. They waved them off. Kagendra still lost and can't find any answers up against Absolute Zero.
And now Absolute Zero, moments away with Idra,
Hydra!
with the warm-up, just blasting away, just trying to make sure that no one comes in. This is ours. It is AZ's house. That's what they want to have here. But Reeve tries to go in for the push. It's not still working. 10 more seconds to go. 2:22 mark. 25 more points for AZ before they lock this one in and push this to S&D. Can they do it? Kagendra, the pressure's on. Can you still do something? Probably not.
Absolute Zero on the verge of forcing a game number 5. This is very intense. We'll come again, another wave of investments here will be coming to the play for the set of Kagendra. Sparrow, War Machine, out. Aja with a Predator, cancel out that War Machine. And can they find the break is the question. They love to play this hill very scrappy. And it's just all gonna take one coordinated push for them to get the breakthrough. But the trade is spot on here. Owl going on a spree. R9, 3 pieces locked in. And Kagendra is gonna be putting Absolute Zero now to a stale point. We are seeing once more Kagendra slowly but surely building up the comeback.
And now they're just a few points away to reaching that 200 mark. But again, AZ has control. The contention is still there. It's still gonna be anybody's ball game. Kagendra needs to shut this one down. Owl trying to do his best with the R9. Manages to do so. 191, just a few more seconds. They just need to hold this one and they will push it 200. 20-point advantage. It's still gonna be anybody's ball game.
Settle for new. Settle for the next hard point. Kagendra gets the call. Player 5, Fran, whips out the Annihilator, anticipating the flank to happen from Statue. But it's going to be Gasoline Spawn here for the set of Absolute Zero. They clear it off. This should be a solidified hill here for the side of Kagendra. But Absolute Zero goes in for the investment. Peter Fire is going to get whipped out. Tokyo, available. Sparrow could be whipped out as well. Spawns are not going to be so defined inside of this game. It's just going to be the scrappiness here. 232 to 206. Absolute Zero is on striking distance to close out this game, but they're lacking the pressure, they're lacking the trades. Tokyo, can you make the play? Last player alive inside of the hill. Owl reinforced. They deny 2 players here coming from the set of Absolute Zero, and Kagendra is going on a spree.
And now Kagendra inching away for the tie here. It can turn anyone here. There's still 19 more seconds. Ow! Spots it. But the contention is gonna be there. Ooh, Idra. Indiato. Just eating away. There still has control. Kagendra still has this one. And we are tied. They are now in the lead. Kagendra now in the lead. Can they finish it off here right now? But it's gonna be back into the next hill. This is where everything will fall. 245, 232. Absolute Zero needs to pull up a Hail Mary right now. Indra try to go in. The boys are in the zone right now. And the rest of Kagendra try to go for the push.
Here we go.
Can they do it? 243.
Absolute Zero.
Oh my goodness!
Cop it! Hold on! 240 to 242. Check out the window. Check out the door. The clearance comes in. Kagendra clears out. They're gonna be able to book the first ticket to the group stage. GG's. Well played.
What a win for Kagendra. They made it sure to lock in it to the very end. They unfortunately at the beginning of that matchup they were struggling, but the tenacity of Kagendra. We want this more than you do. 250 to 40, 250 to 40 something. Oh my goodness, such a close match. No love lost for AZ, but definitely the heart, the tenacity, and the smart plays all goes to Kagendra. Good job. Congratulations.
Biggest factor there was that Kagendra, they didn't rush in towards the hill. They ensured they get the spawns first. Breakthrough with force. The clearance comes in. Absolute Zero, you had a great run here on this wild end. That is going to be the end of your line here. Still, team with potential. For the time being, Kagendra, spotlight is on to you. The Garudas, they reign supreme. And they're going to be able to book the ticket now towards the next stage of the competition for the group stage. And by days, the battle is still not going to be over. They have a long way to go to put up the impact here on the CDS side. This is just a calibration. If they deserve to make it to the group stage, and they absolutely do. Now, and they take on the Leviathans on their very group. Speaking about Group A on the group stage.
So that's gonna be a problem that they will need to resolve for the next few weeks. That is fine, but for now, celebrate the win. A come from behind from Kagendra. As you can see here, the first few hills all controlled by AZ. They were not able to really do a full solid contest, but it basically turned the tide when it came into the second reiteration of the hill at P2. Basically, that's where things changed and the chase was on already for Kagendra as they inched their way to that victory. But of course, kudos still to AZ for putting up such a fight. It was such a close match. Yes, indeed, it was a matter of not controlling just the hill, but controlling the spawn points for Kagendra.
Whew. I mean, just called it, man. Absolute Zero is not too shabby in standoff, but it's just so unfortunate we weren't able to get the final adjustment. Kagendra made the most out of it. Now they move over to the group stage. Investment spot on for each team out there. Could have been anyone's game. The Garudas, they soar up high. They claim this. They get it down.
Indeed. I mean, this was just a very well fought match for Hardpoint. I mean, every single, definitely, you can feel the intensity of every single moment between Kagendra and AZ. This is where everything started to go crazy. The 235 matchup, this is where they wanted to make sure that they have full control, and you know, it ended in their favor. So congratulations to Kagendra. GG's to Absolute Zero. It's not an absolute disaster. It's not an absolute disaster, but you know, there will always be an opportunity for you guys to shine, perhaps in the future. But for CDSI, the journey ends here.
Yeah, it truly ends there, man. And come again, even if they won the hard point, they still have to go through Search and Destroy, and it hasn't been so promising here for the set of Absolute Zero. But you know, it is Kagendra putting Absolute Zero already, you know, just resting quite quickly, just like this. But with that being said, guys, whew, Kagendra is the first team to make it to the next stage of the competition from the Wild Ends. Up next is gonna be All Gamers up against Vitality, which is something that we have to eye out for later on. But for this time being, we still have to talk about the accumulated stats of that last and final game before anything else.
I guess without seeing the numbers initially, if we're gonna see the performance between Kagendra and AZ, I have to say probably the number one has to be no, not B6. I'm trying to check with the team here for Kagendra. It could be anybody from the team from Kagendra for sure. At least for the side of AZ here, well, definitely Idra really did something very well for this game. Unfortunately, it's just not enough to carry the team to victory. Even Josh and Yato as well. So we'll definitely see those three boys at least in the top three when we have the stats ready to go in just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see how many kills that was given to us during that very match. I mean, whew, talk about the bounce back there for the set of Kagendra. Talk about the way that they were able to just get through and compose themselves to have the better odds of actually breaking through off that last and final hard point. I mean, on paper, that Search and Destroy on Game 5 that was awaiting them, if ever Absolute Zero made it, could be coming in pretty shaky as well, because, you know, we all know losing 2 games in a row when you're on the verge of winning is not really the most moralizing factor for any squad that could face through off. And here we go, in regards to the kills, 184 to 182, 250 to 240. Whew. It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, you want to call it close? This is close. 10-point advantage, 2 kill advantage for both squads. I mean, this is just an absolute masterclass on how to play Hardpoint basically here at standoff. As we look here in the numbers, of course, Reef leading the charge with that 1.55, and Me6 with the, well, not so okay performance, but nevertheless, you know, we have Fran right there and Reef leading for Kagendra. But of course, for the boys at AZ, it was of course Yato and Idra with their 1.28 and 1.26 respectively. It was not enough to carry the team, so you know, definitely back to the drawing board.
Yep, MVP is now going to be Reef here. 4 MVPs for this man alone. Congratulations to Kagendra. But now you have entered the door to the group stage. Can you all retain this sort of dominance Coming in, Reef is going to be your number one rating player here with 1.47. Josh on 1.17. Third for the set of Val. Fourth for the set of Rage. For most of it, only 2 players made it on the top 5 for the set of Absolute Zero. 3 for the set of Kagendra. And a lot more teams was really rooting for the set of Kagendra. But with that being said, guys, I think the battle's over. Not just yet. We still have Vitality and All Gamers up next as well. Now, JD, I asked you this question before about Kagendra and Absolute Zero. A quick answer. Who do you think's gonna win? All Gamers or Vitality?
It will probably be an easy night for us if Vitality performs the same level as yesterday, an easy 3-0 against All Gamers. But of course, you cannot discount the way they performed tonight, All Gamers. So at the most 3-1.
All right, we'll see if it's going to be a 3-1 here. I think it's going to go down to the wire as well. I think we might be able to see a game number 5, but that's something for you guys to find out. Come again. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2024. We're going to have a short break before we head straight towards the last and final match for the Wild Ends. Be right back, guys.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
Trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
What do you think, Lo?
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is Jom COD N. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day.
3
Let's
matches down, 1 more to go. You are still watching the 2024 Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational. This is, of course, still the wild in stage. It has been literally wild. Me, JD, and Warren here, your casters for this evening in the English podcast, has been dropping our jaws with all the amazing matches that we have for this evening. But now, we end it with David versus Goliath, AG versus Vitality.
Here we go. I mean, underdogs here is going to be all gamers. In fact, like, how are they the underdogs? I'm kind of surprised that Vitality is even in the wild end stage because they are absolutely wrecking havoc on their region. They're not the #1 team in India so far, and just overthrowing, Godlike, which, by the way, Godlike is going to be on their group stage as well, just awaiting them to push through. But with that being said, let's go. Let's give it up now. I mean, I can't wait to see the match already starting. All gamers, they have a lot of things to prove, especially on Hardpoint.
That is true. Now, of course, for all gamers, it was not a walk in the park for them, honestly. But at least one thing that they can be proud of is they were able to shut down Free Slot basically from their initial matchup. It was still a hard contested fight, but nevertheless, well earned for them. But hopefully this time, one thing is they hopefully found something that they can use against Vitality for Search and Destroy. But if not, well, the big boys at Vitality will definitely eat them up for dinner tonight.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I mean, there's a lot of like rumors and a lot of like speculations about like the new gun comp here that could possibly happen for the side of Vitality. We don't exactly know. We'll see about it if it's gonna be coming to the play. And you know, something about like Vitality is that it's a brand new squad after all. Not too new, but not too old as well. I mean, their first few seasons in regard to like tournaments, they were struggling up against Godlike quite a lot, and something about like their whole change of tempo is something that we kind of have to talk about soon enough. Now, here we go. JD, we had a conversation in regards to like how far this game can go. If ever Vitality can just step up and up in their A game with all gamers, then we might just have an easy night here on the desk.
That is actually also my prediction. I mean, we're not discounting all gamers and what they can do, but the way basically Vitality has performed throughout, particularly yesterday, was just absolutely amazing. That got them into the spot. So if they can bring in the same level of game here against all gamers, well, it's gonna be a short night indeed. For all gamers, they had an opportunity to redeem themselves, but it was indeed a struggle. I mean, we pushed it basically to 5 games. That says a lot already. If they cannot finish a game in 3, they could finish it in 5, but against Vitality, it's a tall order. It's gonna be hard. I mean, this is basically, fighting final boss level tie for all gamers, and hopefully the rest was enough for them to, recuperate on certain things, or perhaps, regroup strategies or whatever. But for Vitality, whatever they have in the bag right now that they're gonna show for us, well, I'm very excited, and I want to see some good action from these boys in India.
Well, I for sure hope that we get some, unraveling with some melodies here coming from these squads. I want to feel the rhythm. I want to see how they're gonna try to play this one down to the T. As once again, this is the last and final ticket to book yourself through and make it to the group stage. And coming in, it's still just a start. I mean, it's not really like the official start of the tournament, and who's gonna try to like possibly win here for CDSI. We're just still in the wild end, so there's still gonna be a lot more preparations to go in. If any of these teams really struggle up against each other, then it does put up a lot of great question mark in regards to how much they can put up on the group stage.
Yeah, that is the case. I mean, as you mentioned, for Vitality, if they end up facing Godlike, that's gonna be a whole different level. Imagine if all gamers face Godlike or the other squads that are already pre-qualified on the knockout stage. Can they deliver? by the way they're performing here right now. So, those are real big questions that they need to answer. But even for Kagendra, who just finished off their series finally, now they're coming into that stage from their bracket. Who will be their biggest opponent? Can they handle that pressure? And of course, push themselves to the next level. But of course, for those already qualified in the knockout stage, they've solidified their legacies already. But this is still a game of wits and strength, so they definitely need to still prove themselves here for the next week.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with you on that note, man. Sometimes it's not just even like all gonna come down to the mechanical gunfight. It's more about like the mental power as well, who can really like make the proper decision making. We can always talk about, Tectonic possibly just wreaking havoc all of a sudden, but it has to go down to team efforts. Now, speaking about Tectonic, speaking about Vitality, their lineup is gonna be Viper, Marvel, Tech, Solo, and Sams.
I definitely love this lineup. This is the same lineup as yesterday, and I have to say, not one person is basically a weak link for Vitality here, especially for Solo. I've always joked around that I acknowledge him as the enforcer for the team. Sams is a finisher. Marvel is an absolute beast as well. But on the other side, we have AG. Yangwan has been doing quite well today. Ruan as well. Of course, Cloud leading the charge. Zumo and Elmox, of course, a good finisher as well for this team. So now they're going to be facing off big giants as we, of course, face off in 5 matches officially, but it may just come down to 3. But let's see which will be their picks, especially for the side of AG. Which maps are they going to ban?
All Gamers gonna ban Hacienda out. Vitality responds back with the ban towards Tunisia alongside Summit. All Gamers gonna go for the ban towards Corona Metropolis and Seaside. Raid will be the last and final ban, so Arsenal Control is going to be open and line. Now, a matter of questioning, what's going to be the hardpoint map looking like? Apocalypse is going to be open, Summit as well, and the rest will live on. And I feel like the first map might just lean towards Apocalypse because I think Vitality likes to play that map.
I actually do. It's really a good setup for Vitality if they choose Apocalypse perhaps, or even for all games. I'm not sure if they can do well at Apocalypse, but nope, it's gonna be at standoff. This has been a favorite throughout the evening, and here's the thing. For Vitality, I think the advantage is with them, with this map right now, because the way they performed yesterday, they can definitely nail this one. But AG, we're not discounting what the young one and the rest of the team can do, so hopefully they show up really well for this evening.
Well, it's a redux of maps here. Vitality, all gamers, fighting for the last spot here on the group stage. Is it going to be the Indian region or is it going to be CDM? Let's come and find out now. Standoff, hardpoint. Vitality going to be coming from the bottom side of the map, top side, all gamers. Start of the line here for P1. Take statue, take grannies. The rest will live on, and it's going to be all gamers that has to feel more pressure here towards this mid map for them to get the contestment up inside of the hill.
Definitely pressure is on for AG here, as of course the first few seconds rather are controlled already by Vitality. But again, the takedown from AG is there. This is a surprising lineup, so they just need to do the way they're working on for this one. But of course, Vitality coming back in for the takedown right now. It's all gonna be a back and forth, but no pressure yet for Vitality to go in a full chase here. But if they can lock in first kill, it's gonna put them in a good advantage. For AG, it's gonna be the same thing. The way that we had it for Absolute Zero, first 3 is crucial. If you can't line this one up, it's gonna be trouble for you.
Exactly, man. And now, so far, a minor lead here for the set of Vitality. 28-9 can extend a bit more, as well as Viper is out of his head. 5-3 for him. But at the end, it doesn't really matter. Scrap time still going to be given for the side of all gamers. Vitality now setting up towards P2. They got the spawns covered down. They got gas as well. The setup looking to work perfectly for the side of Tectonic. He's able to get a double right there. Putting up now, this 3 is on. The back spawn's well given for the set of all gamers. They have an option to go for the flank, but the stack of health point is truly remarkable here for the set of Vitality.
Remarkable indeed. They have this entire kill on lockdown. Viper firing away with that Sparrow earlier, now really doing well. And unfortunately for Elmox and the rest of the team, they haven't even had the opportunity to step inside this hill because that defense from Vitality is so strong, so solid. And now, of course, Viper is probably waiting in and for the crew to welcome them in open arms and let them eat that B50 right off the bat. Hello from Viper right there. 63-17 is our score. Few contentions again from the AG side, but Viper still holding strong on that lineup, and still AG has no answer for him.
Yeah, Viper already has an EMP. This kid is insane. Talk about prodigies. Talk about his 17 kills. And it goes to show that Vitality is just outclassing the gunfights. But I'm not so certain if it's the whole squad or is it just going to be Viper. I mean, Solo is going to be up there. Tech as well. All gamers don't. Just have this option now to go for the push here inside of the hill. But the equalizer just comes into the play. Solo finding a triple. Give this man some.
Well, he is not...
certification, perhaps. I mean, this guy is on it for the equalizer.
For sure. I mean,
I'm lost.
Yep. That's why I call him the enforcer, because this is how this man plays. Definitely shutting down any corners that he is into. And now basically 93-17 is our score. Unfortunately, AG unable to answer right now. Sam's the honorary one, fighting away with that claw as well. Viper spotting everyone that he can spot as well. Finally, some control here from Yang Wan. Such a turnaround, but again, 14 more seconds to go. 24-104 is still our score. Basically, Vitality can give up that hill already and proceed to the next one, and they'll still be on the lead.
It's just so hard to process how Vitality is playing this one so dominantly. Redder's gonna fly in. Tech finds the kill. 14 for him. Now, box is spawned, given for the side of all gamers. The formation for the side of Vitality is going to be split apart. Player 1, Viper holding Factory down. He does get washed away. Now, pinch play might just come in, but Solo from the back denies. Now, all gamers has to hope for is go for a barrage push here, but they meet Tech inside of the hill with a war machine.
That war machine will be the welcoming arms that AG has to deal with, and unfortunately they probably don't have an answer, as Sam's also shutting down that section in Ruan, coming in as well but still could not come in. Probably the gravity vortex. Can it do the job? Nope, it does not do the job right now. 36-137 is our score right now, and Viper and the rest of the team want to make sure to push this until probably the final 10 seconds perhaps. Yang Wan with the Sparrow trying to clear out. Again, scrap points only left for AG. It doesn't matter for Vitality. They're good. They can lose this one as the reset is here already.
Yeah, you can lose the scrap time if you're going to be on the lead by like, what, 99 points. And now it's just starting to chain as well as they have this quick, well-handled formation as well towards the next hill. So players, let's go down here for the side of Vitality. Viper are going to be on the top side, dropping down. And the way that they're able to just flexibility, it's just so remarkable here for them. Hella flexible. Everyone can anchor, everyone can just play inside of the hill. But quickly they do get washed away. Finally, all gamers just have a better entry here on this hill.
Now that's gonna be a good advantage for all gamers, but the question is that gonna stay long? Nope, that's not gonna be the case here. And the contention is here already. Cloud trying to go spray and pray here, trying to go for the shutdown by Vitality. Already coming in. 61-51 is the score, but perhaps Vitality might end up giving up this hill for AG and perhaps focus themselves on the next hill already.
Slowly but surely they are chasing them down. Vitality now here going to be settling for the next hill. Viper cutting off. Market. Two players going to try to take him down, but Tech does save Viper for a moment or so. Spawn's not going to be so well in favored here for the set of Vitality. You need to find the means to reinforce here from the back. Secret spawns given. Vitality solo working himself through mid. Pushing up now with an R9 spots another chain. Can he find a triple? Making a fort actually. And now they clearly wash them down. Vitality now has the war machine from Tech. They should be able to go for another run off the money hill. War machine for the set of all gamers gets denied.
And now 175-85 is our score basically here. Such a huge lead still for Vitality. This is textbook setup on how to control standoff here, where to position your players, how to line them up, and basically Sam's just making sure to try to go for the triple. Not just yet. Oh yeah, he wants that triple right there, and he manages to do so. And now Vitality coming into the 200 mark again. Marvel and the team just shutting down anyone that's coming into the gasoline station. Yang Wan trying to go for the trade. Still not enough. 200 mark already breached by Vitality. They can finish this one off in a jiffy.
Yeah, it's a a matter of like a blowout game here for Decisive Vitality. All gamers left with no answers whatsoever, and even if they have the projection, they're just losing the gunfight. 32 already for 5 for Tectonic is trying to trail him down. Solo's gonna be inside of the hill. Everything is just going so well here for Decisive Vitality.
That is for sure. They just need that final 40 seconds to go, and for some reason, AG has control of the next hill, but Tech might have an idea to go in for the push, but just not just yet. You want to make sure to clear that line already, but Solo, the Enforcer, already has control. 31 more seconds to go. The victory is almost at the side of Vitality as they're locking this one in. All the members up in the hill. Ruan with the Gravity Vortex, not really doing so much. Try to go in, but can he push this one from the side? He's trying to find someone. Ruan trying to go in, not just yet, but probably 234.95 is our score. Zumo shutting down 2 members of Vitality to go into the 100 lineup. Can he do something here as, of course, the next heal coming in live in just a bit?
Solo gonna be able to get the crucial kill as well to cut off the spawns. All gamers slowly but surely trying to build it up now. But Tectonic with the War Machine once again comes in quite huge, finds a triple. Jangy walks into it, Pharaoh denied, Cloud denied. Vitality is on, and Spawns gets washed up. Vitality has this one locked down, and they're bound to take this first game away. Last peep of hope, and Vitality scores this map 250 to 102.
What a dominating performance from Vitality right there. Unfortunately, for all gamers, they could not find any rhythm to really lock in their win. There were some moments only like almost like 20 seconds control for them, but almost all the time it's just about scrap points for Team AG. Unfortunately, it's obviously such a dominating performance for Vitality. We expected the Enforcer Solo to really do his job, but Tech with that War Machine was just raining down havoc upon AG. Such a good performance. So now I can't wait for S&D.
I mean, S&D, Vitality has this one locked in as well.
They can pull off another 9-0, you think?
Exactly. I mean, that's just really the storyline here for Decisive Vitality. Once they start to route the boat and just feed off the momentum that they were able to accumulate from the first game, they can absolutely do exactly the same thing as well for game number 2, despite the fact it's 2 completely different game modes.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, they did it before, they could do it again, but we're not trying to discount all gamers. But right now, the way the mechanics is working and how we're seeing things, AG has some potential, but it's not to the level that Vitality is playing for today. Look at how they controlled gasoline stations. The second hill was just all Vitality basically in the first round. The second one, they kind of give this one already to AG in a way because they already positioned themselves for the hill number 3 and basically, control spawn points. But, the guys here, Tech and the rest of the team, just really doing an absolute masterclass on hardpoint playing.
I mean, the game just went on being so dominantly placed up by the side of Vitality. A lot of clearance, a lot of great operator usage, by the way. And I got a hands down, Tectonic, one of the best War Machine users I've seen so far. And every time that he whips it out, he's just able to get the clearance. Not because he's mechanically blessed in some way. Yes, for sure, that's one factor, but the way that he positions himself to get that War Machine locked in is just so remarkable.
That is for sure. He treats like his War Machine like it's a shotgun. Like it's dead aim, solid hip fire. It hits everything that it needs to hit. Look at this moment right there. Bang, bang, bang. It's just hitting all the marks right there perfectly. Look at that, the triple. Really good right there for the rest of the team. Of course, absolutely good effort. Not one person really dropping it for Team Vitality here. I mean, almost like, I guess, everyone was at least plus 20 for their kills for sure.
I mean, if you take a look at the kills here for the set of Marvel, the reason why he's not dropping as much kills as the rest of the players are because of the fact that he is the anchor for his squad. I mean, there's a very low engagement kills. The reason why, Vitality was able to sustain a lot of those spawns as well, all because of Marvel doing such a great job anchoring for the squad. And where he could possibly shine the most is going to be the Search and Destroy. This guy is a force to be reckoned with, especially with the scopes.
Yeah, I do remember him really doing insane moments yesterday as well. So We definitely appreciate and acknowledge as well Marble's performance today. Of course, being that anchor, being able to control how the rest of the team responds. That's their job already. That makes all the difference. Now, of course, the stats for our standoff game: 251-02. Look at that, 154-88 kills right there, and then spells the difference between these two teams already. I mean, that gap of aggression and setup is such a telling tale already on how Vitality might end the dreams for all gamers for tonight.
It's crazy that the dream is just to even try to qualify now for the group stage here. This is the wild ends, and still a long way to go. Even if they get through Vitality, which is very unlikely to happen, they have to face through the same old team that they have been going up against on the CDM region. At the same time, a lot more talents here coming from Garena as well. Now take a look at the statistics in line. Viper going to be the MVP for this one. 2.11 KD with a 1.19 rating. Marvel there is going to be on the trail on the negative side, putting a lot of efforts as well, regardless in regards to, getting the spawns here. But Tech actually will be the MVP with all because of the rating actually. And it went down all because of his investment from the War Machine, if I'm not mistaken.
The War Machine definitely playing a part for Tectonic himself. 38 frags, 4th MVP for this matchup. Of course, truly expected from the man himself. He is such a force to be reckoned with, and of course, we will see more of that force at Search and Destroy. But of course, I'm going to see a little bit more from the rest of the team, as this is really their playground, so to speak. But for all gamers, they need to pull something insane out of the bag, as we are headed to firing range for S&D. This is also a nice playground for Vitality as well. For AG, well, it's mid, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not as promising right now with Vitality up against them. So here we go. Game number 2 starting now. Transitioning. Fire range Hardpoint. Vitality now is going to be leading the series 1-0, winning Hardpoint dominantly. Let's see what's going to be the respondent here for the set of all gamers. It's the CDM region up against the Indian region. Here we go. First round in line. Vitality is going to be starting on the offense. Defense we go here for all gamers. Let's come and take it. Katie, take it away.
From the looks of it, normally what I see here for Vitality, they really like to go in a 4-1 push setup. So that is something that definitely AG needs to anticipate already. And from the looks of it, it's gonna be the same lineup. Bravo push for these boys. Marvel really positioning themselves. Quick plant is the game to go, and then bait them out for the takedown. And looks like that's gonna be the case already for Vitality.
Oh,
Ooh, the bang! Oh boy!
Double flank. Double kill for Solo. 4-1 now. Yangi all alone. Sniper in hand coming from the side of CDOM. Tunnel play. Can we get it? I mean, should be around already. Cleanly dealt. Marvel peeks out. Missing the shot on the first. The second connects. And that's going to be it. First round for the side of Vitality.
Did not really expect anything less from Vitality. Of course, as I mentioned, that's the normal rush play that they're known for. Unfortunately, I guess for AG, they were not really anticipating how they're gonna move this time. Vitality coming into a different side. They're probably going full alpha. The split for AG is not gonna work, that's for sure, because the way and the speed of how Vitality really works. And Solo, the enforcer, shutting down 2 members already. And now Trailer is all clear to go for the plant. Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Cloud for the backstab. Ruan as well. But of course now it's a 3v3 situation.
Here we go. Numbers tied up. Bombs planted. Marvel gets the flank from the back. Double kill coming in, and Tech gets to read on towards Yangi. Vitality now gonna go 2 rounds in a row, and whatever expenses they put up, they're able to get that ROI. Wow.
Indeed. I mean, well, I'm trying to find a way for AG to find a counter setup for Tectonic and the rest of Vitality right now. It's just gonna be a bit difficult for them. That round was kind of good because they were able to go for a 3 takedown. So definitely the numbers game should play for them. They need to dwindle down Vitality's numbers to as much as they can, at least to go for probably a 2v4 situation. But now a 3v3, still gonna be winnable for Vitality. Still, you have Viper and Marvel there. So, eyes set should definitely be on taking down Tech and at least Viper for AG. Can they do that? That's gonna be the big question.
3 players flanking here from the back. Tectonics holding this one down. Can he get the spray down? Spots one. Falls away, but the sniper is quick for the set of Yangi. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Viper, Marvel on the other side. Cloud, Yangi here for the set of the CDM region. All gamers.
The enemy has the
Bomb's going to get dropped here towards Wooden. Viper and Marvel doesn't really have to go for the chase down and thirst the players of all gamers. Just has to play this one smartly. Play off the bomb perhaps. After all, it's still a 2v2.
Yeah, we've actually seen this before for this team. So now the plant will be there. Probably the best case scenario is to go for a long defense on A here as Yangi. Although Yangi is still there, that sniper kill can still be a great factor. But let's see how Vitality goes in for the takedown for their game number 3 win. Let's see. Yangi.
2v2. Pushing up. Clearly, advantage for the set of Vitality. Time is in the essence here, and kills as well. Double sniper from the side of Viper and Marvel. Just single-handedly dropped that 2v2 without any casualties.
Real good performance right there. This is the really well set up for Vitality. Even though they're carrying snipers, their quick scopes and their lineups are really doing well. That you cannot discount that. Oh, they're firing a slower weapon. That's not gonna be the case. Ooh, there we go. One member down already. And everyone dropping out like flies on the side of AG, and they're down to a final 3. Plat will be good. Only Solo is the casualty on the side of Vitality.
4v3 now. Ruin, Cloud, Yangi working through mid. Pushing up. Blinded. Sams is out now. Marvel gets the kill from the back. Still, numbers advantage coming in, and it's going to stay that way as Tech finds Cloud down. Last player towards trailer. Viper gets the kill. 4 in a row already here for the set of Vitality.
AG still has no offense or defense against Vitality. I mean, it's not something that we did not expect from Vitality. I mean, they're a very formidable team, but for AG, they have to find something, anything, perhaps slow down the pace, or at least hoping that when the reset kicks in, that they become the attacker side, that they can control the pace of the game. But for right now, everything is all in Vitality's control, especially here at Alpha.
Still a stalemate, playing default now. Loving the change of the pace. They went on rushing, coming from the last 3 rounds, and now we are seeing them just taking it slow, anticipating that all gamers might just play aggressively towards them. But it's not really that case happening. It's going to be a 1-1-3 split.
This is an interesting setup for Vitality. I don't really see them that often going for the slow mode. Perhaps they just want to make sure that they got everything in play here. Unfortunately, Marvel eats that one up. Now the advantage on the count is with AG here. So perhaps AG trying to go in for the already set up here. But Vitality just need to be careful here at Bravo. They're gonna face up Yangi. Yangi with a split. There you go. The takedown is good. The rest at the Bravo will be surprised. Tech gets one at the corner. The trade will not happen. Sam's here for the setup. And now it's the Zumo and Mlux. Ooh, Mlux eats it from behind. Sorry. That Zumo eats it from behind. Mlux is still alive. The R9 doing its job, but no Viper with a backstab. 5-0 is our score. We'll definitely... Yeah, we'll definitely end up with the 9-0 again.
It's going there. It's getting there. And now we move in. Viper finds Elmux down. Another clear shot might just happen. But the nade flies through from Ruan though. It's not going to be a 4v4. Bomb's going to get surrounded here on this side. And Solo just clears it up like an enforcer, as you would say, JD. And now the bomb planted. We've seen this situation before. And Vitality is just a team that you don't want to go up against with, especially in retakes.
Definitely. Right now, I mean, it was a good setup that you were able to take down Viper already. But Marvel is still there as the defense for the side of Vitality. Ruan trying to go in for the take, and Solo is down. And now it's just a 3v1 situation, not a 3v2 situation with Ruan and Yangi still alive and kicking. Marvel finds one already. And now it's just down to Yangi. What can you do, kid? Ooh,
Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Over yet.
Yangi goes down 6-0 already. If this was the same old format that we have on the World Championship, this would be match point already. But now we're first to 9 here, and it's just bound to be a 9-0. 3 more rounds to go here for the set of Vitality. 2 more rounds before the switch of sides.
I'm not even sure if the switch side will help AG at this point because, I mean, they're just absolutely getting mumbled right now. Vitality solo going for the triple there. I mean, Tech and the shutdown as well. It's just down to Cloud. What can you do, kid? Probably nothing as well, but no. He's at the Bravo side trying to go in for the long reach here, hoping for some miracle, but the plant will be good at Alpha, and now the defense for this triple team will be set.
I mean, you just take a look at that. Planted towards Command Center or Americans. They're going to be playing off this. Now, Viper is going to be too far away from the trade. So this might just be the opportunity for Cloud to claim through. He checks out, spot the shot. What a shot! But now, step closer from him to get the clutch down. Bomb's still going to be planted out in the open. Going to be a tough call here for set of Cloud. Nade's going to get lined up. Not sure if that's going to connect towards Tech. Doesn't reach him, and now it's just gonna be all gonna come down to the double challenge. Here we go, bait and switch. Tectonic peeks out, gets the kill. 7-0 now already in the search and destroy. Vitality, we go.
Good effort there from Cloud, but unfortunately, that double team is definitely too strong for him. Unfortunately, he had to pick whether he was going to aim at Tech or the one at the trailer. So it's either way, it's gonna end up badly for them. But right now, 7-0 is our score. Unfortunately, this team, AG, is unable to provide an answer against Vitality right now. It's almost like a textbook markup for the Indian team right now, Warden.
Here we go. 3-5. Pushing up. Vitality. It's just a work of a 9-0 here. They clear out the players one by one. Yangi and Sumo alongside Elmox has been struggling with. This is absolutely 0 so far for the set of all gamers, and it's not looking to change at all. Working through mid, pushing up, gets the read. Gonna go for the challenge, double chow on trailer, but Sams gets the trade. Elmox now gonna be all alone here towards the trailer side. Gotta deal with 3 players here on side of Vitality, and 2 players locked in here on towards the side. Double challenge comes in. 8-0 now, match point advantage. All gamers, where are you at?
I have no answer for that, unfortunately. All gamers also have no answer against Vitality. It's the same thing that we've seen yesterday. The 9-0 domination is back in the lineup here for Vitality. They did it once, they did it yet again. And of course, you know, we're not trying to discount the possibility, but the probability of AG doing something, anything, it's not gonna be there. It's probably not gonna happen, unfortunately. So we're just waiting for the inevitable for Team Vitality to finish at 9-0 for this one.
Gone and dusted. Fortunately for the side of all gamers, they're gonna be able to get this bomb planted here with no casualties whatsoever. Could this be the first round for them? Marvel off the nade, coming in. Cloud is gone, heading straight to heaven. And now, Vitality pushing up, stacking here towards battle side. Make it a 5-man push perhaps. They clear out the trailer side. No one's gonna be there. 3 players on towards long. Can they go for it? Sticking towards the bomb. Sumo goes for the peak. Yangi hopping up, spots 1. Can he go for some more? Closing it up. Last player alive. Bombs defused. Absolutely 0 points for the side of all gamers.
Absolutely 0. No game at all for all gamers. Unfortunately, Vitality coming up strong as always for that 9-0 finish. What a donut ending for all gamers. And now we are headed straight to Control. I mean, we kind of predicted this already for a 3-0, but we were not expecting this dominant performance from Vitality.
Man, just take it, man. I don't know what to say anymore. It was, well, that's Vitality for you. Hashtag comment down below. Hashtag V for victory. Painted in yellow. They're all over the place. And guess what? I feel like Arsenal is going to be 4-0 as well. The next line of map as well for Control. So, yeah, I mean, Vitality is giving us a very easy night here at least to wrap things off.
For sure. I mean, unfortunately, it's not an easy night for all gamers. The order and the goal to shut down one of the best teams in India right now for that slot in the knockoff stage is such a complex task. And look at here, there were some great moments, I guess, for all gamers trading in for those shots, but overall objectives, they could not really handle the pressure. They were always going to end up in like a 1v3 situation wherein they lost all the time.
Every single time, man.
Yeah.
Every single time. All the time, everywhere they go, everything that they try to put up. Vitality just winning rounds after rounds. I mean, it can't get worse than that, man.
Oh yeah, it could get can get worse.
Bro.
It will be. It's gonna be it will be worse if they end up in a 4-0 setup for Control. So that's really the worst. I mean, downright dominated at Hardpoint, a 9-0 at Search and Destroy, and probably a 4-0 at Control. Well, that's gonna be a bad night for AG. Unfortunately, it's just too much pressure, perhaps. But I the probability of them pulling something insane for Control is just not there. I mean, I have to be honest with you. I want to say that there is still hope. Yeah, sure, there's hope, but statistics wise, numbers don't lie. The way they performed in Control earlier was 4-3 against what do you call this, for free slot. They didn't even win that one, so it's a 4-3. So what do you expect more with Vitality?
Abomination, domination, annihilation, decimation. That's gonna be the way that things are gonna be playing out here. I mean, it's just so hard to talk about this, but hey, all gamers, can you put up the comeback? It's still there. The chances is not really that high, but you have to claim it. You don't lose anything regardless. So let's come and see it. But this Vitality squad is pretty stacked. Everyone's doing individually well. They got one great analyst of Cali. They got the coach, the head coach Zim. Everything is spot on already, and this is a team that's ready for the World Championship. So hey.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is world championship level performance. But let's see how bad the situation was for all gamers as we show off your 9-0 lead for Team Vitality, 44-22. I mean, that was just insane. The KD ratio is just sad, basically. I mean, not one person from the side of all gamers was managed to provide any offense against Vitality. And of course, Marvel with 12. As you mentioned, this is his game, and yes, he shines very well with that 4KD. Come on!
4KD,
no deaths. Bro, no deaths. That's how insane this man is. Marvelous indeed.
He does have deaths, but
0 assists rather.
He has 3 deaths. Yeah, he does have 3 deaths, but
my eyes.
3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh,
you do some multiplication, but 4KD, Marvel, and Search and Destroy. I mean, it's something that you kind of expect out away from him. It's just that it's still amazing to see regardless. But now, Search and Destroy is said and done. Ladies and gentlemen, what separates us with Vitality winning the second ticket to the group stage for Group B is going to be this Arsenal Control. And I feel like we're just bound to see a pretty quick one here as well.
Most likely that's going to be the case because, trade kills, spawn points, this is something that Vitality really has set in control. They know this like the back of their hands. Plus, the level of aggression that this team offers, it's just too much. Most likely, we're gonna see Tectonic whip out that War Machine one more time. For Marvelous, is gonna definitely play anchor and make sure that that spawn trap will not happen for their team the way that probably AG might be hoping for. Probably it's gonna be the other way around with Vitality taking them out via the spawn traps already. So I would not be surprised to end this in the 4-0 and with at least probably a 10 life advantage for Vitality easily.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's a very bold statement from you, but I kind of feel like it might just lean towards the same way as well, all because of what we've seen from Hardpoint, what we've seen all across Search and Destroy. That 9-0 could be just transversing quickly as well towards Control. So hey, all gamers, all odds against you. Pretty much the majority of the crowd as well is going to be, rooting for the side of Vitality of India. I mean, the roster isn't with an inclusion of like 2 North Americans, 1 European, and like the rest are gonna be Indians. It's a Frankenstein team that has been able to find their system here, especially now that we've seen them here on the Wildlands.
For sure, they've definitely found their groove already, and you can see how well coordinated this team is. Kudos definitely to the team behind Vitality, and these players know their roles very well. They're able to play off each other's strengths already, and that comms, you can definitely feel that. Even though we don't hear it here, you understand that they are definitely communicating with each other really well on where those takedowns are gonna happen, their positioning. That it's just a beautiful dance with Vitality here. It's just perfect, perfect, perfect.
Oh yeah, truly, man. I mean, you kind of get to feel the snappiness within them. Once one player goes down, they're quickly to react for it. I mean, it was kind of like evident as well towards Hardpoint, where they lose the spawns, they double down from the back, and they're just able to retain the whole system that they're trying to form in regards to like setting up dominance. Now, JD, 3-0 has to be won over by the side of all gamers. I feel like it's already done on game number 3. We haven't seen any signs of life after all, aside from the game that we got to see, between them and the free slot. So, well, it might just be a fast night, but we don't want to take them away, not just yet. After all, the competition's never over, not until one team reigns supreme.
That is for sure. But again, it will take an absolute insane miracle for all gamers to pull up a 3 straight win against Vitality right now, especially with the way this team is performing. So, I mean, for all it's worth, Yangi and Cloud has to pull, and even Ruan has to pull insane numbers at Control, do something crazy again at Hardpoint. I mean, beat off, they ended up in a 250, 102. So can they even pull off a 240, 250 on their end? I'm sure the defense on Vitality will be there, but that's the most likely case. 240, 250. Can they hold off of something like that at a Hardpoint? So it's a hard ask for AG here. So I guess it's I cannot say this was a bad setup for them, but losing to Vitality, you shouldn't be ashamed of it at all.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Vitality is bound to be a world championship team, especially if they can even just evolve over and over again. There's still some time for stage 5, and props to them to have this opportunity as well to play here on CDSI, because they're able to gather a lot of experience as well. And I do believe the knockout stage is going to be happening on site right around Beijing, China, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a really good practice, if ever, once they do transition to stage 5.
That is for sure. I mean, AG can just use this as a learning experience, perhaps. Measure themselves how well they perform against the best of the best of course, in the side of Garena or India, or nevertheless, CDSI themselves, CDM themselves. At least learn from whatever you can take whatever you find out from themselves, what your weak points are, where the challenges are. Do you need to recheck your map knowledge, or how you do your spawns? Is your anchor doing well or not so much? Do you probably need to get in charge with your mechanical skills as well? Find your rhythm one more time, and probably go back to the drawing board. It's not bad to retrain yourself, especially if you're fighting off with the big leagues.
Yeah, man. So, it's so intense right now, and come again, everything's just gonna get bigger as well. You make it to the group stage, you got to deal with like one Japanese team, multiple Chinese teams, multiple arena teams as well. Stalwart, Elevate, you have possibly Japan having a brand new system as well for this year. Last year's World Championship, I threw in a very bald vote and went for like Loops, Vitality, Godlike, and Standpoint Gaming, and we got to see like I think 3 teams make it as well, because I really have this like itch for teams that could try to prove the whole world wrong. So there's a lot of unpredictable things that could possibly happen, and we might just be able to see it here as well for CDSI. And if you guys are down to see that happen as well, if you guys are longing to see a lot more action here for CDSI, better make sure you guys are following Arena on YouTube and Facebook, because we still have a lot more days to go here for this Call of Duty Summer Invitational.
That is for sure. This is just the wild dance. We still have the knockoff stage and more action for you coming in for the next week. So make sure to please follow us. And of course, a big thank you to everyone watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, wherever you're watching our broadcast for this evening. We thank you for staying with us from the beginning of the afternoon all the way to the evening. We are just probably one match away for calling it the night. Of course, that's one match away, is that one win for Vitality. But of course, AG needs to put up a fight here, perhaps, to at least get themselves into that possible chance of getting a possible win against Vitality, which is gonna be shocking. But nevertheless, it's still there. The possibility is there, but we know our numbers real well. I'm sure Warden and Kali himself will agree that this is probably in the bag for Team Vitality.
All right, come again. We are still just waiting for some assets to kick in. But for the time being, guys, bit of a resting time for us, because we all know that once Arsenal control starts to hit up, everything's gonna be heated up as well. And JD, let's talk about what are the principles, what are like the takes here for all gamers on how could they possibly take this game away from the side of Vitality. And honestly, my answer here, and I don't think there's going to be any answers aside from the whole team has to step up with rotations, with gunfights. I think every factor is lacking here for the side of all gamers. Yeah,
there are definitely a lot of things to improve on the side of all gamers when it comes to their performance, when it comes to control. It's quite obvious earlier when they basically lost that one. So what we need to understand here is that, one, exposure to the game is very important. I guess they haven't really played Control that much, because we don't really see them really perform. They have a bit of an understanding when it comes to the spawn trap, that's fine. But you cannot rely on that. It's gonna be full on objectives, that is one thing. Two, when it comes to your mechanical skills, especially how well they understand the map with Arsenal. Now that what's gonna happen here is Vitality understands this map even more versus them. So for them to actually pull something insane, their best option is, one, go for quick secure of any of the objectives, Alpha or Bravo, whatever the case may be, and then probably slow down the pace a bit. Find where Vitality will be positioning themselves, and then if they can secure Alpha quickly and in a matter of time, that will be their best bet of getting a W. Because if they go in to Control, gunfight to gunfight, they're just gonna lose this one.
Yeah, I mean, mano a mano, head to head gunfights, you can't really win Vitality in regards to gunfights if you're on the side of all gamers. And you move quickly towards the sensitive issue that all gamers has been facing. It's truly just the system. It hasn't been the most promising. They don't really have that much strategy aside from just stack towards the hill. For Control, I mean, they took that L earlier, so on paper, defensive side, attacking side, it doesn't really matter. Vitality has this one hands down. So I'm just really open for some moments and time where I can get proven wrong here by the side of all gamers.
Well, that is probably the goal right now for all gamers, to prove us both wrong. But statistics wise and everything that they've done so far, definitely Control is something that they're not really doing well. So unfortunately, they haven't really had the chance to prove themselves here at Control at in an overall W sense, so to speak. So, but now this is the beginning of the end for ANG. Perhaps we'll definitely see here as we are on the go here for Control. Let's see how Vitality will end this one for AG.
Here we go. Give it the last and final game here for Vitality. As soon as we get to see this attack here towards the A control point, might just be able to calibrate as well how far things can go here for the side of all gamers. And clearly, it's going to be a back and forth, 28 to 28. 2-for-2 trades here. A lot more pressure being shown by the side of Vitality, but they quickly get washed away. All gamers, not too bad, not too shabby, winning the first wave of gunfights.
And now they have, of course, the challenge of making sure that they need to eliminate Vitality from that alpha, because they have already their foot hold on that one, and now they managed to do so. Alpha now in the hands of Vitality. Unfortunately, AG losing that one already. So now the objective wise is not looking good for Vitality. They're not even that concerned about the 23-26 difference right now.
I mean, it's not too bad. It's still going to come down to the trades at the end of the game. Losing Alpha could be one thing, but I'm loving the fact as well that, hey, put it down. Gonna go for the rotate here from the back and try to play as a team. But I'm not so certain if it's gonna work up against a team like Vitality. I mean, you kind of have to offer those pinches, because if you're just gonna be entering from one direction, Vitality should just be able to put up the crossfire and hold it down.
That's gonna be the case right now. 20-22 is still our score. AG still have the life advantage, so to speak, but Solo trying to hit that one right there and managed to for the finish, going through and through, but that is of course the sniper kill. 19-20 is our life count right now. It is just a one life advantage for AG, and I'm sure Vitality has the opportunity to just shut this one down. Bravo is still up and running for everyone right now, as probably Vitality wants to secure that as well.
It's now going to be 19 to 19. And Tectonic still longing to get the triple, but Solo's there for the fade. And that's something that I just like from the set of Vitality, is where if they have a front man leading the push, one from the back can go for the trade. Now, All Gamers has been able to work themselves through that mid-map. Gonna get contestment now here towards the B control point. Tectonic's gonna be here to go for the challenge. Cloud beats him right to it, but the trade comes in once more for the side of Vitality. Marvel is right there, but much more pressure is found over from the side of All Gamers.
And now, of course, Bravo again, still somehow in the control of All Gamers here, but Vitality punishing them right off the bucket. Right there, Tectonic takes one here and trying to go in for the finish. 10-10 is our life count, and it's just a matter of time. Marvel, handgun and all, one life advantage for Vitality here. They are just running the gun here easily, but you know, AG still showing some life.
9-8, make it 9-6. Now, no more respawns here for the set of All Gamers. They had a pretty good start here on this round, but Vitality is just so much better in regards to recovery. Lovely decision to not go for the engagement on towards the A control point. Confidently, they can hold towards 3. And now look at the players off the side of All Gamers. Doesn't have time, doesn't have the lives. Drew one, Yangi, Cloud, just go down. Give it now. V for victory. Vitality we go.
One down, 3 more to go for Vitality. AG somehow showing some life there. You know, some good setup there. They were able to get the life advantage from the side of Vitality, and a bit of an objective, but of course, unfortunately for them, Vitality managing to secure Alpha immediately earlier, so that's gonna be most likely the case for the boys at Vitality one more time. But the Sparrow making sure to dwindle that numbers already. 29-28, still good. Alpha in the hands of Vitality. Let's see, it's gonna be a repeat of game 1.
Taking Alpha.
First stick in progress already locked in. Now, player 1, player 3, Elmok, Cloud, rotating here to go for the spawn trap. I'm not so certain if spawn trapping is going to be enough to take down a squad like Vitality, but so far they do get the first kill. Make it the second as well. They lose one player in the process, and Annihilator is out. Cloud, sprays, gets the kill. Flickery do. Solo, dodges the bullet, but the second will connect. Here we go, spawn trap of the lifetime. Can we see it? Vitality recovers from it. What a play.
The recovery power of Vitality is really there. Alpha is ready, down and out. Bravo now almost in the control of Vitality again. They were not even, you know, stressed out about that spawn trap. Basically, all they had to do was win that gunfight and go for the execute. And now, even with the life advantage, objective is almost at the hands of Vitality. They could basically finish this. Yang and the rest of the team needs to step in and shut that B down, at least to have an opportunity to get that W.
16 to 20 here. Progression towards the B control point. Stuck at the first segment. It's now going to be Vitality here to wrap around all across the map, coming from weapons, pushing up towards the back. And I think they want to long for the spawn trap here. Player 4 and 5. That's going to be Solo and Sam's on the squad of blue. Rotating here to just set this one up. Here we go. Sam's going to spray down. Cloud's going to go out. And now with all gamers here pushed up towards deep side P5, they don't have anyone to help the teammate up there to evade this spawn trap. So Sam should be able to make the most out of it. 13-17, still the lead on percent of all gamers, but with the spawn trap ensued, they should be able to neutralize it.
This is gonna be the beginning of the end, perhaps, for AG right now. That spawn trap really doing them dirty, unfortunately. And now, of course, Vitality. Solo coming in with the execute right there with the equalizer, raining down heaven, but you know the damage has already been done. 10-10, still be on the control for Vitality. Sam's surprising, manages to lock it one. One life advantage for Vitality. Make that two. 1-0 again. Ooh, the takedown is still there. AG still trying to show some life.
Yangi though, Sparrow is out, but fails to convert onto the second. Slides out, Viper with a Nodin. Gets this one through now. Single tick of progress left to be claimed. 3v5 situation. Should it be the capture? Should it be the kills? No more respawn for the set of Vitality. Double challenging. The trade is on. And they go 2 in a row for this control of Arsenal.
A bit of a scary moment there for Vitality initially, but they were able to turn things around. This is how you perform under pressure. It was very obvious that they were kind of on the verge of losing that one, so to speak, especially when their Sparrows kicked in. But you know, they were able to turn things. They were still focused on getting objectives. The trade kill mindset is always going to be there, and that's going to be their key to victory. And now they are gunning for number 3. Let's see how this one ends.
3-man push here for the side of all gamers on this A control point, and they do get the first wave here. So, first tick of progress, not going to be a problem here for them. And looking like Vitality is just going to go for the same call here, not going to be contesting this A control point, just play this one solidified at B instead. This strategy was questionable at the first hand, but it did work out as well. So, props to them, just extending the map control and ensuring that all gamers doesn't have anywhere to go aside from that hallway push if ever the capture is done.
Yep, and capture is indeed done. Alpha is ready in the hands of all gamers. A good advantage for them. All they have to do is either secure the gunfight or at least win objective B. But that's not going to be the case because Vitality has that one in locked and ready to go. Cloud spots one and gets Diver. But of course, the trade is still there. 23-25, full live advantage on the side of AG. Can they pull one win right now for this round?
They're gonna break through the push here towards the B control points. Only gonna take like one good wave for them. But Solo's gonna ensure that it's not gonna happen so easily for them as he push up now with an R9. Spots a double. Looking to get the triple as well, but off the head he can't really do much. 19-21. Life count now not gonna be so much in favor for the side of all gamers. And look at the way that Vitality is playing this. They're not gonna be stacking around the control point. They wanna make sure that once ever the breakthrough will come along here for the side of all gamers, they have a pinch to offer.
That looks like gonna be the case, no? They're not pushing Bravo that easily. They just want to make sure that they win those gunfights and the trade kills basically Viper. Coming in from the backstab, gets one, gets two right there. Perfect indeed. Solo and now trying to catch up. 16-15. The trade is almost there. The lives back and running. Almost aging. May have a control already of Bravo here, but it's gonna be taken out already. Yang and the rest of the group coming in from the surprise. Takes out Tech. But of course, it's 13-14. Anything can still happen right now. Marvel hitting it from the wall. Assist and a double. Wanna make it a triple perhaps? Let's see later. Ooh.
Give it up now. 12-11. Tectonic is still out here. Running out alongside with his teammate from the back. Double kills coming in from the set of all gamers. Life count now still gonna be all equal. Sumo inside of the control point. Spots one. Trades coming in from the side of Vitality. 8-8 we go. 20 seconds left on the clock. And all gamers doesn't really have a choice anymore aside from to push up towards the front side and try to get the clear out and the run out. But they gotta walk into the crosshairs of Tech. Triple kill for him. Elmox finds a double. Off the nade. Off the Fennec. 4v5 advantage for the side of all gamers. They got the operators locked in. This should be a win for them. Tectonic and Sam's the only players remaining, but Tech finds two. Going for that overextension, not really the right choice. War Machine available for Tectonic. Cloud picks out, finds a double. All gamers scores around.
Finally, all gamers managing to find the formula to take down Vitality at control. That was a good execution right there. The pressure was on, objective was good, and the final kill was really well done by all gamers. This is exactly the same thing that they need to pull off, but unfortunately, the pressure was still with Vitality at that setup. I guess Alpha would be the focus now for Team AG, at least to get those objectives up and running. But everyone is gonna be taking out on that setup. Bravo is probably gonna be going to Vitality this time.
29 to 26. Vitality is going to be on the street for this one. The control point, well handled by the set of Marvel and Tectonic. Solo from the back alongside the front is going to be able to do quite a lot as well. The spawn trap is not going to be there, but they're ensuring that every lane is going to be occupied. Finally, some recovery here for the set of all gamers. But the D control point is not going to be a topic anymore. And now they quickly go for the cut. 4-man push coming in. 2 players handled by Tech. 2 players now as well going to be pushing up towards the window side, and they get the read. The Predator is well ready as well from the side of Tectonic. Marvel going to go for the cut as well from the B control point. Everything is just well handled by the side of Vitality.
Vitality just doing absolutely good right now. It's 27-18. Does even AG realize what is going on? They're just feeding themselves to Vitality right now, and it all comes down to this match point for Vitality. AG now has all the odds stacked against them. Can they pull off another victory, at least to stop the bleeding for now?
Tectonic fully streaked up, has that Hunter Killer drone, the Predator, and that EMP. Pop it out now in the execution. Should be able to get the clearance as well. Trophy is out. No operator's gonna be invested here, but they're just gonna go brute force gunfights now, and Sam's wraps around. Tectonic off their Predator, spots one as well towards weapons. First 5 kills, well handled by the side of Vitality.
Really good well right now, making it a little bit more. So now life by advantage again, back here at Vitality. Ooh, the backstab right there is just perfectly done. Now 29-22 is our life count, and it's again AG dwindling away. 8 life advantage for Vitality. They can slow things down. It doesn't really matter, but no surprise right there. Solos pops it. Even the chase is good for that double. And Marvel as well. Same thing with Sam. They're just firing from all cylinders. 28-16. What can you still do, AG?
Bring it on! Bring it on! Vitality on the verge of winning 4-1 and 3-0 for the series. No more respondment. It's just Damn taking the L over and over again. The EMP is out. The spawn trap is on. Tech is on the roll to go for the double. Cloud whips on the Annihilator, but it's not going to put up a scratch at all into the running, into the odds of Vitality winning this game. 3 seconds left, no contestment. G to the G's, well played. Vitality, V for victory.
V for victory indeed. Team Vitality definitely making no vital errors from their play. Just 1 match win for AG, and it's basically all textbook Vitality right now. What a way to end the night. Of course, as expected, a 3-0 run for Vitality themselves. Good job, congratulations. But for AG, CDM, it all ends here.
It all ends here precisely, man. 1 Garena team and 1 Indian team with a mix of 2 Americans, 1 European. Here, the roster is just so hard to deal with. You saw every situation that was granted to them. They were able to take full control out of it. With that being said, we have our final team to make it out of the Wild Ends, making it to the group stage now. So here we go. Wild Ends is done. Next up in line is going to be the group stage, and that is where the whole official tournament will begin.
Yeah, and of course, if you think the Wild Ends was tough, imagine how crazy the next stage is going to be. I mean, we have some of the best teams in all the countries vying for their positions already. And of course, for basically Kagendra and Vitality, it's still going to be a long route for them. Unfortunately, it's a long route for them, and hopefully with the support and the level of performance that they've shown today, they'll be able to carry this momentum during the next level of the competition. But of course, it's easier said than done because it's a black roster. As we see the highlights of our control for this evening. It's basically all Vitality every single way, left, right, and center. They're just hitting all the shots perfectly. Such a wonderful performance from Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Vitality played this control point is that when they are on the defender's side, they don't really win their first wave and they do get waved off. They just end up rotating towards the B control point and playing it off from there, and clearly it did work out to their favor. Now, there was a moment or so that we got to see just a bit more fight to be seen from the set of all gamers. You know, the third round was granted to them, but Vitality was hungry and they were able to claim the next two as well. Just to close out the series now, 3-0. What a game, what a run on the Wild Ends.
What a game! What a night it has been. I mean, so many insane moments, but of course, nothing as insane. Of course, the way we ended tonight's matchup with Vitality with that 3-0 run. You know, capping off such an dominant victory against all gamers. Kind of expected, so to speak, but you know, if you see it, it's easier to believe it, and we did. Vitality all the way. Vitwin, hashtag Vitwin, as probably the comment section is hitting it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality win, V for victory. The support is not going to be stopping from here because they have a lot more trials to go. You know, making it to the group stage and making it out of the group stage is going to be something that everyone wants to eye out for. And come again, guys, if you want to continue supporting Vitality and if you guys don't want to miss out any games that they're going to be playing, better make sure you guys are following the page of Garena on Facebook and on YouTube.
That is for sure, because if you think the insane moments is gonna stop here, wait till you see the players at the group stage, because that one is an even stack roster, and I have to prepare my stamina because those matches are definitely gonna end up down to the wire for sure, because each one of those squads are just really formidable, very strong, and have, you know, almost a perfect game setup for it, and of course trying to represent other countries as well during this matchup at CDSI. So, you know, everything is on the line.
I mean, if the projection's right here, Kagendra is going to be moving over to Group A, which has the composition of Godlike, Stalwart Esports, Wolves, and X-Rock. That is going to be crazy. And for the set of Vitality, we got to go up against Elevate, Devolos, Kingju Club, and Standpoint Gaming. So it's going to be a very stacked team composition here for this very group stage. And I just want to see a lot of these things to happen. You know, I can't imagine Vitality up against Elevate, Vitality up against the Kingju Club, Vitality up against the one and only Japanese team inside of this tournament. There's a lot of possibilities that could happen, and that is brought to you by Call of Duty Summer Invitational 2024.
That is for sure. Of course, Kagendra also has their work cut out for them as well. I mean, look at the lineup that they would need to go through. There's Godlike, there's what is the other teams in that group stage? I mean, they have their work cut out for them, and hopefully, you know, for the fans of Kagendra, they get to push through that lineup, but it's a huge wall to conquer.
Yeah, surely, man. I mean, not gonna lie, the groups here, I must say, Group A is looking to be hella tough. I mean, you know, for the side of Diavolos or the Japanese team alongside Standpoint Gaming, they haven't been the most promising teams out there. I mean, Elevate and Kingsley Club is for sure going to make it so much tougher. But for Group A, Godlike has been absolutely godlike. You got Stalwart Esports as well, being the number 2 spot for Garena. You got Wolves and X-Rock. Come on now. It can't get worse than that here. So for Kagendra, they got a lot of things to work on. For the side of Vitality, a lot more as well. Everyone has to step up. It's a brand new stage. It's a brand new nature that they got to deal with. But for now, let's take a look at the statistics in line here for Control Arsenal.
4-1 is the final ending we have here for Control. So Vitality, of course, leading that charge. Look at that numbers right there, of course. 127-88. And the man leading that charge is, of course, the Enforcer himself. Solo with that 36 kills. Next to that, of course, Tech with 32. The rest of the team, 19, 19, and 21. On the side of all gamers, negative KD stats, unfortunately, because, you know, they were not really able to hold off their end of the table, basically. You know, everything was just working, definitely for Vitality in all sense of the word. And, of course, the Enforcer himself, Solo, getting his 3rd MVP for the night. 1.72 rating at 36 frags to his name. Big man, congratulations.
Yeah, props to him. Props to the whole squad of Vitality. The tourney begins. The official start of the tournament for the side of CDSI. Tectonic's gonna be the number 1 rating player here alongside Solo, Marvel, Viper, and Sams. I mean, it's the whole squad of Vitality inside of this series. Next 5 is gonna be all players from the side of all gamers.
Well, this is basically the same setup that they had yesterday, I believe. So no, not really surprised on how Tectonic and definitely Solo performed this evening. Kudos to them, and I'm sure they will be carrying the rest of the team as well towards the knockoff stage. But of course, for Marvel, Sam, and the crew, of course, we will definitely want to see more of them in the future, and I'm sure they will always get their moment to shine at the knockoff stage.
Yeah, most definitely, man. And now we just wait and see as well if we get more information and what's going to be the possible projection as well for the next stage of the tournament. But come again, what a run that we've had here for this Wild and Snow. I mean, me, you, Jericho, we had like, what, 2 days worth of coverage each, and every single day that we were able to go through, it was pretty intense. It was pretty hype, and I just loved and enjoyed the show here. But rest assured, everyone else out there, be on the same page with me. There's still gonna be a lot more to come in this CDSI.
For sure, this is just like the tip of the iceberg on how insane and intense the matchup is going to be. As you've mentioned earlier, the lineup of teams that will be coming in from Group A and Group B are not, just any other teams. They are the best and the best at really strong in their game. But the question is, how strong are they compared to the other teams that they will be fighting off against? And of course, plus these 2 teams that we have from the Wild Ends, how will they play off? Of course, for the supporters of Kagendra and Vitality, I'm sure they're hoping that they will see these teams push through the knockoff stage. But of course, you have these formidable teams that will say, nah, you have to get through us first if you can.
Yeah, I mean, if is the end, it's the question here, and it's surely the word that we'll be using quite a lot here all throughout the whole event, because there's going to be a lot of questioning in regards to like calibration. How does one region go up against another region? Can the Indian regions show the same dominance up against Arena, let's say? And that's something that everyone can avail and see once the group stage starts. So I'm just pretty excited here. We still have a lot more days to come, JD.
For sure, that's gonna be happening, I believe, next week already. So please make sure to follow our pages for YouTube and Facebook, as well, as we're gonna give you all the highlights, the stats, the numbers, and of course probably some insane moments as well throughout the CDSI Wild Ends. And of course, as we head out to the knockoff stage, we're gonna give you the lowdown on who will be facing who for those lineups, and make sure to clear out your schedules during the weekend, because it's gonna be intense, and prepare yourselves because it could be a long night for you as well.
Yeah, and now for the teams here that is longing to go for what's going to be the case of what just happened here for today. Come again, for everyone that missed out the show, it was King Zone up against Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero winning 3-0. All gamers coming up top against Free Slot 3-2 on a game number 5. Kagendra was able to go for a 3-1 against Absolute Zero. And Vitality and all gamers, we got to see it earlier, it was a quick 3-0.
That simply means Kagendra and Vitality will be the ones pushing through the competition. And now, of course, our ratings for today. Reef Kagendra 1.47, just inching away from Vitality's Tectonic right there. So definitely something that to look forward to and should be proud of by Reef. Congratulations to the man. Cloud still leading his team, but unfortunately, it's just his personal performance for today that is well and good. Of course, Solo and Yangwan, particularly Yang, of course, a great improvement for him for today compared to his performance yesterday. Solo still the enforcer, still there. Even Marvel as well within the top 10.
Yato is going to be part of the competition. Same goes for a set of Josh and Absolute Zero. And the rest will live on. I mean, can we see more ratings here for them as we move over to the group stage? That's something that everyone's going to be eyeing out for as well. In regards to like votes and how things are playing out, that's going to be it. Now, take a look at the official groupings now for the group stage. It's going to be Wolves, X-Rock, Stalwart Esports, Godlike, and Kagendra. And for Group B, we got Standpoint Gaming, The King Drew Club, Elevate, Devolus, and Vitality.
Stack rosters for both Group A and B. I'm excited for both of these groups basically to head on and fight each other to the table and all. I'll prepare myself for all game 5 matchups for each one of these. I'm sure I will not be seeing any 3-0s in this case.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Nothing at all. I mean, it is gonna be just the best of 3 here, but they gotta play for every game out there. So we're still bound to see a pretty long broadcast once ever it does happen. But yeah, I mean, JD, that is just wild ends for you guys, and for us here at Scasters, we still have a lot more work to do here because there's a lot more things that we can anticipate that could happen on the group stage.
For sure, and of course we need to like brush up on our situations and how much crazy it could be, and the weak and strong points for each of these teams at the group stage, who will be matching up in each other. That's gonna be a big question as well once we actually see the entire bracket come into play and who fights who first. All right,
Well,
so
yeah, here we go.
it's time for us to breathe, relax, and for Kagendra and Vitality to pop up a can as well and enjoy, I guess, their victory. Congratulations to these 2 squads. Thank you to the rest. And now, of course, thank you to all of you watching tonight's broadcast. Again, on behalf of my buddy here, Warden, my name is JD, reminding you all you kids as well to be good and play nice. This has been CDSI 2024 Wild End Stage. We'll see you next week. Good night.